When time stresses, stories heal.
Hello, my friends, and welcome. I'm so glad you've decided to join me tonight. Before we begin, I want you to take a moment to settle in. Dim the lights, find your most comfortable chair, and leave the busyness of the world behind. While you're getting settled, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is. Your engagement truly helps, and the more you interact, the more these chilling tales will find their way back to your feed. Tonight, we're stepping into the shadows to share a few stories that are as true as they are unsettling. So, take a deep breath, get cozy, and let's explore the dark together.
The silence in the walls. The air in this apartment is turned into cold water, and every movement I make feels slow, heavy, and exhausting. I am sitting at my small laminate kitchen table, staring at a single ceramic mug of tea that has long since stopped steaming. I do not want to look at the hallway. I do not want to acknowledge the way the shadows there seem to have a weight to them, a density that should not exist in a space this small. I have always been a person who values silence, or perhaps I am just a person who has forgotten how to be loud. I live alone in a city that never stops humming, but inside these four walls, the quiet is absolute. It is the kind of quiet that makes you hear the wet thud of your own heart in your ears. I find myself fixating on the most irrelevant details, like the way the peeling wallpaper near the baseboard looks like a dry, yellowing scab. I should have fixed that months ago, but I cannot find the energy. There's a shame I carry, something I have never told anyone, not even the few friends who still bother to text me. I am terrified of being forgotten, not in a grand historical sense, but in the way a person might walk out of a room and simply cease to exist in the minds of those left behind. I feel like a ghost in my own life, a blurred figure in the background of everyone else's story. I am tired and I am lonely, and I think I am starting to disappear. Last night, the silence changed. It was not a sound exactly, but a shift in the atmosphere. Like the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped by 10 degrees. I told myself it was just the house settling, a lie I repeated until I almost believed it. But then, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic scratching coming from inside the wall, right behind where my bed sits. It sounded like fingernails on dry wood. I checked my phone battery 64% and wondered if I should plug it in, even though I knew the charger was in the bedroom, and I did not want to go back in there. I stayed in the kitchen, listening to that scratching, my breath coming in short, shallow, and hot bursts. I am a grown man, and yet I was afraid of a noise in the wall. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by a silence so heavy it felt like it was pressing against my eardrums. I stood up, my legs feeling like lead, and walked toward the bedroom. I just wanted to sleep. I needed to believe that tomorrow would be a normal day, a day where I was not just a shadow. But, as I reached the doorway, I saw it, a small, hand-drawn circle on the floor, right where the scratching had been. It was drawn in something dark and oily, and in the center of the circle there was a single human tooth. I still live in the city now, surrounded by millions of people, but sometimes, when the room gets too quiet, I still feel that cold water in my lungs, and I realize that some silences are not empty at all. They are just waiting for you to listen. The morning light did not arrive with its usual clarity, but instead filtered through the heavy gray curtains as a thick, jaundiced haze. I found myself standing in the center of the living room, my bare feet pressing into the rough, synthetic fibers of the ancient carpet. My skin felt tight, almost as if it were a size too small for my frame, and the back of my throat tasted of stale copper and neglected hydration. I watched a single bloated housefly struggle against the window pane, its buzzing a jagged, frantic vibration that seemed to echo inside my own skull. To my left, The wooden bookshelf groaned under the weight of unread novels. The spines faded to the color of bone by years of indirect exposure to the sun. I reached out to touch a stack of old utility bills, the paper feeling unnervingly brittle and slick beneath my trembling fingertips. The tooth was gone from the floor, leaving behind nothing but a faint, translucent stain that resembled a dried teardrop. I knelt down, my joints emitting a series of dry, rhythmic pops that sounded far too loud in the suffocating stillness of the apartment. I wondered if I had imagined the entire event, a byproduct of a mind left too long in the company of its own echoes. I found myself thinking about a blue sweater I had lost in the 3rd grade, a mundane and useless memory that I clutched like a physical shield against the rising tide of my own dread. The radiator began to hiss, a low and serpentine sound that crawled along the baseboards and settled in the corners of the room. I could feel the microscopic weight of the dust settling on my shoulders, each speck a tiny anchor pulling me further into the floor. I moved toward the small, cramped bathroom, the air there smelling of damp porcelain and the faint, chemical bite of old toothpaste. As I leaned over the sink, the cold water splashed against my face, with a violence that made my vision narrow into a sharp, dark tunnel. I looked into the mirror, but I did not focus on my eyes, choosing instead to study a small, jagged crack in the silver backing of the glass. It looked like a bolt of lightning frozen in a stagnant gray sky. I reached for a towel, but my hand paused when I saw the reflection of the shower curtain, which was pulled tightly shut. A thin, dark liquid was beginning to pool around the drain, spreading outward in slow, deliberate ripples that defied the natural slant of the tub. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, my breathing coming in long, shuddering pulls that whistled through my nostrils. I remembered the way my mother used to tell me that ghosts were only the memories of people who forgot to say goodbye. I wondered if I was the one being haunted, or if I was the haunting itself, a lingering thought in a room that had moved on without me. The liquid breached the edge of the porcelain, a deep obsidian hue that looked thick enough to choke a man. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to pull back the curtain, even though every instinct in my body was screaming for me to run out the front door and never look back. I reached out, my fingers brushing against the cold, pebbled plastic of the liner, and I felt a faint, rhythmic vibration on the other side. It felt like a heartbeat, slow and steady, echoing the hollow thudding in my own chest. I pulled the curtain back just a few inches, the plastic ring sliding along the metal rod with a sound like grinding teeth. The tub was empty of any physical form, yet the dark liquid continued to pour upward from the drain in defiance of every law of physics I understood. I stepped backward, my heel catching on the edge of the bath mat, and I felt a sudden, sharp chill wash over the tops of my feet. The air in the bathroom grew dense, smelling suddenly and overwhelmingly of wet earth and crushed marigolds. I realized then that the silence was not a lack of sound, but a presence that was actively consuming the world around me. I backed out into the hallway. My eyes never left the doorway of the bathroom as the shadows there began to stretch and coil like living things. I felt a desperate, clawing need for a human voice, for any proof that I was still a participant in the waking world. I reached for my phone on the hallway table, but the screen remained a cold, black void that reflected nothing but my own distorted silhouette. I am still standing here in the dim light of the afternoon, watching the way the dust dances in the stagnant air. I am waiting for the next shift, for the next piece of myself to be traded for a secret I never asked to keep. The shadows are moving closer now, and I suspect that the front door is no longer where I left it. The hallway seemed to have grown longer, the distance between the bathroom door and the safety of the living room stretching into an impossible shadowed expanse. I kept my back pressed against the cold, eggshell white paint of the wall, the texture of the plaster biting into my shoulder blades through the thin fabric of my undershirt. My breath felt like a heavy, solid object lodged in my windpipe, and I had to consciously force the air in and out of my lungs. To my right, the radiator let out a singular, metallic clink that sounded like a coin dropping onto a marble floor. I found myself focusing intensely on the silver-painted bolt of the front door lock, imagining the precise weight of the key that lived in my pocket. The air in the corridor took on a strange, shimmering quality, as if I were looking through a veil of ancient, unwashed silk. I noticed a small, dark shape protruding from the wood of the floorboards, halfway between myself and the exit. It was not a tooth this time, but a long, black sewing needle, standing perfectly upright as if it had grown there like a splinter of iron. I stared at it until my eyes began to sting, the object appearing to vibrate with a frequency that I could feel in the marrow of my teeth. I remembered a specific afternoon from my youth spent untangling a massive knot of fishing line on a humid pier. That memory felt more real than the hallway around me, providing a fleeting, fragile sanctuary from the encroaching darkness. A sound finally broke the suffocating quiet, a low and rhythmic thrumming that seemed to originate from beneath the floorboards. It was not a mechanical noise, but rather the sound of 1,000 soft, wet voices whispering in a language that consisted only of vowels. I felt the vibration travel up through the soles of my feet, a tingling sensation that made the hair on my arms stand in rigid, terrified lines. The shadow at the end of the hall began to thicken, curling around the doorframe like the fingers of a massive, soot-covered hand. I tried to speak, to shout for help, but my voice was a dry, useless rasp that died before it reached my lips. The obsidian liquid from the bathroom began to seep under the door, a slow and silent tide that moved with a predatory intelligence. It did not flow like water, but instead advanced in jerky, pulsing movements that mimicked the beat of a dying heart. I realized that the exit was being systematically cut off, the darkness claiming the corners of the ceiling and the cracks in the floor with equal hunger. My mind felt like a sheet of paper being slowly crumpled by an invisible, indifferent force. I reached for the light switch, my fingers fumbling against the plastic plate, but the toggle remained frozen in the downward position. The whispering grew louder, the wet sounds now accompanied by the distinct smell of ozone and old forgotten attics. I saw movement in the darkness at the far end of the hall, a pale and flickering shape that did not possess a human silhouette. It was a shifting mass of angles and hollows, moving with a staccato grace that made my vision swim in sickening, rhythmic waves. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure against my chest, as if the very atmosphere were trying to push the air out of my body. I closed my eyes for a second, a desperate attempt to reset my reality, but the sound of a liquid hitting my bare toes made me gasp in a sudden, icy shock. The liquid was freezing, a temperature that felt like it belonged in the deep, sunless trenches of the ocean floor. I stepped back, my spine hitting the door of the linen closet, and I felt the wood tremble against my vertebrae. The pale shape in the hallway stopped moving, its presence a cold and heavy weight that seemed to pull the light out of the room. I am currently standing on the very edge of the shadow, watching the way it slowly dissolves the familiar world I once knew. I suspect that if I reach out into the dark, there will be no hand to catch mine. The transition from the hallway to the kitchen felt like wading through a pool of thickening oil, each movement requiring a deliberate and exhausting effort from my failing muscles. I managed to reach the wooden stool by the counter, my fingers gripping the sanded edge until the grain of the oak imprinted itself into my soft palms. The air here was different, carrying a sharp and metallic tang that reminded me of the time I accidentally bit my tongue during a childhood tumble on the playground. I found myself staring at a small ceramic salt shaker shaped like a sleeping cat, a gift from an aunt whose face I could no longer fully recall. It was a stupid, mundane object, yet I held on to the image of it, as if it were the only anchor left in a world that was rapidly drifting away from the shore. The pale, flickering presence from the corridor did not follow me into the room, but I could feel its gaze like a cold needle pressing against the base of my skull. I turned my head slowly, my neck tendons creaking like old leather, and I saw that the kitchen window had been obscured by a layer of thick, gray soot on the outside. The ticking of the wall clock had slowed to a crawl, the second hand shuddering with a violent effort to move from one number to the next. I realized that my own sense of time was beginning to fray, the minutes stretching into hours while the shadows in the corners pulsed with a slow and rhythmic life. A single drop of water fell from the faucet, hitting the stainless steel sink with a sound like a distant gunshot. I felt a sudden, overwhelming wave of exhaustion wash over me, a physical weight that threatened to pull my forehead down onto the cool surface of the table. I thought about the way the grass smelled after a summer rain, a memory so vivid that I could almost feel the damp earth between my toes. This thought was my only shield against the crushing realization that I was no longer the master of this house. The shadows under the cabinets began to lengthen, reaching out like thin, smoky fingers toward the place where I sat. I watched as a small silver spoon on the counter began to vibrate, its bowl rattling against the tile with a frantic, desperate energy. The whispering voices had returned, though they were no longer coming from the floorboards, but seemed to be emanating from the very marrow of my own bones. They spoke of things forgotten, of the small and quiet ways a life can be dismantled when no one is watching. I felt a stinging sensation in my gums, and when I ran my tongue along the front of my mouth, I discovered that another tooth had become unnervingly loose. The fear I felt was not a sharp or sudden thing, but a dull and constant ache that had become as much a part of me as my own breath. I reached up to touch my jaw, my hand shaking so violently that I nearly struck my own cheek. I looked back at the doorway, and for a fleeting moment the darkness seemed to thin, revealing the familiar outline of the hallway rug. It was a cruel and brief glimmer of hope, a suggestion that I could simply stand up and walk out into the afternoon sun. I took a single step toward the opening, my heart leaping with a sudden and painful surge of adrenaline. But as I moved, the floor beneath me seemed to tilt at an impossible angle, and the soot on the window pulsed with a sudden, sickening light. The exit was not a door at all, but a yawning, toothless mouth that was waiting for me to surrender. I sank back onto the stool, my vision swimming with dark, erratic spots that looked like a swarm of insects. I am beginning to understand that the apartment is not just a place where I live, but a living entity that is slowly digesting my presence. The shadows are no longer just in the corners. They are beginning to manifest in the very center of the room. I can see the outline of a figure standing by the refrigerator, though it has no face and no name that I recognize. It is standing perfectly still, and I am terrified that it is waiting for me to speak first. The figure remained motionless by the refrigerator, its form appearing as a tear in the fabric of the kitchen, a silhouette of absolute negation. I found my attention drawn to a small, jagged chip in the green paint of the doorframe, an imperfection I had never noticed, despite living here for 3 long years. My pulse was a frantic, uneven drumming against the thin skin of my temples, and I could feel a cold, oily sweat beginning to bloom across the small of my back. I wondered if the mail had been delivered yet, imagining the mundane sound of the brass flap on the front door clattering against the wood. It was a comforting, hollow thought, a tether to a reality that was rapidly dissolving into the gray mist of this room. The faceless shape began to lean forward, a slow and agonizing movement that did not involve the shifting of weight or the sound of footsteps. I realized that the entity was not standing on the floor, but seemed to be anchored to the very air itself, its presence a gravitational pull that made my head light and my stomach turn. I reached out to steady myself, my hand landing on the cold, serrated edge of a bread knife I had left on the counter. The metal felt impossibly sharp, yet I did not pull my fingers away, meeting the bite of the physical world to prove I was still composed of flesh and bone. The kitchen clock gave one final, violent shudder before the hands collapsed to the bottom of the dial, leaving the face a blank and staring eye. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of grief for the version of myself that had woken up this morning, a man who worried about rent and the expiration date on the milk. That man seemed like a character in a book I had read a lifetime ago, a distant and unreachable ghost of a person. I tried to stand, but my knees felt like they were made of wet sand, buckling under the weight of a terror that had no name. The entity raised a limb, or what I assumed was a limb, and the light from the dying afternoon seemed to flow toward it, being swallowed by the darkness. I saw a flash of something white within the void of its chest, and I realized with a sickening jolt that it was another tooth. Suspended in the center of that nothingness, the whispering voices suddenly unified into a single resonant tone that vibrated through the enamel of my teeth and the marrow of my shins. It was a sound of profound and ancient loneliness, the cry of something that had been forgotten by the sun and the wind. I felt a hot, stinging tear track its way down my cheek, the saltiness of it a sharp contrast to the stale, recycled air of the apartment. I remembered the way my father used to hum while he worked in the garden, a low and steady drone that always made me feel safe. I tried to hum that same tune now, but my throat was a desert, and only a thin, whistling breath escaped my dry lips. The figure was now only inches away, the air around it smelling of stagnant pond water and the copper tang of a fresh nosebleed. I closed my eyes, bracing for a touch that I knew would be colder than the deepest winter. But, instead, I felt a sudden and inexplicable warmth. It was the sensation of a hand resting gently on my shoulder, a weight that felt familiar and almost kind in its steadiness. I opened my eyes expecting to see a face, but the kitchen was empty, the figure gone as if it had never been there at all. The soot on the window had vanished, replaced by the soft orange glow of a setting sun that bathed the room in a deceptive, golden peace. I sat there for a long time, my chest heaving as the adrenaline slowly ebbed away, leaving me hollow and brittle. I looked down at my hand and saw that I had gripped the knife so tightly that a thin red line had formed across my palm. The blood was bright and vivid, a startling reminder that I was still a participant in this world, however tenuous my grasp might be. I felt a strange, quiet resolve begin to form the center of my being, a need to understand the bargain that was being made in the silence of my home. I stood up and walked toward the hallway, the floorboards silent beneath my feet for the first time since the scratching began. I knew that the peace was a fragile thing, a temporary reprieve before the next movement of the dark. The sun had dipped below the horizon, leaving the apartment bathed in a bruised violet twilight that seemed to vibrate against the glass of the window panes. I found myself sitting on the edge of the bathtub, my fingers tracing the cold, pitted texture of the grout. There was a singular, persistent itch on the underside of my chin that felt like a microscopic insect burrowing beneath the surface. I looked at the medicine cabinet, the mirror reflecting a version of the room that felt more real than the one I currently occupied. I wondered if I'd remember to pay the internet bill this month, a mundane concern that felt like a lifeline thrown into a churning, dark sea. My heart was a dull, rhythmic hammer striking against a sheet of lead inside my ribs. The silence in the bathroom was no longer a void, but a heavy velvet curtain that muffled the sounds of the distant city. I noticed a small circular stain on the ceiling directly above the toilet, the plaster appearing to weep a thick amber-colored sap. It dripped with an agonizing slowness, each bead of moisture catching the last of the fading light before plummeting into the water below. The sound of the splash was disproportionately loud, a resonant chime that echoed through the plumbing and into the walls. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of nostalgia for the scent of my grandmother's cedar chest, a dry and dusty perfume that promised safety and permanence. This memory was a fragile anchor, keeping me from drifting into the obsidian pool forming at my feet. The air grew thick with the smell of wet wool and ozone, a combination that made my eyes water and my throat constrict. I watched as the shower curtain began to ripple, though there was no breeze to stir the heavy plastic folds. A hand pale, elongated, and missing the fingernails emerged from the edge of the tub, its skin the color of a fish belly left too long in the sun. It moved with a jerky, unnatural precision, the joints clicking like a set of wooden dice being shaken in a cup. I wanted to scream, but my vocal cords felt like they had been replaced with frayed, damp twine. I could only watch as a second hand appeared, the fingers curling around the porcelain rim with a strength that made the heavy tub groan. I felt a wave of profound sorrow wash over me, a grief that did not belong to my own life or my own history. It was the collective weight of every unsaid goodbye and every forgotten name that had ever passed through these halls. I realized that the apartment was not consuming me, but was instead trying to fill the hollow spaces I had left behind. The entity began to pull itself upward, the crown of a hairless, mottled head rising above the edge of the bathtub. It did not have eyes, only two deep, rhythmic indentations that pulsed in time with the dripping ceiling. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to reach out and touch it, to offer some form of comfort to a thing that seemed so utterly alone. The warmth I had felt in the kitchen returned, a soft and glowing heat that radiated from the center of my own palms. For a moment, the bathroom was flooded with a brilliant white light that smelled of fresh linen and summer grass. The creature in the tub shied away from the brightness, its form dissolving into a swarm of gray, ash-like flakes that drifted toward the floor. I felt the surge of triumph, a belief that I had finally found the key to banishing the darkness that invaded my home. The light was beautiful, a promise of a morning that would never end, and a peace that could not be broken. I stood up, my legs feeling light and strong for the first time in days. But, as light reached its peak, I saw my own reflection in the mirror begin to fade into a translucent, shimmering vapor. The bathroom walls did not return to their normal state, but instead began to peel away like layers of dead skin, revealing a vast and empty void behind the lath. The warmth was not a shield but a solvent, dissolving the boundaries between myself and the nothingness that waited outside. I realized that the light was not saving me, but was merely the final stage of my own erasure. I reached for the door handle, but my fingers passed through the metal as if it were made of smoke. The entity was not gone, but had simply waited for me to welcome the end. The bathroom door began to dissolve into a fine gray powder that tasted like ancient charcoal and forgotten promises. I stood in the center of the small space, my eyes fixed on a single, rusted screw that held the towel rack to the wall. It was a cheap, industrial bit of hardware, yet it seemed like the most important object in the entire universe as the world around it turned to vapor. My heart was no longer a drum, but a heavy, wet weight that seemed to be sinking toward the floor with every stuttering beat. I found myself wondering if I had remembered to lock the mailbox, a trivial concern that I clutched like a drowning man, grasping at a handful of foam. The smell of the room had shifted, moving from the sharp bite of ozone to the cloying, sweet scent of overripe peaches left to rot in the sun. I looked down at my hands and saw that the red line on my palm had begun to glow with a faint, pulsing violet light. The skin around the wound was translucent, revealing the intricate pale network of veins and the white gleam of the bone beneath. I felt no pain, only a profound and hollow sense of absence, as if I were a vessel being slowly drained of its contents. The shadows in the corners were no longer static, but had begun to spin in slow, hypnotic circles that made the ceiling seem to recede into an infinite distance. A single, heavy drop of the dark liquid from the drain landed on my forearm, and I watched in silent horror as it ate through my skin like a drop of concentrated acid. The sound of the whispering voices had been replaced by a low, vibrating hum that seemed to resonate within the very cavities of my skull. It was the sound of 1,000 bees trapped in a glass jar, a frantic and buzzing energy that made my vision blur at the edges. I remembered the way the air felt right before a summer storm, heavy and electric, pregnant with the coming release of the rain. This memory provided a fleeting, fragile comfort, a reminder of a world where consequences were predictable and physics remained tethered to the ground. I tried to move toward the sink, but my legs felt like they were made of cooling wax, sluggish and unresponsive to the desperate commands of my mind. The entity from the tub was gone, but its presence remained as a cold, static charge that made the tiny hairs on my neck stand in rigid, terrified lines. I felt a sudden, sharp pressure against my chest, as if a large, invisible hand were trying to push me back into the empty space where the wall used to be. I realized that the apartment was not just a predator, but a witness to every moment of loneliness I had ever cultivated within its boundaries. It was reflecting my own isolation back at me, magnifying my fear of being forgotten, until it became a physical, suffocating force. I saw a flash of movement in the mirror. Not a monster, but a version of myself from 5 years ago, laughing at a joke I could no longer remember. The warmth returned one final time, but it was no longer a gentle heat. It was a searing, white-hot intensity that smelled of burning hair and scorched earth. For a brief moment, the bathroom was restored to its perfect, mundane reality, every tile and crack rendered in agonizingly sharp detail. I saw the tooth on the floor, the dark liquid in the tub, and the soot on the window all at once. A chaotic collage of the horrors I had endured. I felt a surge of hope, a belief that the fire would cauterize the rot and leave me whole again in the morning light. I reached out to touch the cool porcelain of the sink, my fingers craving the solid, undeniable weight of the physical world. But the porcelain shattered the moment my skin brushed against it, the shards falling into a bottomless, silent pit that had opened up beneath the floor. The light did not bring salvation, but instead acted as a spotlight for the final, slow collapse of my sanity. I felt myself beginning to tilt, the gravity of the room shifting until the wall became the floor and the ceiling became a distant, unreachable sky. I am no longer sure where my body ends and the shadows begin, as the boundaries of my identity continue to fray and dissolve in the dark. I am falling now, and I suspect that the bottom of this room is much further away than I ever imagined. The sensation of falling did not come with the rush of wind or the terror of a sudden impact, but instead felt like sinking through a vast, lukewarm sea of ink. I found myself suspended in a space that possessed no visible boundaries, where the only thing I could feel was the rhythmic, distant pulse of my own nervous system. My eyelids felt heavy, as if tiny, leaden weights had been sewn into the lashes, making every blink a slow and deliberate struggle. I thought about a cracked plastic watering can I had left on my small balcony, wondering if the stagnant water inside had finally evaporated. This insignificant gray object was the only tether I had left to a world of solid matter and predictable physics. The air smelled of burnt sugar and the cold metallic scent of a refrigerator that has been left unplugged for far too long. I realized that I was no longer upright, yet I was not lying down, as if the concept of direction had been erased along with the walls of my home. To my left, a faint, flickering light began to coalesce, forming the jagged outline of a television screen from my childhood. It played a silent, distorted loop of a Saturday morning cartoon, the colors bleeding into one another like wet ink on a page. I watched a familiar character trip and fall over and over again, the repetition creating a hypnotic and sickening rhythm in the center of my chest. I felt a profound sense of shame, a realization that my entire existence had become nothing more than a series of loops and echoes. The darkness around me seemed to lean in, curious and hungry, as it began to sample the fragments of my fading memory. A soft, wet sound broke the silence, like a heavy sponge being squeezed out onto a tiled floor. I looked down, or what I perceived to be down, and saw that the dark liquid from the bathroom was now flowing upward from my own shadow. It did not touch me, but instead began to weave itself into a complex obsidian tapestry that mimicked the floorboards of my bedroom. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of longing for the sound of a doorbell, for any interruption that would prove I was still a part of the human collective. The humming in my ears reached a fever pitch, a high, glass-shattering note that made the very air around me vibrate with a frantic, desperate energy. I reached out a hand, my fingers brushing against a surface that felt like cold, wet silk. The light from the television screen suddenly flared into a brilliant, blinding orange, casting long and distorted shadows that danced across the void. I felt a wave of warmth wash over me, a sensation of being held by someone who knew exactly how much I had suffered. It was the feeling of a heavy wool blanket being tucked around my chin on a winter night. a comfort so deep it made my heart ache with a sudden, painful joy. I saw the door to my apartment standing just a few feet away, the brass handle gleaming with a soft, inviting luster. I took a step toward it, my feet finding purchase on the shadow floor, my breath coming in short, excited gasps that tasted of mountain air and pine. As I reached for the handle, the warmth sharpened into a searing, agonizing heat that made the skin on my knuckles blister and peel. The door did not lead to the hallway, but instead opened into a mirror image of the kitchen, where the faceless entity sat at my table, holding the ceramic cat salt shaker. It looked up at me, or rather it tilted its featureless head in my direction, and I saw that its skin was now made of the same gray powder as my bathroom door. The warmth was a lure, a bright and shiny hook designed to pull me deeper into the center of the apartment's digestive tract. I tried to scream, but my mouth was filled with the dry, gritty taste of ash and old, crumbled brick. I felt a sudden, violent pull from behind, as if a great weight had been tied to my heels and dropped into a bottomless well. The kitchen vanished, replaced by a suffocating velvet blackness that pressed against my mouth and nose until I could no longer draw a breath. I am no longer a man in an apartment, but a single flickering thought in a mind that is much larger and much older than my own. The shadows are no longer around me. They are inside me, filling the spaces where my lungs and heart used to be. I am becoming the silence that I once feared, and I am beginning to realize that the silence is very, very hungry. The pressure against my chest subsided, replaced by a strange, buoyant lightness that made me feel as though I were composed of nothing more than dandelion silk. I found myself standing in the center of my bedroom, though the walls were now the color of a bruised plum and appeared to be breathing in slow, rhythmic expansions. I noticed a single yellowed photograph of a generic mountain landscape tucked into the corner of my dresser mirror, an image I did not remember buying or placing there. My tongue felt like a thick, dry piece of felt in my mouth, and I had to swallow several times just to moisten the back of my parched throat. I wondered if I had left the oven on, a sudden and sharp anxiety that felt like a cold blade slipping between my ribs. It was a ridiculous concern given the state of my reality, yet I clung to the worry as if it were a physical hand holding me back from the edge of a cliff. The air in the room was completely stagnant, smelling of old library books and the faint, dusty scent of a dried funeral wreath. I watched as the floorboards beneath my feet began to turn transparent, revealing a vast network of glowing, golden roots that stretched deep into the dark earth below the building. They pulsed with a soft, amber light that felt warm against the soles of my feet, a stark contrast to the icy obsidian liquid that had haunted my steps. I felt a profound sense of exhaustion, a weariness that went beyond the physical and settled into the very architecture of my soul. I remembered the way the morning air smelled in the countryside, a mixture of damp grass and the promise of a day without expectations. This memory was a quiet sanctuary, a small candle flame burning in the center of a vast and indifferent storm. The humming in my ears died away, replaced by a sound so gentle and rhythmic that it felt like a lullaby sung by a voice I had known before I was born. It was the sound of a steady rain falling on a tin roof, a peaceful and hypnotic drone that made my eyelids feel impossibly heavy. I saw a figure standing by the window, but it was no longer the faceless entity or the pale, distorted creature from the bathtub. It was a silhouette of soft, shimmering light that looked remarkably like my own shadow, cast by a sun that had not yet risen. I felt a wave of intense, quiet relief wash over me, a sensation of finally being seen after a lifetime of hiding in the peripheral vision of the world. I reached out toward the window, my fingers brushing against the glass which felt as soft and yielding as the surface of a bubble. The light from the figure began to expand, filling the room with a pale, pearlescent glow that tasted of ozone and cold spring water. I felt a sudden, sharp tug at the center of my being, as if a long-neglected thread were finally being pulled taut by a steady hand. The bedroom did not dissolve this time, but instead began to knit itself back together, the peeling wallpaper smoothing out into a clean ivory finish. I saw the tooth on the floor vanish, replaced by a single white petal from a flower I could not name. I felt a surge of genuine hope, a belief that the apartment was not digesting me, but was instead purging the layers of loneliness that had kept me a prisoner for so long. I took a deep, shuddering breath, the air feeling clean and sharp in my lungs for the first time in many years. But, as the room stabilized, I realized that the furniture was arranged in a way that I had never chosen, a layout that suggested a life more vibrant and shared than my own. The door to the hallway was wide open, revealing a path that was filled with the soft golden light of a permanent afternoon. I felt a sudden cold realization that I was no longer the occupant of this space, but merely a guest who had stayed far past his welcome. The warmth was not a home, but a doorway, and I was being gently but firmly guided toward the threshold. I looked back at the mirror and saw that I no longer had a reflection, only a clear view of the wall behind me. I am standing at the edge of the hallway now, watching the way the light dances on the polished wood of the floor. I am no longer afraid of the dark, for I realized that the dark was only the shadow of a door I had been too afraid to open. I am ready to see what is on the other side. The hallway did not lead me back into the world of noise, but, instead, guided my feet toward a space of profound and luminous clarity. I found myself standing in the center of the living room, yet the walls were no longer composed of plaster and wood, but were woven from the soft, pale threads of 1,000 quiet mornings. My skin felt cool and supple, the tightness that had defined my existence for 3 long years finally dissolving into a sense of weightless ease. I noticed a small wooden spinning top resting on the windowsill. Its painted red stripes faded to a gentle dusty rose by the passage of time. I wondered if I had ever remembered to water the ivy plant in the kitchen, a fleeting and peaceful thought that drifted away like a single leaf on a calm silver stream. The air was sweet, carrying the scent of rain-washed pavement and the distant, honeyed fragrance of blooming jasmine. The shadows that had once felt like predators were now nothing more than soft, velvet accents in a room filled with a steady and nurturing light. I saw the kitchen table, but it was no longer a place of isolation, appearing instead as a sturdy and welcoming altar to the simple act of existing. The dark liquid had vanished completely, leaving the floorboards clean and shimmering as if they had been polished by a century of gentle footsteps. I felt a deep, resonant sense of belonging, a realization that the apartment had finally finished its work of stripping away the person I thought I had to be. I remembered the sound of my mother's laughter from a summer evening long ago, a bright and musical note that seemed to hang in the air like a golden bell. This memory was no longer a shield, but a part of the very fabric of the silence that now cradled me in its arms. I moved toward the front door, my hand reaching for the brass handle with a steady and unwavering grace. The metal did not burn or resist, but felt solid and warm, a familiar greeting from a world that was no longer a source of terror. I turned the lock, the sound a soft and satisfying click that echoed with the finality of a chapter being closed with love. The door swung open, revealing not a void, but a vast and shimmering landscape of soft, rolling hills bathed in the first light of a permanent dawn. I felt a surge of quiet joy, a peace so profound that it seemed to fill every cell of my body with a gentle, glowing heat. I realized then that the fear of being forgotten was a ghost of its own making, for the universe does not forget a single breath or a single heartbeat. I stepped over the threshold, my feet sinking into a carpet of soft green moss that felt like the touch of an old and trusted friend. The apartment behind me did not disappear, but instead remained as a sturdy and silent witness to the journey I had completed within its walls. I saw the figure of light standing in the distance, its arms open in a gesture of simple and honest welcome. I felt the sense of completion, a knowledge that every scratch in the wall and every shadow in the hall had been a necessary step toward this moment of absolute resolution. I took a deep, slow breath, the air tasting of sunlight and the infinite possibility of a brand new day. I am walking toward the light now, and for the first time in my life, I am not alone. Everything is quiet, and everything is exactly as it should be. The snow in the cabin. I want to be honest with you about something before I begin. I am not a person who frightens easily. That is not bravado. It is just the shape of the life I have built for myself. Out here, in a place that will kill you at approximately 45 minutes if you stop paying attention. Fear is not something I've ever had the luxury of indulging. When you grow up in Fairbanks, when you spend your teenage summers at fish camps where the nearest town is 3 hours away on a dirt road, when you guide paying clients through backcountry terrain where a wrong step can mean a broken leg and a broken leg can mean dying slowly before anyone finds you, you learn to metabolize fear. Same way you metabolize cold. It becomes information. It stops being a feeling and starts being a tool. I want you to understand that because I want you to understand what it meant when that tool stopped working. My name is not important. What is important is that I was 29 years old when this happened. I've been guiding professionally for the better part of a decade, and I had never once in my adult life doubted my ability to read a piece of wilderness and know, in my body, whether it was safe or wrong. That confidence was real. It was earned. It was also, I understand now, the specific thing that the land was waiting to use against me. Alaska in winter is not like anywhere else. I've heard people from the lower 48 describe cold weather, and I do not say this unkindly, but they are describing a different substance entirely. The cold up here is not an inconvenience. It is a presence. It has weight and intention, and it moves through the spaces between layers of clothing with a patience that is almost methodical, finding the places where you have been careless, settling in, and beginning its work. The sky in January above the Arctic Circle carries a particular quality of darkness, not the soft darkness of a city at 2 in the morning, but something absolute. A darkness that has no memory of light and is not waiting for it to return. I had loved that darkness my whole life. I want to be honest about that too, because by the time I finished writing this account, I was no longer sure whether I still did. The plan was simple, and simplicity, in my experience, is the greatest liar in wilderness travel. Randy and I had done this particular route twice before, both times without incident. 2 state-registered backcountry cabins, 60 miles of open snowmobile terrain between them, 4 days total. We would spend the first night at cabin 1, push through to cabin 2 on day 2, rest and return. We had done it and marched 2 years running. We knew the landmarks. We knew the terrain. We had GPS units and satellite phones and enough cold weather gear to survive a night outside without the cabins if we had to. Randy was the best winter navigator I have ever met, and I have met a lot of them. He grew up in rural British Columbia, started snowmobiling before he was 10, and had the kind of spatial memory for landscape that some people have for faces. He could travel through a whiteout and emerge on the correct side of a ridge with a calmness that I used to find almost annoying. He was 27 in the photographs I still have from that trip. He looks relaxed in all of them. He had no reason not to be. We left on a Tuesday, and the forecast was clear. I remember the morning of departure, the way you remember mornings that were the last of something, in perfect and useless detail. The air outside our apartment was -22 and still as glass. I stood on the porch for a few minutes drinking coffee and watching the vapor from my breath rise straight up into the dark sky. No wind at all to disturb it. The spruce trees at the edge of the property were loaded with snow, their branches bent into long white curves, and the yard was untracked and smooth. I thought, briefly, about our neighbor's dog, a big gray Malamute who usually barked when I went outside, and noticed that he was quiet. I thought nothing of it at the time. I would think about it later, with the particular sharpness of details that arrived too late to be useful. The first day was everything the forecast promised. We ran the route with no incidents, reached the first cabin by early afternoon, ate the freeze-dried meals that Randy insisted tasted fine, and that tasted, in fact, like seasoned cardboard with a texture that required determination, and played cards by a wood stove until we were tired enough to sleep. I remember watching the small orange window of the stove glow in the dark of the cabin after we turned the lantern off, and feeling the particular contentment of being cold outside and warm inside, of being exactly where you planned to be with someone you trusted. It is a feeling that seems almost absurd to describe now. But it was real. I want to be accurate about that. We were happy that night. There was nothing wrong. I woke up at 6 the following morning to the sound of the wind. Not wind as in a breeze, not wind as in the kind of gusting you plan around. Wind as in a physical force working against the walls of the cabin, finding the gaps in the doorframe, pushing through as a thin, cold exhalation along the floor. I lay still for a moment and listened, and I heard it change pitch, which is something wind does in a serious storm, when it moves from one register to another the way a voice does when it is working up toward something. I got up and opened the door and stood in the frame for approximately 3 seconds before the cold drove me back inside. The blizzard had come from the northwest overnight, which was not what the forecast had said. The forecast had said light precipitation, minimal wind, stable pressure. What I was looking at through the window was none of those things. It was a full storm, dense and horizontal, the kind that makes distance meaningless because everything beyond 20 feet simply ceases to exist. I checked my weather app, which now showed in the blandest possible language a winter storm advisory that had not been there the night before. Randy was awake by then. He stood beside me at the window for a while without speaking. I should tell you that we discussed staying. We had food. We had a functioning stove. We had no reason to move until the weather cleared, and the weather would clear because it always did, and there was absolutely no shame in waiting it out. I should tell you we discussed it, and that the better version of that morning ended there. Instead, we looked at each other with the particular stupidity of two people who were both too capable for their own good. And somewhere in that shared glance was the unspoken agreement that we had ridden through worse than this, that it was only 60 miles, that we knew the route. We left at 8 a.m. I keep returning to that decision, not with anger, not anymore, but with the specific and patient attention I now give to every moment that came before the cabin. What I understand now, and did not understand then, is that the blizzard was not the danger. The blizzard was only the door. There is a particular quality to the silence that follows a major decision, and I have spent a long time trying to find the right word for it. Not regret. Regret requires distance, requires the luxury of looking back from somewhere safe. What I am describing is something that arrives in the body before the mind has processed anything. A low and persistent hum beneath the rib cage, like a frequency you cannot quite identify as music or machinery. I felt it the moment we pulled away from the first cabin. I felt it in the handles of the snowmobile, in the vibration traveling up through my arms, and I told myself, as I had been trained to tell myself by years of working in conditions that did not care about my comfort, that the feeling was just adrenaline, that it was the body preparing itself to work hard, that it meant nothing beyond the physiological. I was wrong about that, but I did not know it yet. For the first 20 minutes, the terrain was readable. We had ridden this route before, and even through the weather, enough of the landscape was familiar that I could match what I was seeing to the map I carried inside my jacket. There was a long, gradual rise to the north that we needed to crest before the route flattened out into the wide corridor of open land between the two cabin locations. Randy took the lead, which was the agreed-upon plan because his spatial memory and low visibility was simply better than mine. I settled into following his track and let myself focus on the one task that mattered: staying upright, staying steady, staying close enough to keep him in sight. The storm made that harder with every passing minute. I want to describe the visibility accurately, because it matters for everything that came later. It was not the kind of whiteout you see in photographs, where the sky and the ground merge into a single uniform white. It was more complex than that, more disorienting. The snow was moving horizontally, in layers, so that at any given moment, you were seeing 3 or 4 distinct planes of motion, all of them slightly different in speed and direction, and the effect on depth perception was profound. Objects at 10 feet looked the same distance as objects at 30. The ground, when you could see it, looked both flat and somehow wrong, like a surface that was performing stability rather than actually possessing it. I had ridden in bad conditions before. This was not the worst I had seen. That was the thought I kept returning to, even as the route began to feel less certain. Even as the landmarks I had been matching to my internal map started arriving in the wrong order, or not arriving at all. I had ridden in worse than this. I was good at this. We both were. I noticed, somewhere in the second hour, that I had stopped watching Randy's track and started watching Randy himself. There is a difference. Following a track means trusting the line behind a person, letting the geometry of their path guide you. Watching a person means watching for information, watching for the small adjustments in posture and speed that signal discomfort or uncertainty. I caught myself reading his shoulders, the slight forward lean that meant he was pushing into the wind, the way his head turned very slightly left and then corrected back to center, the movement of a man checking a reference point and finding it not quite where he expected it to be. He did not slow down. I did not say anything over the radio. We had that dynamic, the two of us, the kind that develops between people who have shared difficult terrain often enough that communication becomes abbreviated and precise. An unnecessary question was a sign of inexperience. An unnecessary doubt was noise. We both understood that, and we both believed it. And I am honest enough now to say that belief served us extremely well for 4 years, and then, on a Tuesday morning in a blizzard, it cost us something neither of us could afford to lose. The wind changed direction. I felt it before I processed it consciously. The way you feel a change in air pressure in a room when someone opens a door on the far side of a building. The storm had been coming from the northwest since I woke up. A consistent, readable push that I had been using as an orientation tool without consciously deciding to. When it shifted hard, and for perhaps 4 seconds my inner compass simply went blank. The same sensation as reaching for a light switch in a room you know perfectly well and finding nothing where the wall should be. Randy's snowmobile slowed ahead of me. I adjusted my own speed to match. Then I saw him go over. It was not dramatic in the way that accidents in films are dramatic. There was no long arc, no suspension, no moment of terrible clarity before the fall. The machine simply tilted to the left, and then it was on its side, and then the rest of the event happened in a sequence my brain filed away as a series of still photographs rather than a continuous motion. Randy on the ground, the machine beside him, the particular angle of his right leg, which I registered and immediately refused to fully process, filing it instead in the category of things I would think about later, when later was a place I could afford to visit. I was off my snowmobile and moving toward him before I was aware of having made the decision. The ground between us was uneven in a way that the snow had concealed entirely, shallow depressions and ice-glazed rock that grabbed at my boots with every step. I remember thinking, absurdly, that I had meant to check the battery on the handheld radio before we left, and could not remember whether I had done it. That thought arrived with complete clarity in the middle of a situation that should have made mundane concerns impossible. I understand now that the mind does that on purpose, that it reaches for the small and manageable when the large and unmanageable is directly in front of it, and that the reaching is not weakness, but survival. I reached Randy and knelt beside him in the snow. He looked at me with an expression I had never seen on him before. Not pain, exactly. He was managing the pain the way he managed everything, by processing it internally and presenting only the necessary external information. What I saw in his face was more precise than pain. It was the expression of a person doing rapid and honest arithmetic, calculating the variables of a situation and arriving at an answer he does not like but intends to accept without complaint. He said, very quietly, that his leg was broken. He said it the way a person reports a fact about weather or terrain. Neutral, accurate, without escalation. And because he said it that way, I heard it the same way. And we both stayed inside that register for the next several minutes, because neither of us could afford to leave it. I helped him sit upright against the overturned machine, and he let me do that without saying anything, which told me more about the degree of pain he was in than any verbal description could have. Randy did not accept help with physical things without a specific and conscious act of will. I got him settled, and then I stayed beside him for a moment and looked out at the storm and did the same arithmetic he had just done. The numbers were not good. He could not ride behind me. We had tried that on a different trip years earlier, in completely different conditions, as a test of the machine and our coordination, and it had not worked well even then. With a broken leg, with weather like this, with the kind of terrain we were sitting in, it was not a real option. I knew it, and he knew it, and we did not waste time pretending otherwise. The satellite phone was in my inside jacket pocket, which meant it was warm enough to function. I got a partial connection on the third attempt and transmitted our GPS coordinates and a description of the situation, and I was not certain when I finished whether the message had gone through completely or partially or not at all. The signal indicator had done something ambiguous at the end of the call that I could not interpret with confidence. Randy told me to go. He did not frame it as a request. He stated it as the logical conclusion of the problem we were working, the way he might have announced the next waypoint on a route, and I understood that the framing was intentional. He was not asking me to abandon him. He was telling me that my leaving was a solution, and that the solution needed to happen quickly, and that there was no version of staying that helped either of us. I layered every piece of spare insulation we had onto him and around him. I marked our coordinates in the GPS unit and read them back to him twice, so we both had them memorized. He watched me do all of this with that same precise expression, the one that was managing more than it was showing, and neither of us said the things that were available to say. There were things available to say. I am certain he knew what they were. I am certain I did. He told me to be careful. Then he told me to be helpful, not to do anything stupid. I got back on my snowmobile, and I left him there, sitting in the snow, and the storm closed behind me so completely and so immediately that within 30 seconds I could no longer see him at all. I have returned to that moment many times in the 18 months since, not to revisit it, not to perform it for myself in some exercise of grief or guilt, but because there is something in it that I still have not fully understood, some quality of the moment itself that keeps asking to be examined. I left the person I loved most in the world alone in a blizzard, because the alternative was both of us dying. That was the correct decision. I believe that. I have believed it consistently without serious doubt for 18 months, and still, when the room gets quiet in a particular way, I feel the exact sensation of turning away from him, and it arrives not as a memory, but as a physical fact, as real as cold, as present as breath. That feeling was the thing the cabin found. I understand that now. I did not understand it then. Then, I was navigating. Then, I was focused on the task, on the GPS coordinates, on the distance between where I was and where I needed to be. The grief had not arrived yet. It was waiting. It always waits. There was snow everywhere, and there was wind everywhere, and somewhere behind me there was Randy, and somewhere ahead there was a cabin that was registered on the maps, and a radio that would save him if I could only reach it in time. I told myself to hold that sequence in my mind like a rope, and I held it, and I rode, and the storm did what storms do, which is not what you expect. Disorientation in a whiteout is not like getting lost in a city, or even like losing your bearing on a trail you thought you knew. It is more intimate than that. It works from the inside out, dismantling the sense of spatial certainty the way water works through stone, not with force, but with patience. exploiting the small fractures until the structure itself becomes unreliable. I've guided clients through disorientation before, talked them through it, coached them back to functional calm using the same techniques I had been using since my early 20s. Breathe. Pick one fixed reference and hold it. Trust the instrument in your hand over the instrument in your head. I was doing all of those things. The disorientation was advancing anyway. The GPS unit was functioning. I want to be precise about that, because I've had people ask me afterward whether the technology failed, whether there was some equipment error that explained what happened, and the answer is no. The unit was accurate and consistent. The signal was strong, and the coordinates it was giving me were real coordinates in a real landscape. The problem was not the instrument. The problem was that the landscape those coordinates described in the landscape I was physically moving through had stopped matching each other in ways I could not account for. I had been riding for approximately 45 minutes when I first noticed it. The route between the two cabins follows a natural corridor, a long, shallow valley with distinct ridge lines on either side that function as navigation anchors, even in low visibility. I had used those ridges on both previous trips. Not consciously, not in the way you would use a marked trail, but in the background way that an experienced navigator uses large features, as a constant peripheral confirmation that the direction of travel is correct. They had been there when we left the first cabin. They had been there for the first portion of the ride, somewhere in the second half of that 45 minutes. Without my being able to identify the exact moment of change, they were gone, not obscured by weather, though the weather was poor enough to explain it. Gone in a way that felt structural, as though the terrain itself that quietly rearranged. I slowed and stopped and sat on the idling machine, and looked at the GPS screen, and then looked up at the space around me, and I did that 3 times in succession, trying to reconcile the two pictures. The screen said I was on course. My eyes said I was somewhere I did not recognize. My body said something and neither the screen nor my eyes were equipped to translate. That low and persistent frequency beneath the rib cage that I had noticed when we left the first cabin and that had been present very quietly ever since. It was louder now. I thought about Randy, not in a useful, practical way, not in the way of running calculations about time and distance and survivability. I thought about him in a way I had no permission to think about him yet, in the way of someone for whom the outcome is already fixed. I caught myself doing it and stopped, and the catching was a physical act, an actual clenching of the jaw, a conscious reassembly of the functional self. I was not going to do that. I was not going to think about him that way until there was a reason to, and there was not yet a reason to. I checked the battery on the handheld radio. It was at 63%, which was fine and also completely irrelevant given that there was no one within range to hear me, but the checking of it was something to do that was small and specific and within my control, and I needed something like that in that moment. The way you need a handhold on a steep slope. I started moving again. The snow had changed texture since we left the cabin, which is something that happens in northern blizzards as temperature and wind speed interact with accumulation. And the new surface was behaving differently into the machine, less predictable, softer in some areas, and with a concealed crispness underneath in others, that occasionally grabbed and tried to redirect me without warning. I was managing it, but managing it was costing attention I would have preferred to spend on navigation, and attention in conditions like these is a finite resource that cannot be borrowed against. It was in this state, riding slower than I wanted to, spending more focus than I had to spare, that I saw the smoke. It appeared to my left, perhaps 100 yards into the trees, which at that distance in those conditions meant it was more suggested than visible. A slight thickening of the air in one specific location, a quality of grayness that was marginally different from the surrounding grayness. I stopped again and looked at it for a long time without moving. Smoke means combustion. Combustion means a heat source. A heat source, out here, means a structure of some kind, and a structure means a person, and a person means a radio or a vehicle, or at minimum, another human being who might know the terrain better than I currently did. The The logical sequence was clean and obvious, and I followed it without hesitation. I angled left and rode toward the trees. The structure became visible about 30 yards in, and my first reaction was practical rather than emotional. It was small, considerably smaller than either of the registered cabins I'd been using as destination points, and built differently, without the standardized construction of a state-registered backcountry shelter. One side had accumulated a drift of snow to a depth that suggested either that the building had been settled there for a long time, or that the storm had found a specific angle to push against it. The roofline was lower than regulation. There was a single window on the side facing me, and through it came a faint and uneven light. The chimney was producing real smoke. Recent combustion, an active fire. I killed the engine and stood beside the machine for a moment before approaching, not because I was afraid, not yet, but because the professional habit of assessment is not something you set aside simply because your circumstances are urgent. I looked at the structure and I looked at the area around it, and I looked at the single set of tracks entering the clearing from the east, old enough to be partially filled, which meant they had been made before the worst of the storm, which meant whoever had made them was likely still inside. I crossed to the door and knocked. The sound of my knocking was swallowed immediately by the wind. I waited and knocked again, harder, and called out, identifying myself, giving my name and the fact that I needed help. And I heard nothing from inside. No movement, no voice, no acknowledgement of any kind. I tried the handle. The door opened inward and warm air moved against my face. I stepped inside, and the warmth of the interior was the first fully comfortable sensation I had experienced in hours. The particular quality of warmth produced by a wood stove that has been burning steadily for a long time, radiating outward from the iron sides in concentric waves that you feel first on the face, and then through the layers of clothing, and then, if you stand still long enough, in the bones themselves. I stood in the doorway for a moment and let myself feel it. Just for a moment, just one breath of something that was not cold and wind, and the specific arithmetic of a man dying in the snow. There was a bedroll on the floor to the right of the stove, a tin cup on the sill of the single window, a shelf along the back wall holding 3 or 4 items I cannot yet identify from the doorway. The can of food on the floor near the bedroll had a spoon still standing in it, the contents partially consumed, the meal interrupted rather than finished. Nobody was home. Everything looked as though somebody had been home approximately 5 minutes before I arrived. I stepped fully inside and pulled the door mostly closed behind me against the wind. I tried the satellite phone again from the warmth, holding it closer to my body and waiting longer between attempts, and got nothing useful. Just the same ambiguous signal behavior I had seen earlier. Connection flickering at the threshold between established and lost. I lowered the phone and let myself acknowledge for the first time that I might not be able to summon help from this location either. I was turning to go when I saw the shelf more clearly. There were binoculars, military grade by the look of them, heavier and more deliberate than the recreational kind. There was a folded map beside them, the kind printed on waterproof paper, which suggested someone who had put real thought into the question of durability. And there was a notebook, spiral-bound, well-used, the cover soft from handling. I unfolded the map first. It was a trail map of the area, not a standard published map, but something more specific, with handwritten additions, circled sections, annotation in pencil. I recognized the terrain it depicted. I recognized 2 locations within it, with a sharpness that relocated everything else in my understanding of the room. Both cabins, the one we had stayed in the night before, and the one I was riding toward, were circled in marker, with dates written alongside them in a small, careful hand. The dates were not from this week. They were from this winter, and the winter before, and the winter before that. A sequence of dates beside locations I had slept in, stretching back far enough to include, in all probability, our previous trips. I picked up the notebook with a steadiness that I am still not entirely sure how I managed. I did not read it in any systematic way. I turned pages, registering fragments, and what the fragments contained were descriptions of people, clothing, direction of travel, machine types, physical descriptions that were detailed enough to be functional and practical in a way that had nothing to do with casual observation. It was documentation, consistent, patient, organized documentation of human beings moving through a corridor of wilderness that this person, whoever they were, had chosen to monitor over a period of years. I did not look for Randy and Miana's pages. I understand, looking back, that I did not look because some part of me already knew we were there, and knowing we were there while standing in that room, alone, with the door behind me not fully closed, was a version of the truth I could not afford to hold and keep functioning simultaneously. I put the notebook down with a care that was almost ceremonial, the same careful precision a person uses when they want their hands to remain under control. I took a breath. I oriented myself toward the door. I began to move toward it. The sound came from directly beneath my feet. Not a settling sound, not the structural complaint of old wood under temperature stress, not anything I could categorize with the vocabulary of normal buildings. It was a human voice, a woman's voice, at full volume, without any of the qualities of language in it. Only the raw physiological fact of a person producing the loudest sound a human body is capable of producing. The shock of it moved through me like voltage. I was outside before I had consciously decided to leave. I was on the machine before the sound had fully faded from the air around me. I do not remember starting the engine, but it was running when I looked down at my hands. I rode away from that clearing with a speed that was entirely at odds with the visibility in the terrain and the operational judgment of someone who knew better. And I rode without looking back, not because I was incapable of looking back, but because some decisions, once made, cannot survive the act of reconsidering them. The sound followed me. Not literally. The sound stayed where it was in that clearing beneath those floorboards. But sounds like that do not stay in places, they stay in people. What I could not know, riding away through the trees with my hands unsteady on the handles, was that the worst thing about that sound was not its volume, and not its source, and not what it might mean. The worst thing was the question I could not answer then, and cannot answer now. How long had it been going on before I arrived, alone and perfectly lost, at exactly that door? There is a specific kind of mental state that experienced wilderness navigators develop over years of working in conditions that do not forgive mistakes, and the closest I can come to describing it is this: a compartment. Not suppression, not denial. A compartment is something more deliberate than either of those things. It is the practiced ability to take a piece of information that is too large or too destabilizing to process in real time, to place it in a sealed interior space, and to continue functioning at full capacity with the understanding that the compartment will be open later, when later is a place that exists. I had used this ability many times in my professional life. A client who panics on a steep traverse, a machine that fails 12 miles from the nearest road, a weather system that arrives 4 hours ahead of the forecast. I opened a compartment for the sound from beneath the floorboards and I rode. The GPS was still functioning. I focused on it with a concentration that excluded everything peripheral. The quality of the snow under the machine, the movement of wind-driven spindrift across the terrain ahead, the particular sound the engine made when it worked against a grade. I reduced the world to a screen and a set of numbers, and the distance between where those numbers said I was and where I needed to be. This is not a technique I would recommend to anyone who has not practiced it extensively, because the exclusion of peripheral information in wilderness travel carries its own risks. But the alternative was thinking about what I had just left behind me in that clearing, and thinking about that while also thinking about Randy, while also managing a snowmobile in deteriorating conditions, was not a calculation that produced a survivable answer. So I did not think about it. I thought about it anyway. The mind does not honor compartments the way we construct them. It finds the seams. It works at the edges of the sealed space, with a persistence that is almost architectural, probing for the load-bearing wall. And when it finds one, it does not crash through it. It simply makes the wall transparent, so that you can see the contents without technically opening the door. I could see the contents, the notebook on the shelf, the dated circles around the cabin locations, the description of a woman in her late 20s on a red Arctic cat, and I did not know if that description was in the notebook because I had not looked, but I knew, with the bodily certainty that bypasses rational argument, that it was there. Someone had been watching us, not recently, not opportunistically, over years, with patience, with documentation, with the specific and deliberate attention of a person who had chosen this corridor of wilderness as a theater of operation and had been maintaining it, quietly and consistently, for long enough that the notebook had run through most of its pages. The dates beside the cabin circles went back at least 3 winters, and we had been making this run for 2 of them, which meant that, at minimum, we had passed through someone's record-keeping on 2 separate occasions without any awareness that we were being observed. I turned that fact over as I rode, not to examine it for comfort, because there was no comfort in it, but because understanding the shape of a thing is the first step toward managing it, and managing it was all I had. The terrain began to look slightly more familiar, or I convinced myself it did, which in that moment amounted to the same thing. The ridgelines were still absent, still swallowed by the storm, but the character of the ground underfoot had shifted in a way that felt consistent with the approach to the second cabin, less open, more textured, with a denser arrangement of spruce on the left side that I associated with the final kilometer of the approach route. I adjusted my bearings slightly to the north and kept moving. I thought about the woman under the floorboards. Not her voice. I had compartmentalized the voice, but her circumstances, the logical structure of what her circumstances implied. Someone had made her. That was the irreducible fact at the center of it. Someone had constructed a situation in which a human being was underneath the floorboards of a structure in the middle of a northern blizzard. And that construction had not happened accidentally or recently. The bedroll on the floor, the partially consumed food, the binoculars and the map in the notebook. Those were the evidence of a sustained and organized presence. Whatever was beneath those floorboards was not incidental to that presence. It was part of its architecture. I had ridden away from it. I want to be precise about this because I've been imprecise about it with myself for 18 months and the imprecision has not helped. I did not make a rational decision to prioritize Randy's survival over investigating the sound. I did not weigh the options and arrive at a considered conclusion. I ran. The sound triggered a physiological response that bypassed the decision-making apparatus entirely, and I was outside and moving before anything that could reasonably be called a choice had occurred. I tell myself, and I will probably always tell myself, that returning would have served no one. That Randy was running out of time, that an injured woman under floorboards in a structure I could not find again in a whiteout was a problem I had no tools to address alone. I tell myself that. I believe it approximately 70% of the time. The second cabin appeared through the weather with a suddenness that felt almost aggressive, the dark rectangle of its outline resolving from the gray air at a distance of perhaps 20 meters. Close enough that I had to brake harder than I wanted to on the uncertain surface. I came to a stop a few feet from the door and sat on the idling machine for a moment, breathing in a deliberate and controlled way that was only partially successful. My hands, I noticed, were not entirely steady on the handles. I noticed this with a clinical detachment that surprised me, the way you notice a detail about someone else's face rather than your own. I got inside and found the emergency radio on its bracket beside the door where it was supposed to be. The call went through on the first attempt, which is the only genuinely clean thing that happened that day. I gave our coordinates, Randy's condition, the nature of the injury, the GPS location I had marked when I left him. The voice on the other end was calm and professional, and asked exactly the right questions in exactly the right sequence, and I answered them with a precision I am still faintly proud of, given the state I was in. A helicopter would be dispatched, conditions permitting. The phrase "conditions permitting" landed in my chest with a weight that I placed immediately into the compartment with the other things and closed the door. Then the call was over and I was alone in the cabin with the radio and the silence. I had been moving for so long at such a sustained level of operational intensity that stopping felt physically incorrect. My body wanted to continue doing something. My hands moved without instruction, checking the contents of a supply shelf I had no reason to inventory, straightening a folded map that did not need straightening. I noticed a kerosene lantern hanging from a hook near the window and found myself calculating, without any real purpose, whether it was full or partially empty, as though the fuel level of a lantern in a registered backcountry cabin was a problem that required my immediate attention. My mind was working around the edges of the compartment. I sat down on the edge of the sleeping platform, and I let myself think about Randy in a controlled way, which is to say I thought about the practical facts of his situation rather than the emotional ones. He was sheltered. He had insulation. He had water in the form of snow he could reach, and body heat enough to melt small quantities of it. The broken leg was serious but not immediately fatal if he stayed still and stayed warm. The satellite phone transmission had been partial, but might have been enough. The helicopter was coming if the weather allowed. These were the rational facts. I arranged them in a row and looked at them. Then I thought about the notebook. The specific detail it kept returning to me was not the dates, though the dates were disturbing enough. It was the quality of the handwriting. I had only seen it briefly, in fragments, turning pages with hands that were not entirely cooperative, but what I had registered was this. The entries were consistent, the same hand throughout, the same small careful script, the same organizational logic across what appeared to be multiple seasons of documentation. This was not the record of someone erratic or disorganized. It was the record of someone methodical, someone who had been doing this for long enough that the methodology had become routine. Routine is a word that changes meaning depending on what it describes. I thought about the binoculars, military grade, positioned beside the map on a shelf in a structure that was not on any map I had ever seen. The clearing we had stopped in on previous trips, midway between the two cabins where Randy had a habit of pulling over to check the GPS and stretch for a few minutes, was perhaps 4 miles from where I estimated the structure to be, perhaps 3. In clear conditions, with adequate magnification, from an elevated position, a person with those binoculars and a knowledge of the route and a habit of patience could have observed us on multiple occasions without our awareness. We had been observed. I was now certain of it in the way you are certain of things that you cannot prove, but that your body has already accepted as established fact. And then, beneath that certainty, arrived the question that I had been successfully avoiding since I rode away from the clearing, the question that the compartment system had been specifically constructed to delay. The structure was not on any map. The tracks entering the clearing had been made before the worst of the storm, which meant the person who made them had left before I arrived. Left and gone somewhere that was not inside the structure, because the structure had been empty when I entered it. Empty except for the sound beneath the floorboards. If whoever lived there had not been inside, then where were they? I looked at the emergency radio on its bracket. I looked at the door of the cabin. I looked at the single window, which showed me nothing but the gray movement of the storm outside, and I thought about the 45 minutes I had spent riding through terrain that had not matched the GPS, terrain that felt structurally rearranged. And I thought about the direction I had been traveling when I saw the smoke, and the direction from the structure to this cabin, and the fact that whoever maintained that structure knew this corridor of wilderness well enough to have documented it across multiple seasons. The realization arrived not as a dramatic revelation, but as a quiet incremental shift, the way a room changes when a cloud moves across the sun outside. No single moment of change, but a gradual alteration of everything the light touches. I was in the second cabin. I was safe, in the most immediate and practical sense of that word. Randy was alive, and a helicopter was coming. And somewhere out in the storm, in a landscape that person knew considerably better than I did, was whoever had left the structure before I arrived. I reached over and checked the lock on the cabin door. It was a simple interior bolt, the standard hardware on every registered backcountry shelter in the state, designed to keep weather out and provide a minimal sense of enclosure. I slid it home and listened to the small, definitive sound it made, and then I sat very still and listened to everything beyond it. The wind the creak of the roof structure under lateral pressure, the faint percussion of driven snow against the window glass, and somewhere underneath all of that, or perhaps only in the space where my nervous system had been running at maximum capacity for 3 hours and was now beginning to register the cost, a frequency I could not locate and could not name, low and persistent, exactly where it had been since we left the first cabin that morning. I told myself it was just the storm finding the gaps in the walls, which was a lie I repeated until the helicopter arrived. And even then, even with the rotors overhead and the rescue team at the door and Randy alive and the whole terrible arithmetic of the day beginning to resolve, I could not fully convince myself that the sound I was hearing was weather and not something that had followed me, patiently and without hurry, from a clearing in the trees to a door I had just bolted from the inside. The helicopter came in low and fast, and the sound of it was the most functional thing I had heard all day. Not beautiful, not reassuring in any soft or sentimental sense. Functional, the way a tool is functional when you have been working without it for too long and your hands have begun to compensate in ways that are costing them. I stood outside the cabin door and watched it descend through the thinning edge of the storm, and what I felt was not relief but a specific and practical unwinding of the operational tension that had been holding my body in a particular configuration for the past several hours. The muscles across my shoulders, the set of my jaw, the constant low-grade isometric effort of a person who has been managing a situation alone and cannot yet afford to stop. I gave the rescue coordinator everything I had: coordinates, timeline, condition assessment, the specific GPS marker I had dropped when I left Randy. The coordinator was a man named Pete, weathered and unhurried in the way of people who have worked emergencies long enough that urgency has become a permanent baseline rather than an elevated state. He listened without interrupting, asked 3 clarifying questions, and then the helicopter lifted and turned north and was gone back into the gray air, and I was alone again with the wind and the locked door behind me, and the particular silence of a decision that has been taken out of your hands. I went back inside. The waiting was its own kind of work. I have never been good at stillness under pressure, not because I am impulsive, but because my body is trained to convert stress into motion, into the physical problem-solving that wilderness work demands, and stillness under pressure forces the conversion to run inward instead, which is considerably less comfortable. I sat on the edge of the sleeping platform, and I did what I had been successfully avoiding doing since I rode away from the clearing. I thought about the woman under the floorboards. Not tactically, not with the operational focus I had been using to manage everything else. I thought about her the way you think about a person when the emergency is over, and the adrenaline has withdrawn, and what remains is the unmediated fact of what happened. She was a human being. She was beneath the floor of a structure in the middle of a northern blizzard. She had been producing a sound that no person produces voluntarily, a sound that belongs to the category of involuntary human responses, the ones the body makes when it has run out of other options. And I had run. I sat with that. I did not try to move it or manage it or place it in a compartment. I let it occupy the full space it was entitled to occupy, which was considerable, and I noticed what it felt like in the body, the specific location of it, which was not in the chest the way grief usually is, but lower, in the stomach, in the place where the body registers moral information before the mind has processed it into language. I had made the right decision. I still believe that. Randy was alive because I had made the right decision, and if I had turned back toward that clearing, if I had dismounted and gone to that door and attempted to investigate a situation I had no tools to address, alone in a whiteout, with an unknown and potentially dangerous person somewhere in the surrounding terrain, the outcome for Randy would have been different. The arithmetic was clean. The arithmetic being clean did not change what was in my stomach. I have a sister named Kara. She is 3 years younger than me, and she lives in Anchorage, and she is the person in my life who has most consistently understood the choices I make without requiring me to explain them, which is a rarer quality in a person than it sounds. We are not alike in most external ways. She works in an office. She has a husband and 2 children and a life organized around schedules and proximity, and the kind of daily continuity that my work makes impossible for me. But we share something that I have never been able to name precisely, some quality of interior wiring that means we process difficulty in the same way, from the inside out, without announcement, without the social performance of distress. I thought about Kara while I sat in that cabin, not because she was relevant to the situation in any practical sense, but because when my mind stops being able to manage something through operational focus, it goes to her the way a compass needle goes to north, not with drama, simply with the quiet authority of its own nature. I thought about the last time I had seen her, 4 months earlier, when she had driven up from Anchorage for a long weekend, and we had gone ice fishing on a lake outside town, sitting in the small heated shelter with lines in the water, and nothing required of either of us. She had fallen asleep in her chair at one point in the early afternoon, her coffee going cold in her hand, and I had watched her sleep for a few minutes with the particular tenderness that is only available between people who have known each other their entire lives. I wondered what she would say about the notebook. Not about the woman under the floorboards, not about the helicopter or Randy's broken leg, or the question of whether I had made the right decision, about the notebook specifically, because Kara is the person who would go directly to the thing that matters and say it without softening it, and the thing that mattered about the notebook was not what it contained, but what it revealed about the person who had maintained it, the patience it represented, the sustained and deliberate attention over years, the choice of this specific corridor, these specific cabins, these specific routes, as a theater of ongoing observation. That level of sustained attention is not random. It has an object. I had been the object, or one of several objects, for at minimum 2 winters, possibly 3. Randy and I had been documented, described, located in space and time, filed alongside others in a record that someone had been carefully maintaining in a structure that appeared on no map, and that a team of troopers would later be unable to locate. We had moved through a landscape we believed we knew, carrying the confidence of experience and equipment and preparation, and all of it, every careful plan and practiced skill, had been visible from a hillside, through military-grade binoculars to someone who had been watching us long enough to run out of notebook pages. The horror of that was not in the danger. Or, not only in the danger, it was in the intimacy. I have spent my adult life in wilderness spaces precisely because of the quality of solitude they offer, the specific and earned solitude of a place where human presence is the exception rather than the rule, where the landscape is indifferent to you in a way that is clarifying rather than lonely. The wilderness does not watch you. It does not notice you or document you or file you alongside others in a record of movements and descriptions. It simply is, and you move through it, and what happens between you and it is private in a way that nothing in populated spaces ever fully is. That privacy had been a lie. For 2 winters, possibly 3, the most private spaces I inhabited had been observed. The specific route Randy and I used, which we had chosen partly because it was remote enough that we rarely encountered other people, had been chosen by someone else for exactly the same reason, and that someone had been using the remoteness not to escape observation but to conduct it. Every stop we had made in that corridor, every moment of vulnerability that comes with travel in extreme conditions, had been available to a set of eyes I had never known to look for. In Randy, that was where the thought arrived that I had been successfully avoiding since I left the clearing, the one that the compartment system had been specifically constructed to contain, and it arrived not with the force of a revelation but with the quiet devastation of something that had always been true and had simply been waiting for me to stop moving long enough to find it. Randy had been out there, alone, in the snow, for the duration of the time I had spent in that clearing. Stationary, injured, unable to move, the GPS coordinates I had marked when I left him were accurate coordinates in a landscape that someone knew better than any map described, and whoever maintained that structure had been tracking people through this corridor for years. documenting their machines and their clothing and their direction of travel, and had left the structure before I arrived, which meant they were somewhere in the storm, moving through terrain they understood with a familiarity I could not match, and the only person I had left markers for was the one person who could not move. I was on my feet before the thought had fully completed itself. The radio was on its bracket. I crossed to it and keyed the handset and asked for the rescue coordinator, and while I waited for the connection, I stood very still and made myself think clearly, made myself separate what I knew from what I feared, made myself construct a sentence that contained only verifiable facts and not the interior architecture of a panic that would help no one. Pete came on the line. I told him about the structure. I told him about the notebook and the binoculars and the dated circles around both cabin locations. I told him about the tracks entering the clearing from the east, old enough to predate the worst of the weather. I told him about the sound beneath the floorboards, and I told him what it had sounded like, and I told him the GPS coordinates of the area where I estimated the structure to be located. I told him all of it in the same flat and precise register I had been using all day. And when I finished, there was a pause on the line that lasted long enough to have a texture. Pete said he would relay the information to the ground team. He said it in a way that was professionally neutral and that communicated beneath the neutrality a particular quality of careful attention that was either reassurance or the performance of it. I could not tell which. I thanked him and released the handset and stood beside the radio for a moment with my hand still resting on it, as though physical contact with the equipment was a substitute for the certainty I did not have. My hand was steady. I noticed that with a detachment that felt almost like curiosity. Outside, the storm was beginning to change character, the wind dropping in increments that you could measure in the quality of sound against the walls. Not clearing, not yet, but exhausting itself in the way storms do in the final hours, spending down the last of whatever had built them, working toward a stillness that would arrive before dawn. I stood at the window and watched the quality of the gray outside shift in barely perceptible degrees. I thought about the last thing Randy had said to me before I rode away. He had said not to do anything stupid. I had ridden directly into a structure that appeared on no map, walked through an unlocked door, handled evidence in what might have been a crime scene, ridden away from the sound of a person in distress, and spent the subsequent hours failing to mention any of it until the adrenaline withdrew far enough for the moral weight of it to find me. By Randy's standards, by my own standards, by any reasonable measure, the day had contained several things that qualified as stupid, and the specific taxonomy of which ones I was responsible for, and which ones I had simply been the instrument of, was a question I did not yet have the steadiness to answer. I sat back down on the sleeping platform edge and folded my hands in my lap and watched the window. The storm was thinning. Randy was alive. A helicopter was somewhere to the north, the radio was on its bracket, and the door was bolted, and the kerosene lantern on the hook near the window held enough fuel to burn until morning. These were facts. I arranged them carefully, the way you arrange the contents of a pack before a long carry, by weight, by necessity, by the order in which you will need them. They were almost enough. What I could not arrange, what refused to be ordered or weighted or filed away into anything resembling peace, was the understanding that had settled into me over the course of that afternoon like sediment into still water, slow and thorough and permanent, that the wilderness I had loved and trusted and built my life inside had contained, for years, a tension I had never consented to, and that the woman whose voice I had heard and then ridden away from had not been the beginning of whatever was happening in that corridor, but simply the moment it had finally decided to let itself be known. Pete called back at 4:15 in the afternoon. I know the time because I had been watching the face of the small clock mounted above the radio bracket with the kind of fixed attention you give to something that cannot help you but is at least measurable, and measurable things have a specific value when everything else in your field of awareness refuses to hold still. The clock ticked. The minute hand advanced. These were facts that required nothing of me and asked no questions I could not answer. When the handset crackled, I was across the room before the second syllable. Randy was alive. That was the first thing Pete said, and he said it first on purpose. which told me something about Pete that I filed away without comment. The helicopter had reached him. He was hypothermic and the leg required surgical attention that could not be provided in the field. But he was conscious and responsive and stable enough for transport. The medical team was with him. He would be airlifted to Fairbanks. Pete gave me the name of the hospital and the name of the attending physician, and I wrote both down on the inside cover of the supply log that was kept in every registered cabin, using a pencil stub I found on the shelf above the radio, pressing hard enough that the words would not smear if my hands were wet later. I stood with the pencil in my hand for a moment after writing and looked at what I had written, and what I felt was not the relief I had been expecting, but something quieter and more complicated, the specific emotional texture of a person who has been holding a weight at arm's length for hours and has just been told they can set it down, but whose arms have locked into the holding position and will require time and intention to open. Pete then told me that the ground team had been dispatched toward the coordinates I had provided for the structure. He told me this in the same measured tone he used for everything, and I appreciated that about him. The refusal to modulate his delivery based on what he imagined I needed to hear. He said the team would reach the area before dark if the weather continued to improve. He said they would be thorough. He said I should stay in the cabin until conditions allowed for a safe ride out, which would most likely be the following morning, and that someone from the trooper's office would want to speak with me in detail about the structure and the notebook and everything I had observed. He paused then, and in the pause, I heard the specific quality of a person deciding whether to say a thing. He said that in his experience, which was considerable, remote, backcountry structures of that kind, the undocumented ones, the ones built to be unlocatable and maintained over years with deliberate care, were not the work of people with casual intentions. He said it plainly and without drama, the way a person states a geographic fact. And then he said that I had done the right thing by relaying the information when I did, and that the relay had been useful. He did not say it would be enough. I noticed that he did not say that. The call ended, and I set the handset back on its bracket and sat down on the floor rather than the sleeping platform, because the floor felt more honest in that moment, more in keeping with the actual state of things. I sat with my back against the wall below the window, and I let the afternoon happen around me. The slow lightening of the weather outside, the incremental return of definition to the landscape beyond the glass, the way the spruce trees on the perimeter of the clearing began to separate themselves from the general gray and become individual things again with specific shapes and specific shadows. I thought about what Pete had said, about the structure, about deliberate care over years, and I thought about the man. This requires explanation, because the man had not yet appeared in the account I gave to Pete, and had not appeared in my own interior processing of the day's events, not because I had forgotten him, but because I had been placing him, carefully and with full awareness of what I was doing, at the bottom of the stack of things I was prepared to examine. He was the detail that changed the geometry of everything else, and I had known that from the moment I registered it. And I had chosen to leave it in a sealed space until I had the structural stability to open it without the contents destroying my ability to function. I had the structural stability now, barely, but enough. On our previous trip through this corridor, 2 winters before the blizzard, Randy and I had stopped in the clearing that I estimated to be approximately 3 miles from where I now believe the structure to be located. We stopped there every time because it was the natural midpoint of the route, and Randy liked to stand still for a few minutes and recalibrate before the second half of the ride. It was a habit, consistent and predictable, and we had never varied it because there had never been a reason to. On that trip, 2 winters prior, I had seen someone. Not clearly, not in circumstances that had, at the time, produced anything beyond a passing note of mild curiosity. A figure in the trees at the eastern edge of the clearing, partially obscured, standing still in a way that could have been a person, or could have been the particular configuration of branch and shadow that winter forest produces in abundance. I had looked at it for perhaps 3 seconds and then looked away, because Randy was already moving and the light was going and the second half of the route required attention. I had not mentioned it to Randy. I had not mentioned it to anyone. Not because it had seemed significant, because it had not seemed significant, not in any conscious and deliberate way, only in the retrospective way that details accrue significance when enough other information arrives to give them a frame. Standing in a clearing partially obscured, watching two people on snowmobiles stop and recalibrate, and then continue on their way. Doing nothing. Just watching. The notebook entry for that date, if it existed, would have been written in a small, careful hand. I became aware that I was cold, which surprised me because the cabin was not particularly cold. The stove was functioning and the fuel supply was adequate. The cold was interior, the specific temperature drop of a body that has been processing difficult information for an extended period and has finally encountered a piece of it that bypasses the processing system entirely and arrives directly in the nerve endings. I got up and added wood to the stove, not because it needed it, but because the act of doing something physical with my hands was a requirement rather than a preference at that moment. The wood caught quickly, and I stood in front of the open stove door for a moment with my palms toward the heat and let the warmth work into the joints of my fingers, which had been stiff since the ride. And I breathed in the particular dry smell of burning spruce, sharp and clean and aggressively present, the kind of smell that pulls you into the immediate moment by the collar and will not release you. That was when I heard the knock. 3 strikes, evenly spaced. Unhurried. The handset was in my hand before I had closed the stove door, and I keyed it and said Pete's name. And Pete did not answer because Pete was on the other end of a radio relay and not standing outside a cabin door. I stood in the middle of the room and looked at the bolted door, and I did the arithmetic of the situation with a speed that was not comfortable. The knock came again. Same rhythm. Same patience. I moved to the side of the door rather than in front of it, positioning myself against the wall with the handset raised, and I asked, in a voice I kept level through an act of will that cost me something, who was there? The answer came without hesitation. He said his name was Aiden. He said it the way a person says a name they have been carrying for a long time without apology, a name that has not changed and does not require context. He said he was the caretaker of the registered cabin at the northern terminus of the route, which was a cabin I knew existed on paper but had never used, a structure approximately 40 miles further into the backcountry than our usual turnaround point. He said he'd been riding south ahead of the storm to check on this cabin, standard practice for caretakers of remote properties during heavy weather, and that he had seen my snowmobile outside. He said he thought I might want company. I stood against the wall for a moment longer, conducting the internal assessment that the situation required. The registered cabin at the northern terminus was a real location. I knew that from the permit documentation I filed every time we used this route. A caretaker for that property would have legitimate reason to travel this corridor. The voice on the other side of the door was measured and unhurried, with a specific cadence of age and isolation. The kind of voice that belongs to a person who speaks carefully because they spend long periods speaking to no one. I slid the bolt and opened the door. He was older than I expected. Not elderly, but somewhere in his late 60s, with the physical density that comes from decades of outdoor work, the kind of body that has been shaped by function rather than intention. His face was weathered in the specific way of people who have spent years in high UV environments, and his eyes, when they found mine, were the particular pale gray of overcast winter sky, clear and without obvious temperature. He came inside without ceremony. He removed his outer layer and hung it on the hook beside the door. He looked at the stove, assessed it with a single glance, and nodded at whatever conclusion he reached. Then he sat down on the bench beside the supply shelf and folded his hands and looked at me with an attention that was neither aggressive nor warm, but simply present, the way a clinician looks at someone they are preparing to tell something true. He said he had heard the radio call go out. He said it the way a person confirms a fact they already possessed. He said that in 31 years of working this corridor, he had heard a great many radio calls go out, and that the ones which described structures that did not appear on maps were a particular category that he had been waiting for some time to hear described. I sat down across from him. He did not make me ask. He began without preamble, in the same measured cadence, and he spoke for a long time, and I will tell you what he said as accurately as I am able. He said there had been someone working this corridor for at minimum 8 years. Not a registered presence. Not a hunter or a trapper or any category of wilderness user that required documentation or produced a record. A person who had chosen this specific geography for specific reasons. The remoteness, the predictable traffic of recreational users on registered routes, the absence of self-service and the consequent inability of those users to call for immediate assistance if something went wrong. He said the structure I had described was consistent with structures he had encountered twice before in the outer range of his caretaking territory. Small, low profile, positioned to be invisible from established routes, built with materials that suggested planning and patience rather than improvisation. He said he had reported both previous structures. He said the reports had produced thorough initial responses and inconclusive outcomes. One structure had been located and found empty, all contents removed, no forensic evidence of ongoing use. One structure had not been located at all. He said this without editorial, without the frustration or bitterness I would have expected from a person describing years of institutional failure, with only the flat accuracy of someone who has learned to distinguish between what they can control and what they cannot. I asked him about the notebook. He was quiet for a moment. He looked at the stove rather than at me, which was not evasion but the habit of a person who thinks before they speak and does not perform the thinking for an audience. Then he said that the documentation of people, the logging of movements and descriptions and timing across multiple seasons, was consistent with a pattern that search and rescue coordinators in remote areas had been aware of for years without being able to address directly. The pattern had a name in those circles, he said, though the name was operational rather than official. They called it ranging. Ranging. Someone who ranges a territory, establishes its rhythms, learns its traffic, identifies its patterns of vulnerability. He said the sound I had described, the voice from beneath the floorboards, was the part that mattered most, and that I should be precise with the troopers about what I had heard, because precision in that specific detail would determine how the investigation was classified and therefore how it was resourced. He said it without looking away from the stove. I asked him what I should have done. I did not plan to ask it. It arrived as an unscheduled thing, the question I had been asking myself since I rode away from that clearing, and I asked it out loud because he was the first person I had encountered all day who seemed to have the specific knowledge that the question required. He looked at me then. He said that in 31 years he had learned that the wilderness did not reward heroism and did not punish caution, and that the decisions people made alone, in conditions that did not permit reflection, were rarely the decisions they would have made with more information and more time. He said I had done what I could with what I had. He said it without softness and without the performed comfort of a person trying to make someone feel better. And because of that, and only because of that, I believed him. He said there was one thing I could do now. He said I should tell it exactly as it happened, not the version that was easiest to carry, not the version that resolved cleanly in either direction, but the version that was true, with all of its ambiguity, and all of its gaps, and all of the things I could not know, and would probably never know. He said that was the only version that was any use to anyone, including me. He stood and retrieved his outer layer from the hook by the door, and dressed with the unhurried efficiency of someone for whom the cold outside is simply a condition and not an obstacle. He said the weather would be clear enough for riding by early morning. He said the troopers would want to speak with me, and that I should sleep before they did, because the conversation would require steadiness and steadiness required rest. He opened the door and the cold night air came in around him, carrying the particular clarity of post-storm atmosphere, the sky above the tree line already beginning to show the hard, bright points of stars through the retreating cloud cover. He said one more thing before he stepped outside. He said that the woman I had heard, whoever she was, wherever she was, had been heard. He said that hearing was not nothing. He said it quietly without looking back, and then he pulled the door closed behind him. and I stood in the middle of the cabin and listened to the sound of his snowmobile start up and diminish into the distance. And then there was only the stove and the clock, and the stars coming out in their cold and indifferent abundance. I went to the sleeping platform. I lay down without removing my boots. I did not expect to sleep. I was asleep within minutes. There are nights that the body simply takes, regardless of what the mind intends, and that was one of them. Dreamless and total, the sleep of a person who has been used up completely and left with nothing to resist unconsciousness. And when I woke before dawn to the sound of wind dropping to nothing and the first gray suggestion of light against the window, the day had already receded to the distance required to look at it, and what I saw from that distance clearly and without the distortion of proximity was that the telling had already begun. The trooper's name was Marin. She arrived at the cabin at 7:45 in the morning in a two-person sled team operating out of a ranger station I had not known existed, approximately 22 miles to the southeast along a maintenance corridor that did not appear on recreational maps. She was younger than I expected, mid-30s, with the compact efficiency of someone whose job required the elimination of unnecessary movement, and she carried a recording device and a notepad, and the specific quality of attention that belongs to people trained to hear what is said and what is withheld simultaneously. She did not begin with questions about the structure. She began with Randy. She asked about his condition in a way that was both professional and personal. The kind of asking that acknowledges the person being discussed is not a data point but a human being with a name and a face, and someone who cares about him sitting across the table. I told her what I knew, which was what Pete had relayed the afternoon before, and she noted it without comment. Then she poured 2 cups of coffee from a thermos she had carried in with her, and set one in front of me without asking whether I wanted it, which was the correct decision. And we sat at the small table in the center of the cabin, and she pressed the button on the recording device and said simply that I should begin wherever felt right. I began at the moment the GPS stopped matching the terrain. I told it the way Aiden had instructed me to tell it, without the version that resolved cleanly, without the edits that would have made me more comfortable or more comprehensible. I told her about the smoke and the unlocked door and the warmth inside and the shelf. I told her about the map and the circled locations and the dated entries. I told her about the notebook and the quality of the handwriting and the organizational logic of the documentation and the specific fact that I had not searched for Randy and me in its pages in why. I told her about the sound, and I told it precisely the way Aiden had said the troopers would need to hear it, the location of it relative to where I was standing and the character of it and the duration of it before I left. She did not change expression during any of this. When I finished, she sat for a moment without speaking, reviewing her notepad, and then she asked me 3 questions. The first concerned the track entering the clearing from the east and how old I had estimated it to be. The second concerned the binoculars and whether I had noticed a brand or model marking. The third concerned the figure I had seen in the tree line 2 winters before and had never mentioned to anyone, which I had told her about near the end of the account, and which she asked about with a specificity that told me it was not the first time she had heard a detail of that kind attached to this corridor. She pressed the button on the recording device, and the small red light went out. She told me they had located the structure. She told me this with the same level delivery she had used throughout, and the information arrived in my body before it arrived in my mind. A sudden and involuntary adjustment of posture, a straightening as though the news required me to be more upright than I had been. They had located it before dawn, she said, using the coordinates I provided and a route through the maintenance corridor that the recreational maps did not show. The structure was there. It matched my description in every particular. She said it was empty, not recently vacated, empty in a more thorough sense, stripped of contents with a deliberateness that suggested preparation rather than panic. The notebook was gone. The binoculars were gone. The map was gone. The bedroll and the cup and the half-eaten can of food were gone. The stove had been cleaned. The shelf had been wiped. Whatever had been there when I entered had been removed, systematically and completely, in the hours between my departure and the team's arrival. Beneath the floorboards, she said, they had found a space. She described it carefully, with the precision of someone who has been trained to describe physical spaces in language that will survive transcription and legal scrutiny. It was accessible through a fitted panel in the floor, she said, cut with sufficient skill that the seam was not visible under casual inspection. The space beneath was approximately large enough to contain a person lying down. It had been lined, she said, and she paused on the word lined in a way that gave it weight without dramatizing it, with material consistent with insulation against cold. It was empty now. She said that last word and then she let it exist in the room without adding anything to it, which was the correct thing to do. And I sat with it and felt the specific and unresolvable weight of a space that had held something and no longer did, and the infinite distance between those two states. I asked her what she thought had happened. She considered the question with the honesty it deserved rather than the professional deflection it might have received. She said she thought the sound I had heard was real. She said she thought the structure had been in active use for significantly longer than 8 years, based on the construction techniques and the degree of weathering on the exterior, and that the corridor had been chosen with an understanding of wilderness traffic patterns that suggested either professional knowledge or a very long period of study. She said the ranging pattern Iden had described to me the previous evening was a known phenomenon in remote wilderness areas across several northern states, documented in incident reports that were not publicly accessible but that existed and had been accumulating for years. She said she thought whoever had been beneath those floorboards was no longer in the structure by the time her team arrived. She said she could not tell me more than that. I understood what she was not saying. I had understood it since Iden used the word ranging, since the weight of it had settled into the place in my stomach where the moral information lived. The space had been prepared, the lining against cold, the fitted panel, the deliberate invisibility of the seam. These were not the features of a space built for temporary use. They were the features of a space built for duration, for waiting out discovery, for surviving the kind of search that a radio call and a set of GPS coordinates would produce. The person beneath those floorboards had not been there accidentally. I sat with that. I sat with all of it, with the full and unmanaged weight of it, and I did not try to convert it into something smaller or more bearable. I let it be the size it was. Iden had told me that precision was the only version of the truth that was useful to anyone, and precision required not reducing things, not filing the edges of the facts until they fit a shape that was easier to hold. The coffee had gone cold while we talked. I wrapped both hands around the cup anyway, for the residual warmth in the ceramic, and I looked out the window at the post-storm morning, which was bright in the flat and shadowless way of northern winter after heavy weather, the kind of brightness that contains no warmth but has a clarity that is almost aggressive, every surface rendered in exact and unforgiving detail. Marin gathered her notepad and her recording device and her thermos, and she stood and extended her hand across the table, and I shook it, and her grip was brief and firm and said everything that her professional neutrality had prevented her from saying aloud. Then she went to the door, and she paused with her hand on the frame, and she said, without turning around, that the case was open and would remain open, and that if I remembered anything else, any detail however small, she wanted to hear it. She stepped outside and the door closed behind her. I sat alone in the cabin for a long time after that. What happened in that time is difficult to describe in the language of events, because nothing happened in that sense. No revelation arrived. No resolution presented itself. What occurred was something slower and less dramatic and more permanent than either of those things. It was a reckoning, in the oldest sense of that word, the act of counting up what is actually in front of you, and arriving at a true total rather than the total you would have preferred. The true total was this. I had been moving through a landscape I believed I understood, carrying a confidence that was real and earned, and also, in one specific and consequential way, incomplete. The confidence was built on what I could see and measure and navigate, on terrain and weather and equipment and the accumulated knowledge of years. It did not account for the dimension of the landscape that was not navigable by any instrument I carried. The human dimension, The possibility that the wilderness I love for its indifference had been hosting, in its most remote reaches, an attention that was the precise opposite of indifference. I had heard someone, and I had left. And the someone was gone now. And the gone was the kind that does not have a clean edge, the kind that continues past the end of the story into the space where stories do not reach. That was the true total. I held it. The holding was not comfortable. I did not expect it to be comfortable. What I noticed, sitting in that cabin with the post-storm light coming through the window, and the stove burning low, and the recording device gone, and Randy alive in a hospital bed in Fairbanks, was that holding it was possible, that it had a shape and a weight that was terrible, but not unbearable, that a person could carry it without being destroyed by it, provided they were willing to carry it honestly and without reduction. Aiden had known that. He had told me without telling me, in the way that people who have lived with difficult truths for a long time communicate to people who are just beginning to. I thought about the woman, not her voice, not the specific sound, not the physical fact of what I had heard. I thought about her as a person, with the full and unedited humanity that the emergency had prevented me from extending to her when it mattered. I thought about her as someone who had been somewhere specific, who had a name I did not know and a face I had never seen, and a life that existed outside the 40 seconds in which I had been aware of her existence. I held her in my mind with the same honesty that Marin had brought to the description of the space beneath the floorboards, with precision and without reduction, and I let that be what it was. Then I got up and I began to pack. My hands moved through the familiar sequence of breaking down a camp, the checking of supply levels, the replacement of anything used, the small courtesies that backcountry travelers extend to the next person who will use the space. And my hands did these things with a steadiness that was not performed and not forced. Simply present the steadiness of a body that has processed what it needed to process and is ready to do the next thing. The next thing was to ride to Fairbanks, to find the hospital and the room and the person in it, to sit beside him and say whatever needed to be said between two people who have been through something difficult together and come out on the other side of it changed in ways they do not yet fully understand. I shouldered my pack and crossed to the door. I put my hand on the bolt and I paused for a moment, not out of fear and not out of sentiment, but out of the specific and deliberate intention to mark the moment before stepping through it, to acknowledge it as a threshold, to understand that what was on the other side of the door was not the same landscape I had entered from the other cabin 2 days before, not because the landscape had changed, but because I had, in the permanent and irreversible way that certain days accomplish when they decide to. I slid the bolt and opened the door. The cold met me without ceremony, clean and direct, and I stepped out into it and pulled the door closed behind me. And the latch caught with a small and definitive sound that asked nothing further of me. The sky above the tree line was the kind of blue that only exists in the north in the hours after a major storm has passed. A blue so deep and so specific that it seems less like a color than a verdict. And I stood under it for a moment before mounting the snowmobile. And what I understood, standing there, was that the story was not finished, that the open case Marin described would remain open, that the woman I had heard would remain a question I could not answer, and that the carrying of that question was now simply part of the structure of my life, the way a scar is part of a body, present and permanent, and occasionally aching and entirely, honestly mine. The road back to Fairbanks took 4 hours, not because of distance, though the distance was real, but because I rode slowly and deliberately, at a pace that had nothing to do with conditions and everything to do with the specific need of a person who has been operating at the edge of their capacity for an extended period and requires, before re-entering the world of other people and ordinary expectations, a corridor of transition. The terrain on the ride out was unremarkable in the way that terrain becomes unremarkable after you have moved through it with your entire nervous system engaged. Every feature flattened by familiarity and the absence of threat. I noticed this and found it neither disappointing nor reassuring. It was simply the landscape, doing what landscapes do when you stop needing them to mean something. I reached the truck and loaded the machine and sat in the cab for a while, with the engine running and the heat working its way through the interior, before I put it in gear. The hospital was on the south end of the city. I had been there twice before, both times for other people, and both times I had found the specific quality of light in hospital corridors difficult to account for. Too constant, the kind of light that erases the difference between 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning, and creates the impression of a place that exists outside of time in a way that is meant to be reassuring and is instead faintly disorienting. Randy was on the second floor. He was awake when I came in, sitting up against the raised back of the bed with his leg immobilized, and a look on his face that was the particular combination of physical discomfort and competitive stoicism I had seen on him before in difficult situations, the expression of a person who is managing more than they are reporting and would prefer not to be asked for a full accounting. He looked at me when I came through the door, and something in his face adjusted, not dramatically, not in the way of a person performing relief, but in the small and specific way of a person whose body has been waiting for a particular piece of information to arrive and has just received it. I pulled a chair from beside the window to the edge of the bed and sat down. We did not immediately speak about any of it. That was not avoidance. That was the particular fluency of two people who have known each other long enough to understand that some conversations require a settling period. A few minutes of ordinary exchange in which the participants locate each other in the present tense before attempting to address the past one. He asked about the ride out. I told him the weather had cleared. He asked about the truck, and I told him it was in the hospital parking structure. He asked about the machines, and I told him his was still out there, and we would deal with it when he was mobile. He nodded at each of these things with the careful economy of someone for whom nodding was currently preferable to shifting position. Then he said quietly that he had been thinking about what it must have been like for me to leave him there. He said it without accusation and without the performance of understanding, just as a statement of fact about where his mind had been during the hours of waiting, and I recognized the gift in that, the way he had turned it toward my experience rather than his own, which was the more difficult direction for a person in physical pain to look. I told him that leaving him had been the right decision, and that I had known it was the right decision, and that knowing it was the right decision had not made it a decision I wanted to make. He listened to that with his eyes on the window, and he said that sounded about right. Then I told him about the cabin. Not the registered one. The other one. I told him the way I had told Maureen, without editing, without the version that resolved cleanly. I told him about the smoke and the door and the warmth inside and the shelf, and what the shelf had held. I told him about the notebook and what the notebook contained and what the map showed. I told him what I had heard and where the sound had come from and what I had done when I heard it. I told him about Aiden and what Aiden had said. I told him what Maureen had told me about the space beneath the floorboards and what the space had contained and what it had not. He listened to all of it without interrupting. When I finished, the room was quiet in the specific way of a room in which two people are both holding the same weight and neither is yet ready to set it down. He looked at the window for a long time, then he looked at me. He said he remembered the stop in the clearing, the one from 2 winters before. He said he had always liked that spot, the way it sat in the corridor, the particular quality of the quiet there. He said he would not be able to think about it the same way. I told him I knew. He asked me how I was, not as a courtesy, as a real question, the kind that requires a real answer, and I gave him one. I told him I was not certain yet. I told him I thought I would be, eventually. But that eventually was not a destination I had reached, and I was not going to pretend otherwise. He accepted that without comment, which was the correct response, and I found myself grateful for it in the specific way you are grateful for things that cost the other person something. We sat together for a while after that without speaking, which was comfortable in the way that silence is comfortable between people who have earned it. A nurse came in to check his monitors and adjust something on the rack beside the bed, moving with the practiced economy of someone who has learned to be present in a room without requiring acknowledgement. And I watched her work and found myself thinking, without particular logic or direction, about Aiden, about the 31 years he had described, about the kind of knowledge that accumulates in a person who has worked the same remote corridor for 3 decades, who has filed the same reports and received the same inconclusive outcomes and returned to the work anyway, not because the outcomes had improved, but because the work itself was the point. There was a particular kind of endurance in that. Before I left the hospital, Randy asked me to check the side pocket of his pack, which was in the closet beside the door. He said there was something in there he had meant to give me before the trip, and had forgotten. I unzipped the pocket and found a small object wrapped in a piece of cloth, and I unwrapped it and found a compass. Not a modern digital instrument, an older one, brass-cased, with a bezel that turned smoothly under the thumb, and a needle that settled quickly and held its direction with a steadiness that suggested quality manufacture and careful maintenance. On the back, he had scratched 3 words with something sharp, and letters small enough to require squinting: "True North always." I looked at him. He said his grandfather had carried it for 40 years, and that it had not failed him once, and that he figured I had earned it. I held it in my palm for a moment, feeling the weight of it, which was more than its size suggested. Then I closed my fingers around it and put it in my jacket pocket and left it there. I drove home through the city in the early evening, which was dark by 4:30 at that latitude in January, the street lights making amber columns in the dry, cold air, the traffic moving with the particular purposefulness of people who know exactly where they are going and have somewhere warm waiting for them when they arrive. I watched the city from inside the truck with the detachment of someone who has been a long way away and has not yet fully returned, and I did not try to accelerate the return. It would happen when it happened. My apartment was cold when I got inside, the heat having been set low for the days of absence. I turned it up and stood in the kitchen while the radiator worked, and looked at the counter and the sack of unopened mail, and the coffee mug I had rinsed and left on the drying rack before I left, still sitting in the same position, undisturbed, perfectly ordinary. I called Kara. She picked up on the second ring, which meant she had been waiting, which meant someone had told her, which meant the network of people who pay attention to things had been operating in my absence without my knowledge. She said my name, and I said hers, and then neither of us said anything for a moment, and in that moment was everything that did not require a language between us. The whole weight of the day, and the days before it, and the specific and durable quality of being known by someone who has known you since before you were capable of deciding who you were. She asked if I was home. I said I was. She said good. Then she asked if I wanted her to come up, not as an offer of comfort, not in the way of a person performing care, but as a practical question about logistics, the way she had always asked things, directly and without ceremony. I thought about it honestly rather than reflexively. I thought about the apartment and the cold that was still working its way out of the corners, and the compass in my jacket pocket and the specific quality of the evening, which was the first evening in several days that contained no emergency and no task and no operational requirement of any kind. I told her not yet. I told her I needed a few days first. She said she understood and that she would be there when I was ready. And that was the end of the conversation. Clean and sufficient, the way conversations between people who love each other without performance tend to be. I went to the window and stood looking out at the street below, at the amber light and the cold air and the ordinary machinery of a city going about its evening, and I took the compass out of my pocket and held it flat on my palm and watched the needle find north. It found it without hesitation. It settled and held. I set it on the windowsill, facing the glass, the needle pointing steadily toward whatever true north meant in a city, in a lit room, at the end of a day like this one. I stood and looked at it for a while, and then I went and made something to eat. Standing at the stove with a pan and a few simple ingredients, nothing requiring thought, the act of cooking being its own small return to the ordinary sequence of a life. The compass was visible from where I stood at the stove. I found that I kept glancing at it, not looking for something, not checking, just confirming in the peripheral and half-conscious way that you confirm the presence of things you have decided to trust. It was still there each time. Needle steady. Direction held. I ate at the kitchen table with the window dark behind me and the compass on the sill and the specific silence of an apartment that is accustomed to solitude, and I thought, without drama and without resolution, about the open case and the empty space and the woman I had heard and would not stop hearing, and I understood that the understanding I had arrived at in the cabin that morning about carrying and not reducing was not a destination, but a practice, something I would return to each time the weight shifted, for as long as it needed to be carried, which was probably the rest of my life. Spring comes late in Fairbanks, not reluctantly, not with the gradual softening that people in more temperate places associate with the season's arrival, but all at once, in a way that feels less like a transition and more like a decision. 1 week the ground is still locked, and the light is still the flat winter white that flattens everything it touches. And then within a span of days the temperature lifts past a threshold and something in the landscape simply releases. And the release is audible. Water moving under ice, trees shifting weight that is accumulated for months, the specific creak and settling of a world returning to a version of itself that is warmer and louder and considerably less still. I noticed the change from my kitchen window one morning in late March, not with pleasure exactly, with something quieter than pleasure and more durable. Recognition, maybe, the acknowledgement of a cycle continuing that does not require my participation or my approval, and will continue regardless. There is a particular comfort in that, and the existence of processes that are indifferent to your interior weather, that move at their own pace and according to their own logic and will be there when you look up from whatever has been consuming you. 6 weeks had passed since the blizzard. Randy was out of the hospital and back in his apartment, moving on crutches with the predictable impatience of a person whose body is healing at a pace his will finds insufficient. He called twice a week. The calls were practical in structure and personal in texture, the way our communication had always been, covering logistics and recovery progress and the ordinary administrative details of 2 lives that had been disrupted and were being reorganized. We did not talk about the corridor on every call. Some calls it was present and some calls it was not, and I had stopped trying to manage which kind of call it would be before it happened. It arrived or it did not. We handled it or we set it aside. The relationship between us had not broken and had not returned to what it was before, and I had come to understand that the space between those 2 states was not damage, but accuracy, the honest shape of 2 people who had been through something together and were still in the process of understanding what it had cost them. Marin called in February. She called on a Tuesday afternoon when I was in the middle of repairing a binding on a pair of snowshoes, a task that required attention to small things and produced the particular satisfaction of work that has a clear completion. I set the snowshoes down and listened to what she had to say, and what she had to say was delivered in the same level register as everything she had said before, factual and precise and without the softening that would have made it easier and less trustworthy. The structure had been examined thoroughly. No forensic evidence linking it to any specific individual had been recovered, which she said was consistent with the degree of preparation evident in the clearing and removal of contents. The corridor had been added to a monitoring list shared between several Northern District offices. The case remained open. The space beneath the floorboards had yielded one piece of physical evidence that she was not able to describe in detail, but that was being processed. She said she would call if anything changed. I thanked her. She said there was no need to thank her. Then she said, before ending the call, that the account I had given had been clear and useful, and that clarity in that kind of account was rarer than people assumed. She said it without warmth and without coldness, as a statement of professional assessment, and I received it the same way. I went back to the snowshoes after the call and finished the binding repair, working the rest of the way through the afternoon with the specific focus that manual tasks provide, the kind that does not require the whole mind but occupies enough of it to keep the rest from running in directions that are not useful. I had begun writing the account in February, not for any particular audience, not with a plan to do anything with it once it was finished. I had begun writing it because Aiden had told me to tell it exactly as it happened, and because I had discovered, over the weeks since returning home, that the telling in my own head was insufficient, that the account kept shifting in the interior version, smoothing itself into shapes that were more comfortable or more resolved than the actual events warranted, and that the only way to fix it in place was to put it into language that existed outside of me, that could be looked at rather than merely felt. I wrote longhand in a notebook I bought specifically for the purpose. Plain covered, spiral bound, nothing that would have looked out of place on a shelf. I wrote slowly, not because I was struggling to remember, but because the events themselves demanded a pace that honored their weight, and rushing them produced something that read like a report rather than a reckoning, and a report was not what the events required. Some nights I wrote for 2 hours and covered several pages. Some nights I wrote 2 sentences and stopped, not from block, but from the understanding that 2 sentences were what the evening had capacity for, and that forcing more would compromise what was already on the page. Kara came up in March, as she had said she would. She stayed for 4 days. We did not do anything particularly deliberate with the time, which was the point. We cooked in the apartment and walked in the city and sat in the evenings with books and occasional conversation that covered ground at whatever depth the conversation itself wanted to reach without being directed toward any particular destination. She read parts of the account on the 3rd day, sitting at the kitchen table with her reading glasses on and her coffee going warm beside her. And I did not watch her read, but stayed in the other room and listened to the silence of a person engaged with a page. When she finished, she came and sat beside me on the couch, and she did not say anything for a while. Then she said it was the truest thing she had read that I had written, which she said knowing that I had been writing since high school, and that the comparison covered considerable ground. She said it not as a compliment, but as an observation, the way she said most things of substance, and I received it as an observation. And we sat together for a while after that, in the particular quiet of 2 people who have just shared something real and do not need to discuss it further. She left on a Sunday morning and the apartment felt different after she was gone. Not empty exactly, but more intentional, the way a space feels when it has been inhabited with care, and the care has departed and left its shape behind. I went back to the account that evening and I wrote for 3 hours without stopping. The account had been accumulating a title in the margins without my consciously assigning one, words and phrases appearing in the white space beside certain passages, discarded and replaced, gradually converging on something that felt accurate rather than literary. I had written "The wilderness does not watch you" in the margin of an early page, and crossed it out. I had written "What the land keeps" in the margin of a later one, and left it there for 2 weeks before deciding it was close, but not right. I had written "Open corridor" and "Empty space" and "The sound beneath," and none of them were right either. Not in the way that a title is right when it has found itself, when it has stopped being a label and started being a key. The title arrived on a Tuesday night in the 3rd week of March. I was not writing when it arrived. I was washing dishes, standing at the sink with the water running, and it arrived with the unceremonious directness of things that have been working their way toward the surface for a long time, and choose their moment without consulting the person they belong to. The notebook in the snow. I stood at the sink and held it in my mind and turned it over and examined it from several angles, the way you examine a piece of equipment before trusting your weight to it, and it held. It was accurate without being explanatory. It pointed without revealing. It contained the object and the place and the implication of documentation and the implication of cold, and it left everything else for the account itself to carry. I dried my hands and went to the notebook and wrote it on the inside front cover. The account was nearly finished by then. I could feel the approach of the final pages, the way you feel the approach of a ridgeline when you've been climbing for a long time, not in the relief of arrival, but in the particular quality of exertion that changes when the end becomes visible. The exertion does not lessen. It becomes more specific, Every sentence knows that it is one of the last sentences and carries that knowledge without performing it. I had one thing left to do before the account could close, not on the page. In the actual geography of the event, I had been aware of this for some time without naming it. Aware of it, the way you are aware of an unfinished piece of work, at the edge of your field of attention, present and waiting, and not yet urgent, but building toward urgency with the patient consistency of things that will not be indefinitely deferred. Iden had told me that the telling needed to be exact. He had not said the telling was the only thing required, and there was something in the corridor, in the specific physical territory of what had happened, that the account on the page could not address, because the account was language and what was required was presence. I would go back, not to the register cabin, not to the clearing, not to the structure that had been emptied and examined and logged in a case file. I would probably never be permitted to read in full. I would go back to the territory, to the landscape itself, to the corridor of boreal forest and open tundra that I had been moving through for 2 winters with the confidence of someone who believed she understood it and that it revealed itself, in the space of a single blizzard, to contain a dimension she had not known to account for. I would go in spring, when the snow was gone and the terrain was readable in a different register, when the corridor looked like itself without the concealment that winter provides. I would go alone, and I would go without a specific plan for what I would do when I arrived, because the thing that needed to happen was not plannable in the way of a route or task. It was the kind of thing that requires you to be in the place and let the place determine what is needed. I finished the last page of the account on a Thursday evening in early April. The final sentence did not announce itself as final. It arrived like any other sentence, one word following another in the particular sequence that the previous sentences had made inevitable, and when it was done, I put the pencil down and looked at what I had written, and understood that the account was complete, not resolved, complete. There is a difference, and the difference matters, and I had learned it over the course of writing something that refused to resolve because the events it described refused to resolve, and that was finished anyway because everything that needed to be said had been said, and saying more would have been a different kind of dishonesty. I closed the notebook. I set it on the windowsill beside the compass, which had been there since the night I came home, needle holding its direction with the same quiet reliability it had shown every time I had looked at it over the past months. The notebook and the compass sat together on the sill, and I looked at them for a moment. The 2 objects that the winter had given me, one inherited and one made, both of them pointing in their different ways towards something I was still in the process of understanding. Outside, the city was moving through its Thursday evening, purposeful and ordinary and indifferent to the account that had just been completed in a 3rd-floor apartment, by a woman who made her living in spaces that most people only visited in imagination. The street sounds came up through the glass, muffled and familiar, and the light was beginning to change in the way that spring light changes when the days have finally grown long enough that dusk arrives at a reasonable hour, and you can watch it from an ordinary window without the sense of something being taken from you. I was ready, not in the way of resolution, in the way of continuation, in the way of a person who has sat long enough with a difficult thing to understand its shape and its weight, and the specific quality of attention it requires for carrying, and who has gathered enough of themselves back together to stand up and carry it deliberately toward what comes next. The corridor was there. The spring would allow it. The case was open, and would remain open. And the woman I had heard was a question that did not have an answer. I would be given access to, and all of that was true, and none of it was finished, and I was going anyway. The notebook had a title now, and the title was true, and I was the person who had written it, and in the morning I would begin making plans, and the plans would take me back to the territory of the event that had made me into the person capable of making them. And I understood, sitting in the fading Thursday light with my hand resting on the cover of a finished account, that this was not the end of the story, but the point in the story which the person telling it finally knows enough to begin. She drove north on a Friday in the 2nd week of May. Not on a snowmobile. Not with a pack weighted for emergency survival or a GPS unit programmed with waypoints or a satellite phone charged and tested and stored in an inside pocket against the cold. She drove in a truck, on a road, in the particular green and tentative light of an Alaskan spring that is not yet committed fully to itself. The trees still deciding, the ground still soft in places where the frost has not released its deepest hold. The windows were down. The air at that latitude in May carries a quality of freshness that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with the absence of winter. The simple fact of air that has not been locked under ice for months and has just been returned to circulation, moving through the world again with a slight bewilderment of something restored. She drove for 3 hours before she turned onto the access road. The access road was unpaved and had not been maintained since the previous fall, which meant the truck moved slowly over heaved sections and frost-buckled gravel that had shifted over the winter into configurations the road had not been designed to accommodate. She did not mind the slowness. The slowness was appropriate. She was not going somewhere urgent. She was going somewhere necessary, which is a different quality of travel entirely, less about arrival and more about the approach, the way the body and the mind prepare themselves for a thing by moving toward it with full awareness of what the thing is. The ranger station at the end of the access road was staffed by a young man named Garrett, who had the careful politeness of someone in his first season in a position of low-level authority. She told him her name and he recognized it from the incident report, which she could tell by the slight adjustment in his expression, the professional neutrality being applied with visible effort over an underlying curiosity he had the good manners not to voice. She signed the route log and accepted the trail conditions sheet he printed for her and thanked him and left. The trailhead was half a mile further on. She parked and got out and stood beside the truck for a moment in the May morning, which was cool and bright and very quiet. The boreal forest at this latitude in spring has a specific quality of silence that is different from winter silence, less absolute, threaded through with the occasional sound of birds moving through the canopy and water running in the drainage channels cut by snowmelt. A silence that is alive rather than sealed. She stood in it and let it settle around her and did not try to make it mean anything beyond what it was. She had brought one thing. A stone from the creek bed behind her apartment building, rounded by water, gray-brown, ordinary in every observable respect. She had picked it up in April, on an evening walk, not with any specific intention, only because it fit well in her palm, and because there is a particular satisfaction in the weight of a river-smooth stone. The weight has been worked into its final shape by something patient and impersonal, and entirely without agenda. She had carried it in her jacket pocket since then, through the final weeks of writing and the Thursday evening when the account was completed and the Friday morning when she packed the truck and the 3 hours of driving on a road that was familiar, in the way of roads that have been traveled with someone who is no longer beside you. She started walking. The trail into the corridor was not the snowmobile route. It was a summer hiking trail that ran parallel to the route for approximately 4 miles before diverging north toward a series of lakes that saw modest recreational traffic in the warmer months. She had researched it before coming, had looked at the topographic map, and identified the point where the trail came closest to the area where she estimated the structure to have been, and had accepted that she would not find the structure and was not looking for it. She was not looking for anything that could be found. The walking was good. Her body knew how to do this, knew the specific rhythm of trail travel, and the way the pack settles after the first mile, and the way the breath finds its pace, and the way the mind, relieved of the requirement to navigate or problem solve or manage anything beyond the placement of one foot and then the other, begins to open in the particular way that only sustained physical movement produces. She had missed this. Not the wilderness in the abstract, not the idea of remote spaces or the professional identity of a person who works in them, but this specific thing, the body moving through a landscape with the simple purpose of moving through it. She walked for 2 hours before she stopped. The stopping was not planned. The place where she stopped did not announce itself or distinguish itself from the surrounding terrain in any visible way. It was a section of trail where the trees opened slightly to the west, where the ground was level and dry and covered with the low vegetation that takes hold in the first weeks after snowmelt, a thin and tentative green that had not yet committed to its summer density. She stopped and looked west through the gap in the trees at the middle distance, where the land ran out in a long, gentle grade toward the lower terrain of the corridor. Somewhere out there, at a distance she could not precisely calculate, was the clearing. She did not try to see it. She was not equipped to see it, and it was not visible, and the trying would have been a performance rather than a genuine attempt. She simply stood and acknowledged the direction, the way you acknowledge the direction of something that matters, without requiring it to be present. She took the stone from her pocket. She held it for a moment, feeling the weight of it, the smooth surface under her thumb, the specific temperature of it, which was the temperature of her own body, because it had been in her pocket for weeks and had taken on her warmth completely. Then she crouched and set it on the ground at the edge of the trail, in a small depression between two exposed roots, where it would sit without rolling, where it would remain through rain and wind and the return of winter and the return of spring after that. She did not say anything aloud. She had considered saying something, had turned over the question of whether the moment required words during the weeks of preparation, and had arrived at the conclusion that it did not. Words were for accounts. Words were for the notebook and the conversation with Marin and the calls with Randy and the long evening with Kara and the sentence that had arrived while she was washing dishes and had turned out to be the right one. Words had done their work. What this moment required was the other kind of attention. The kind that does not produce language, the kind that is simply presence, witness, the human acknowledgement of something that happened in a place and changed the person who was there. She stayed crouched beside the stone for a while. She thought about the woman. She did not know the woman's name, and did not know her face, and did not know whether the open case had produced anything in the weeks since Marin's last call. She held these facts without trying to resolve them, and extended toward the unknown person the same honesty she had extended toward her in the cabin on the afternoon that Marin left. The full and unedited acknowledgement of her humanity, her specificity, her existence as a person with a life that had been interrupted in a place that appeared on no map and had been found by no team. She had been heard. That was the stone. That was the crouching in the thin spring grass at the edge of a trail in the boreal forest on a Friday in May. That was what it meant to come back to the territory of something and stand in it without flinching, to place a marker that no one would notice. And that meant nothing to anyone who was not the person who had placed it. The wilderness did not require a ritual. The wilderness did not require anything at all. The ritual was for the person performing it, the way all rituals are, the way they have always been, a way of making the interior event legible to the self that experienced it. She stood. She adjusted the straps of the pack across her shoulders, and she looked west through the gap in the trees one more time. And then she turned back toward the trail and began walking in the direction of the trailhead. The morning had opened fully by then. The light through the canopy was the dappled and generous light of late morning in a northern forest in May, moving with the slight wind that had started up from the northwest, not cold, not threatening, just present. The ordinary movement of air through trees that have been still all winter and are remembering what it is to be moved. She walked through it, and her boots found the rhythm that boots find on a familiar surface, and her breathing settled and the pack rode easily, and the trail moved under her at the pace she set. She passed a small creek crossing, step stones arranged by some previous traveler across the shallow flow, the water clear and quick and cold. And she crossed without stopping, boots dry, balance steady, the creek doing its uninterrupted work behind her as she continued up the slight grade on the far side. She thought about Randy, who would be off crutches by June, and had already begun talking about winter routes in a tone of voice that was more planning than speculation. She thought about Kara, who had asked twice in the past month whether she was sleeping and whom she had told, both times that she was sleeping fine and meant it. She thought about Aiden, whom she had not contacted and did not plan to contact, whose number she did not have, and whose last name she did not know, and toward whom she felt something she did not have a word for. Not gratitude exactly, not debt, something more like the feeling you have toward a person who told you a true thing at the exact moment you were capable of hearing it. She thought about the compass on the windowsill. The trailhead came into view around a long curve in a trail, the parking area visible through the thinning trees, the truck sitting where she had left it, patient and ordinary. She walked toward it without hurrying. She had nowhere to be until evening. She had packed enough food for lunch on the trail and had not eaten it yet, and thought she would find somewhere to sit on the drive back, some pull-off above the river with a view of the water, and eat there in the cab with the windows down and the May air coming through. She reached the truck and opened the door and set the pack on the passenger seat and stood for a moment with her hand on the roof, looking back at the trailhead, at the dark gap between the trees where the trail began its journey into the interior. The stone was back there, gray-brown and smooth and warm from weeks in her pocket, sitting in the depression between two roots at the edge of the trail, settling already into the ground around it, already beginning to belong to the place, the way placed things begin to belong when the hand that placed them has withdrawn. She got in the truck. She started the engine and pulled out of the parking area onto the gravel access road and drove south through the green and tentative morning. And the forest moved past on both sides, and the road unspooled ahead of her, and the case was still open, and the woman was still a question, and Randy would be off crutches by June, and the compass was on the windowsill at home, and the notebook was beside it, and somewhere behind. What the canyon kept. A canyon road in late September afternoon, the rock walls striped in layers of rust and shadow, the light falling at angles that make distances deceptive, pine forests closing over the higher elevations like a roof pulled shut, the silence between passing cars so complete that an engine heard from a mile away sounds like it is already beside you. Well, I have started this account 3 times now, and each time I have stopped at the same place. The moment I described the white pickup truck appearing in the rearview mirror for the first time, staying just far enough back to be explainable as coincidence. I stopped there because that is the last moment of the trip that belonged entirely to Patty and me. The last moment before everything we thought we understood about being careful people in an ordinary world stopped being sufficient protection against what the world actually contains. My name is Gerald, and I was 63 years old when the events I am about to describe occurred, and I had spent 41 years being married to a woman who made the best egg sandwiches in the state of Iowa, and who had chosen pale blue curtains with small white flowers for the interior of a used Winnebago because she believed that a home away from home should still feel like a home. I want you to understand what 41 years means before I describe what happened inside them. It means 2 children raised to adulthood in a house in Cedar Falls where the furnace made a particular knocking sound every October when the heat came on for the first time of the season, and we would look at each other across the kitchen table when it started, because neither of us had ever had it fixed, and neither of us had ever fully explained why. It means a career at the Postal Service that gave my days a shape and a purpose and a reliable exhaustion, and Patty's career teaching 4th grade at Ridgemont Elementary, where she kept a photograph of each class on the wall behind her desk and could name every student in every photograph without hesitation. Years later, in the way that people who genuinely love their work never fully retire from it even after they have retired, it means the cross-country trip we had been postponing since our youngest, Craig, graduated college in 2008. The trip we had talked about across dinner tables and during long drives and in the particular late-night conversations that couples have when the house is quiet and the future still feels like something you can plan toward. We had always said someday. Someday we would buy the camper and take the open road and see the landscapes we had only read about. Someday arrived in September of 2022. When I was retired from the Postal Service, and Patty had just finished her last semester at Ridgemont, and our granddaughter Ellie was turning 5 in Arizona, and Craig kept calling to say, "Come out. Just drive it. Do the thing you've always talked about doing." So, we did the thing. We spent 3 weeks getting the Winnebago road ready, a 2014 model with good bones and faded paint, and a small recurring leak above the passenger window that I fixed with weather strip tape and optimism. Patty chose the curtains from a fabric store on the west side of Cedar Falls, deliberating over the selection with the same seriousness she brought to everything that concerned the making of a space. She installed them herself on the Saturday morning 2 weeks before departure, and when she stepped back to look at them in the late morning light coming through the camper windows, she said they were exactly right. I agreed with her because she was right, and also because watching her stand in the doorway of that camper with her arms crossed and her head tilted, satisfied with her own work, was one of those ordinary moments that I would give most of what I have left to stand inside again. We left Cedar Falls on a Saturday in late September, the kind of autumn morning that smells of wood smoke and fallen leaves even before the day has fully decided what it wants to be. Our neighbors Harold and Deb Winslow waved from their porch as we pulled out, the camper carrying everything we had decided to bring and a few things Patty had added at the last minute because she believed in being prepared for eventualities. Behind the Winnebago, we towed our old Subaru on a transport dolly, figuring Craig would need us to have a smaller vehicle once we reached Arizona for the ordinary business of getting around a city. The first 2 days were everything we had imagined and nothing we had planned for in the specific way that good travel is never fully plannable. We stopped at a campground outside Omaha the first night and grilled on the portable stove while the sunset went orange and pink over the flat Nebraska horizon in a display that seemed almost deliberate in its generosity. Patty fell asleep before 9 with her mystery novel open on her chest, and I sat outside in the camp chair with the second thermos of coffee going cold beside me, and felt, with a completeness I had not felt in years, that this was exactly the right use of a life. I had no idea what the following 72 hours would contain. By the third morning we'd crossed into Colorado, and the landscape had made its full commitment to transformation. The flat farmland of Nebraska and eastern Colorado giving way to the high desert, hill country of the western corridor, red rock formations rising from the scrub in shapes that seemed architectural rather than geological, the sky achieving a depth of blue that the Midwest never quite manages. Patty had her camera out continuously, photographing formations that she said looked like sleeping figures, or ruined fortresses, or things she could not name but needed to record. Cell service had gone unreliable around noon and disappeared entirely by 2 in the afternoon. Patty noted this without alarm, putting her phone in the cup holder and simply looking out the window instead, which was the right response, and also the response I expected from her, because Patty had always understood the difference between the world being unavailable and the world being wrong. We stopped for gas at a station outside a small town called Elwood Springs, population perhaps 300. The number on the sign so faded as to be approximate. The station was old-fashioned in the specific way of places that have not changed, because change has not arrived rather than because anyone has made a decision against it. 2 pumps, a small attached store, a hand-painted sign in the window advertising cold drinks and hunting licenses. A man came out to help at the pump, which surprised me because I had not seen full-service gas since some time in the previous century. His name tag said Roy. He was tall and wiry, somewhere in his 50s, with the deep facial lines of a man who had spent his working life outdoors, and a faded denim jacket despite the warmth of the afternoon. He smiled at us in a way that seemed friendly enough while his eyes moved over the Winnebago and the Subaru behind it, with an attention that was slightly more thorough than the situation required. He asked where we were headed. I told him Arizona, to see our son and our granddaughter. He nodded slowly, wiping his hands on a rag that looked as though it had never been clean, and said the route we were taking, Highway 84 through the Canyon Pass, had been having some trouble lately. Car problems, he said. Breakdowns in spots where tow trucks took hours to reach, I asked what kind of trouble specifically. He shrugged in the particular way of a man who has said as much as he intends to say, and suggested we take the longer route through Millbrook instead. Patty and I exchanged a glance. We had planned this route for the canyon views, and the alternate added 2 hours. I thanked Roy and told him we would stick to our plan. He handed me my receipt without argument and said only to be careful out there, and as we pulled away, I saw him in the side mirror still standing at the pump, watching us go. Patty said he seemed nice, but a little odd. I agreed, and pushed the unease that had settled in my chest toward the back of where I kept things, because I did not want to ruin the mood of the afternoon, and because I told myself that gas station attendants in isolated towns often had an eccentric manner, and that this was not information, only atmosphere. I was wrong about that. Highway 84 entered the canyon like a sentence that changes its meaning halfway through. The road narrowed to a width that required both lanes to be treated as a negotiation rather than a right, and the rock walls rose on either side in their striped layers of rust and shadow, in deep purple where the light pulled back into the stone. The formations were enormous up close, not the distant architectural shapes Patty had been photographing from the highway, but something more immediate, more enclosing. The canyon walls high enough that the sky above us was reduced to a blue corridor moving steadily overhead as we drove. Patty had her window down, the camera working steadily, her commentary quiet and continuous in the way she talked when she was genuinely delighted. The road required my full attention, narrow, curved, carrying the weight of the camper and the towed Subaru in ways that made every bend a calculation. We had not seen another vehicle in over an hour. The white pickup appeared in my rearview mirror at approximately 4 in the afternoon. It held its distance for the first several minutes, just a speck against the canyon wall behind us, maintaining a gap that was consistent enough to seem chosen. When I slowed slightly to navigate a curve, the gap held. When the road straightened and I brought the speed back up, the gap held again. I watched it for 10 minutes before I said anything to Patty. She turned in her seat to look, then turned back and said it was probably just someone else passing through the canyon, and I nodded and kept driving and kept watching the mirror. The gap never changed. For 30 minutes, through every variation in our speed and the road's demands, the white pickup maintained exactly the same distance behind us. And I understood, not with alarm yet, not with anything I could have named as fear, but with the quiet and specific certainty of someone reading a fact, that this was not a coincidence of pace. This was a choice. The canyon walls had been narrowing for the past mile, the rock pressing closer on both sides in the late afternoon light, and I remember thinking with the sideways precision of a mind that does not yet want to acknowledge what it has understood, that we had not passed a single vehicle going the other direction in over 40 minutes. And that on a road this isolated, in a canyon this enclosed, that particular absence was its own kind of information. The canyon walls had been pressing their slow weight against the afternoon light for the past hour, and the white pickup had been pressing its patient distance against the back of my awareness for just as long, and neither of them had moved any closer, which I had been telling myself was reassurance, and which I was beginning to understand was not. I want to tell you what 41 years of marriage gives you that nothing else does. It gives you a second nervous system, not a metaphor, a genuine secondary alertness that operates in the channel between two people who have been reading each other across kitchen tables and car interiors and the quiet dark of shared bedrooms for long enough that communication has migrated below the level of language. Patty and I have been operating in that channel for most of our adult lives. And in the 30 minutes since I first noticed the white pickup holding its deliberate distance, we had exchanged perhaps 4 sentences, but we had exchanged considerably more than that. She knew I was watching the mirror more than the road required. I knew she had stopped taking photographs. Neither of us said what we were thinking, because saying it would have required us to treat it as real, and we were not ready to do that yet. And also because the kids in the back seat of 41 years of marriage are the habits of optimism you develop to get through the ordinary difficulties, and those habits do not surrender without argument. I suggested pulling over at the next scenic overlook to let the truck pass. Patty agreed immediately, which told me she had been waiting for me to suggest it. The overlook was marked by a wooden sign reading Canyon Ridge Viewpoint, a small gravel pullout on the right side of the road, with a low wooden fence at its edge, and a view down into the canyon floor that on any other afternoon would have been the kind of thing we stopped the whole trip for. I eased the camper off the road and brought it to rest with the engine idling, and we both watched the mirror. The white pickup slowed. It did not slow the way a vehicle slows when the car ahead of it has pulled over, and it is no longer necessary to maintain a following distance. It slowed the way something slows when it is making a decision. It came down to nearly a crawl as it drew level with our position, and I got my first clear look at the driver. He was younger than I expected, mid-30s perhaps, with a shaved head and a beard that covered most of the lower half of his face. Dark sunglasses despite the fact that the sun had dropped well behind the canyon walls, and the light was entirely indirect. His head turned as he passed us. A slow, deliberate rotation that tracked our position the way a security camera tracks movement, mechanically and without any of the casual curiosity a normal person might show at an unusual vehicle pulled over at a viewpoint. His lips moved. Patty grabbed my arm. The truck accelerated after it passed and disappeared around the curve ahead, and we sat in the sudden quiet of its absence with the engine idling and the canyon wind moving through Patty's open window, and neither of us spoke for a moment that lasted longer than moments usually do. Patty asked if I had seen the way he looked at us. I said I had. She said she thought we should turn around. I told her I thought so too, but that we had already driven more than an hour into the canyon, and that going back would mean losing the remaining daylight entirely, and that the map showed a small town called Hadley, approximately 45 minutes ahead, where we could stop for the night and take the alternate route in the morning. I said it in the measured voice I used when I was constructing a rational argument against what my body was already telling me to do, and Patty listened to it in the way she had always listened to those arguments, with patience and a slight tightening around her eyes that meant she was filing the irrationality alongside the monthly rationality and would be returning to it. She said Hadley sounded reasonable. I put the camper in drive and pulled back onto the highway. For the next 20 minutes the road was empty in both directions. The canyon walls began to recede as we climbed, the vegetation shifting from the sparse scrub of the lower canyon to scattered ponderosa pines that appeared first in singles, and then in clusters, and then as a genuine forest, pressing toward both edges of the road. The light had gone the specific gold of late afternoon in high country, amber rather than yellow, warm rather than bright, the kind of light that makes everything look more resolved than it is. Patty's hand found mine on the center console and stayed there. I let myself relax. Fractionally, carefully, the way you ease weight onto a floor you are not certain of. The white pickup was parked sideways across both lanes of the highway. I had less than 3 seconds between seeing it and needing to respond. The road had curved sharply left and then straightened, and there it was, perhaps 50 feet ahead, positioned with an exactness that left no gap on either side between the truck's body and the rock wall on the left and the sheer drop on the right. I hit the brakes hard enough that Patty lurched forward against her belt, and the thermos in the cup holder went over, and the whole camper shuddered with the weight of the Subaru behind it trying to keep going. The driver was standing in front of his truck. He had removed his sunglasses. His arms were crossed over his chest, and he was watching us approach through the windshield with the flat patience of someone who has been waiting exactly as long as he expected to wait. His eyes were pale. I could see that from 50 feet away in the amber light, pale in the way of eyes that have very little color to offer, and he was looking at us with a directness that had no social anxiety in it at all, no performance of normalcy, just the open and uncomplicated attention of a man who had arranged things to his satisfaction. From the tree line on the right side of the road, 2 men emerged. They walked slowly, without urgency, as if the situation had already been concluded, and what remained was merely procedural. The shorter one wore a camouflage jacket and carried something in his right hand. The taller one had long hair pulled back from a face that was narrow and unreadable, and a cigarette burning at the corner of his mouth that he did not touch. They took positions flanking the bald man with a spacing that was not accidental. 3 points of a triangle, the apex closest to us. The base spread wide enough to cover the full width of the road. Patty said my name, just my name, one word, and a register I had heard perhaps 4 times in 41 years. Each time in a situation where the ordinary world had briefly dropped its pretense of safety and shown what was underneath. I threw the camper into reverse. Not because I had a plan, I want to be honest about that. There was no plan in that moment. No calculation of angles and distances and outcomes. There was only the animal understanding that forward was impossible and stillness was fatal and the only direction left was backward. And my foot found the accelerator before my mind had finished forming the thought. The engine roared. The camper lurched backward. The Subaru fishtailing a tow dolly behind us, its tires dragging and then catching on the asphalt. In my mirror I saw the 4th man, older, gray-stubbled. The hunting rifle I had not yet seen carried casually across one shoulder, step from the driver's side of a rusted brown sedan that had pulled across the road behind us during the 20 minutes I had spent convincing myself we were safe. He had been waiting behind that curve. All of them had been waiting at their assigned positions for the time it took us to drive 45 minutes into a canyon with no cell service and no other traffic. This was not opportunistic. The thought arrived with the specific coldness of understanding something that cannot be ununderstood. This had been arranged. The positions were pre-selected. The timing was coordinated. Roy at the gas station had known which route we were taking, and he had known when we left. And somewhere between Elwood Springs and Canyon Ridge Viewpoint, someone had made a phone call to a man with pale eyes and no expression, and that man had driven ahead and waited. I aimed the reversing camper at the gap to the left of the brown sedan. The older man with the rifle moved, not fast but decisively, stepping to the side with the unhurried competence of someone who has encountered reversing vehicles before and understands the geometry. The Subaru's front end caught the sedan's bumper at an angle, and the impact came through the whole length of the camper like a wave. A single violent shudder that threw Patty sideways against her door and sent something crashing from the cabinet above the sink behind us. The sedan spun left, not enough to clear the road entirely, but enough. A gap opened on the right side, narrow, the rock wall, close enough that I would lose the camper's side mirror going through it. I did not hesitate. The bald man had crossed the distance between his truck and my driver's window in the seconds of the impact, and his fist connected with the glass as we began moving forward through the gap, leaving a fractured white star across my field of vision that I drove through without slowing, because slowing was not something I was willing to do. The stocky man in the camouflage jacket ran alongside us for 20 yards, close enough that I could see what he was carrying, a crowbar that he swung at the camper's rear quarter panel with a sound that registered as pain even though it was only metal. And then we were through the gap and accelerating, and he was falling. Behind, in the mirror, the 4 men stood in the road watching us go. They did not run for their vehicles immediately. That detail has stayed with me for 3 years now, the way certain details from extreme moments attach themselves with a specificity that ordinary memory never quite achieves. They stood and watched, and the bald man's arms were at his sides, and his expression from a distance was the same expression it had been at the front of his truck, flat and patient and entirely without urgency, as if he had options we did not yet know about. I drove. The camper was damaged. The steering pulled hard to the right in a way it had not pulled before, and from somewhere beneath us came an intermittent grinding that I could not identify, but that my body interpreted as a countdown rather than a malfunction. Patty was pressed against her door with both hands flat on the dashboard, her breathing audible and controlled, the specific controlled breathing of a woman who understood that panic would not help and was therefore not permitting herself to panic. She asked if I was all right. I said I was. My hands were steady on the wheel, which surprised me. I had expected them to shake. She said good, and then she said nothing else. and the silence between us for the next several miles was not the silence of two people who did not know what to say, but the silence of two people who knew exactly what they were not saying because saying it required them to acknowledge where they were and what had just happened and what might still be coming, and they needed every available resource for driving and watching and staying on the road. The pine forest closed over us as we climbed. The canyon walls were gone. The road twisted through the trees in a series of curves that required my full attention and prevented me from watching the mirror with the frequency I wanted to. I caught glimpses of it between curves, empty, dark in the falling light, the forest on both sides solid and impenetrable. And each glimpse of emptiness was both relief and its opposite, because emptiness behind us meant I could not see what might be preparing ahead. The steering was getting worse. The grinding beneath us had changed pitch in the last mile, and the temperature gauge was beginning its slow climb toward a range it had no business entering, and I understood with the quiet dread of a man watching a familiar instrument give an unfamiliar reading that the camper was going to make the decision for us about how much further we could go, and that we were still at least 30 minutes from Hadley, in Pine Forest, with no signal, and 4 men somewhere behind us who had not hurried to their vehicles because they already knew these roads better than we did. The temperature gauge had reached the edge of its safe range, and was still climbing, and the pine forest on both sides of the road had gone the specific dark of trees after the last light leaves them, and I had been watching the mirror so consistently that I had begun to see things in it that were not there. I want to describe the next hour honestly, which means I need to describe it slowly, because the honest texture of that hour was not the texture of action, but of waiting, and waiting is the hardest thing to convey to someone who is not inside it. We had approximately 12 minutes between clearing the gap in the road and the moment the camper told us it was finished. The temperature gauge crossed into the red at a point on the highway where the forest was densest, and the road had no shoulder worth describing, just a narrow strip of gravel at the pavement's edge. Before the ground dropped away into a drainage ditch choked with pine needles and dead brush, I had been watching the gauge the way you watch something you are hoping will change its mind. And when it crossed the line, I felt the decision leave my hands in the way decisions sometimes do, transferred from the person to the circumstances, which is its own particular kind of relief and its own particular kind of terror. I told Patty the radiator was done. She said she understood and asked what we were going to do. I had been working on the answer to that question for the past several miles, with the part of my mind that was not occupied with driving and watching the mirror and listening to the grinding beneath. Ooze that had taken on the quality of something final. What I had arrived at was this. If we stopped on the highway, we were visible. Visible from either direction, illuminated by our own headlights, immobile in a way that removed every option except waiting for whoever found us first. If we could find a way off the highway, any way, even a marginal one, we had the possibility of concealment, and concealment was the only resource we had not yet exhausted. The dirt road appeared in the headlights with perhaps 20 seconds of warning. A gap in the tree line on the left side of the highway, partially obscured by overgrown brush that had been encroaching on the entrance for what looked like several seasons of unchecked growth. Not a maintained road. Not a road anyone was currently using for any regular purpose. A track, really. The kind left by logging operations or fire management or some other industrial purpose that had concluded and been abandoned. The forest beginning its patient work of reclaiming it. I turned onto it without discussion. The brush scraped along both sides of the camper with a sound like something trying to get in, and the track was rough enough that we both braced against our seats, and behind us the Subaru bounced and lurched on the dolly with a violence that I chose not to think too carefully about. I drove perhaps a quarter mile into the trees before the temperature gauge crossed a threshold that I recognized as final rather than cautionary, and I shut the engine off and the headlights went with it, and the darkness that replaced them was absolute. I mean that without exaggeration. Not the manageable dark of a bedroom or a cloudy rural night, where shapes resolve after a moment's adjustment and the world reassembles itself in outlines. The darkness under those pines on that dirt track, In the first minutes after the headlights died was the complete removal of visual information, a darkness that pressed against the eyes with a physical quality, that made the eyes work harder and harder and return nothing for the effort. Patty found my hand in the dark. We sat for a moment just breathing, and outside the cooling metal of the engine ticked in the silence like a clock someone had wound too tightly, and the forest made its own sounds around us. The movement of air through the canopy above, something small and quick in the brush beside the track, the distant sound of what might have been wind, or might have been something moving through the trees at a distance I could not judge without sight. I told Patty we needed to go on foot. She did not argue. She had not argued once during the entire sequence of events, which was not passivity. Patty was never passive, but the clear-eyed recognition of a practical woman that the situation required action rather than discussion, and that discussion could happen later, after survival had been established as a fact rather than a goal. She was already reaching for her jacket in the back of the camper while I was still forming the sentence. We took what we could carry quickly and sensibly. Water bottles, 4 of them, from the case we kept under the bench seat, a flashlight from the kitchen drawer, a small one with fresh batteries because Patty restocked batteries at the beginning of every season, the way other people restocked pantry staples, her phone, which had no signal but would retain its flashlight function until the battery died, my wallet, the portable battery pack we used for charging devices, which I grabbed from the shelf above the sink without fully thinking about why. Driven by some instinct that power was a resource and resources were not to be left behind. The Subaru was beyond us. I looked at it on the dolly behind the camper and understood in a single clear assessment that its front end, after the collision with the sedan, was not going to carry us anywhere. The left tire was flat and the rim had bent against the frame in a way that made the wheel sit at an angle that no road would accommodate. We had our feet and the forest and whatever distance we could put between ourselves and the dirt track before the men behind us arrived. I want to describe the walking, because the walking was the hour, and the hour was the part of that night that changed the architecture of my sleep for the 3 years since. The forest floor under the pines was carpeted in needles that had been accumulating for decades, a layer soft enough to muffle footsteps, which was the one advantage the terrain offered. We moved away from the track, angling northeast by the dim navigation of a sky I could see only in fragments through the canopy, with no moon yet and the stars giving just enough light to tell open sky from treetop. Patty held the back of my jacket rather than my hand, because we needed to move in single file through the undergrowth, and because her holding my jacket meant she could follow me without either of us losing the other in the dark. We did not use the flashlight. This was a decision we made without words, the same way we had been making decisions all afternoon, through the secondary nervous system of a long marriage, the silent channel where understanding passes without requiring transmission. A light in those trees would have been visible from a distance we could not calculate and could not afford. The darkness was frightening. The light would have been more frightening. I had been a Boy Scout for 3 years in my youth, which was 45 years before this night, and approximately as relevant as knowing how to tune a carburetor, technically a skill, functionally inaccessible in a crisis. What I knew about moving through unfamiliar forest at night in a heightened state was considerably less than what the situation required, and I was aware of that gap with a clarity that did not help. What I had instead of skill was Patty's hand on my jacket and the knowledge that stopping was worse than moving, and I moved. We walked for what I estimated at the time to be 20 minutes, and what later evidence suggested was closer to 40, stumbling over root systems we could not see, and pausing at sounds that turned out to be the forest's own business rather than anything related to us. At some point the canopy thinned and a small ravine opened in the ground ahead of us, no more than 4 feet deep, but cutting across our path with a rocky face and a muddy floor. On the far side, a granite shelf jutted from the hillside, a wide flat overhang perhaps 3 feet of clearance at its highest point, the rock above it dark and dense. I had not been looking for a hiding place. I had been looking for distance. But When I saw the overhang, some part of my assessment shifted from flight to concealment. The same shift a hunted animal makes when the terrain offers something better than open ground. I squeezed Patty's arm to stop her and pointed. She looked at it for a moment and then nodded, and we crossed the ravine and crawled underneath and pressed ourselves against the cold stone at the back. The granite was cold in the specific way of stone that has been in shadow for the entire day. Not the surface cold of something recently chilled, but the deep cold of something that has forgotten what warmth feels like. It came through my jacket immediately and settled against my back and shoulders with a patient permanence. Patty tucked herself against my side, and I put my arm around her, and we both went still. Outside the overhang, the forest made its sounds. I want to be careful here, because what I am about to describe is something I have questioned in the 3 years since, turned over and examined for the distortions that extreme stress can introduce into perception and memory. But I have always arrived at the same conclusion, which is that I heard what I heard, and I am not willing to misrepresent it for the comfort of a cleaner account. Perhaps 15 minutes after we reached the overhang, I heard an engine on the highway. Not one engine. 2. Arriving in sequence with a gap of perhaps 3 minutes between them. The sound traveled clearly through the still night air. The specific acoustic quality of engines running slowly, at the pace of vehicles searching rather than passing through. They stopped somewhere near where I estimated the dirt track entrance to be, and after the engines died I heard, faintly, the sound of doors. Patty's hand tightened on my arm. Then, voices, not words. I could not make out words, and I will not pretend otherwise. What I could make out was the pattern and the tone, low, unhurried. The cadence of men dividing a task between them without urgency or confusion. The way people communicate when they have done a similar thing before and understand their roles. A brief exchange and then silence. And then the silence became a different quality of silence. The silence of people who have stopped talking because talking is no longer necessary. They were in the forest. How far and what direction, I could not tell. The trees and the darkness and the specific acoustics of that terrain made distance meaningless. I know they were searching because I could hear at intervals I tried to track, but could not reliably measure, the sound of movement through undergrowth that had a purposefulness distinct from the random sounds the forest made on its own. A branch, a footstep on a root. The brief metallic sound of something carried. We did not move. I have been asked in the years since what that waiting was like, and I have never found an answer that satisfies me. There is a specific quality of stillness that the body achieves when stillness is not optional, when movement would be a form of self-destruction, and achieving that stillness requires the suppression of every physical impulse that the body generates in response to fear, the need to shift position, the need to breathe more deeply, the need to make any sound at all. Even the small involuntary sounds of two people pressed together on cold stone in the dark. Patty was utterly still beside me. She was 61 years old, and she had spent the previous day making egg sandwiches and choosing campground spots and photographing rock formations through a window. And she was utterly still on that cold granite with her hand on my arm, and her breathing shallow and quiet. I have thought about that stillness many times since, and I have never been able to think about it without something in my chest going tight and specific in a way that is not entirely grief, and not entirely pride, and does not have a better name than love. The searching continued for a long time. I lost track of how long, because time had stopped operating reliably and my phone was in my pocket with its face turned off, and I was not going to move my arm from around Patty to check it. At some point, the sounds of movement in the forest became less frequent, and then stopped, and the voices exchanged their brief necessary communication again, and then the engine started, and the engines moved, and then there was nothing on the highway at all. We did not move. This was the right decision, and also a very difficult one, because the body's response to the departure of immediate threat is a powerful argument for emergence, for the end of hiding, for fresh air and upright posture, and the reassurance of being visible in a landscape rather than concealed under a shelf of stone. The body was making that argument with considerable force. I overruled it because I understood that the apparent departure of a threat is not the same as the actual departure of a threat, and that the men searching that forest understood this principle as well as I did, and may have been relying on our not understanding it. We stayed under the overhang for what I believe was close to 3 hours. I know 3 hours because Patty's phone showed the time when we finally emerged, and the number it showed was not the number I expected. Time under conditions of extreme stress does not pass at the speed it usually passes, which I had known intellectually and now understood in my body in a way that intellectual knowledge never quite achieves. The orange glow began while we were still under the overhang. It appeared in the direction of the dirt track, above the tree line, growing from a faint warmth in the sky to something unmistakable, and with it came the smell of smoke moving through the forest on the night air. Not the wood smoke smell of a campfire. Something larger and hotter and mixed with the chemical smell of synthetic materials burning, insulation and upholstery, and the particular acrid quality of a vehicle being thoroughly destroyed. Patty pressed her face against my shoulder. I held her and watched the glow pulse against the dark sky and did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that the glow was not already saying more completely and more permanently than any words I could have assembled. Everything we had loaded into that Winnebago, the curtains she had chosen and installed herself, the audiobooks she had cued for the long stretches, the portable stove and the folding chairs, and the photograph of Ellie she had taped inside one of the cabinet doors, so we could see her face in the mornings. All of it was becoming smoke in the Colorado night, and the men who were burning it were somewhere between us and the highway, and morning was still a long way off. The glow held against the sky for a long time before it began to fade, and Patty kept her face against my shoulder for most of it, and I kept my arm around her, and outside the overhang the forest stood its patient ground in the dark, neither hostile nor indifferent, simply present in the way of things that were here long before we arrived and would continue long after, which was not a comforting thought, and was also, in some way I could not fully articulate, a stabilizing one. The glow had faded from the sky by the time the first gray light began separating the tree canopy from the darkness above it, and what replaced the glow was an absence that felt larger than the thing itself, the specific emptiness of a space where something had been and was no longer, not removed but consumed. We crawled out from under the overhang at what Patty's phone showed as 5:47 in the morning. I want to describe what it felt like to stand upright after 3 hours pressed against cold granite. But the physical description is not the part that stayed with me. The physical part was stiffness and cold, and the specific ache of a body that has spent a long night in a position it was not designed to maintain. That passed within the first minutes of walking, the way physical discomfort passes when the alternative to enduring it has recently been made vivid. What stayed was the quality of the world in those first minutes outside the overhang. The forest in the pre-dawn gray, the smell of smoke still faints in the cold air, the absolute silence of a landscape that had no idea what had passed through it in the night, and would not have cared if it had. Patty stood beside me and looked at the sky through the canopy for a moment. And then she looked at me, and I looked at her, and the looking between us was the entire conversation we needed to have about the night. We began walking east. East was the direction of the highway, or what I believe to be the direction of the highway. Based on the logic of our original path into the forest and the position of the lightning sky, I want to be honest about the navigation. I did not know with certainty which direction we were walking. I had a strong sense and a reasoned sense and no other kind of sense available to me, and in the absence of certainty I used the strong and reasoned sense and moved. The forest in the early gray light was a different landscape than the forest in the dark, not less threatening exactly, but differently threatening. Visible now, its distances legible, its obstacles avoidable, the undergrowth negotiable with the care of people watching where they stepped. The pine needles were wet with dew that had collected in the night and released its cold into our shoes within the first 10 minutes. Patty made no mention of this. I made no mention of this. We walked. She asked after perhaps 20 minutes whether I thought they had gone. I said I thought they had left the immediate area. I chose those specific words deliberately. and she received them with the precision with which she received everything I said carefully. A slight nod that acknowledged the distinction I was drawing between the immediate area and anywhere. Further than that, I told her that what mattered now was reaching the highway and reaching another person in that order, and that everything else could wait until those two things were accomplished. She said that sounded right. We walked for another hour through terrain that was rough enough to require concentration and open enough to permit reasonable progress. The light strengthened as we moved, going from the flat gray of pre-dawn to the pale gold of early morning, the shadows under the trees lengthening and then beginning to lift. At one point we crossed a shallow stream that ran clear and cold over rounded stones, and we stopped to drink from it because our water was running lower than I wanted and the stream looked clean enough. And because stopping was the right thing to do, even though stopping felt wrong, and the discipline of doing the right thing even when it feels wrong was something that 41 years of ordinary life had embedded in both of us deeply enough that it operated even here. Patty drank from her cupped hands and made a sound that was not quite a laugh but was in the neighborhood of one, a brief, involuntary acknowledgement of the specific absurdity of drinking from a Colorado mountain stream at 6 in the morning in wet shoes after spending the night under a granite shelf, while men burned your camper in the forest behind you. I understood the sound completely. It was the sound of two people who have been frightened beyond the range of normal emotional expression, arriving at the edge of that range and finding something like dark humor waiting there, not because anything was funny, but because the alternative to that brief acknowledgement was a bleakness neither of us was willing to sit inside any longer than necessary. I loved her very much in that moment, which I know is a strange thing to say about a moment like that. But it is true, and I'm committed to honesty in this account. We reached the highway at 9:47 in the morning, not the section of highway near the dirt track. We had walked far enough east that we emerged onto the road at a point I did not recognize. A straight stretch bordered on both sides by forest with no features that oriented me to our specific position on the map. What I could see in both directions was empty asphalt going to vanishing points in either direction. No vehicles, no structures, no sign of any human purpose except the road itself. We began walking along the shoulder in the direction I believed was east, toward Hadley. The shoulder was uneven, and the morning sun was now fully up, coming in at an angle that lit the road surface in a way that made the asphalt seem almost white. And after the darkness of the forest, and the cold of the stone and the long hours of stillness, walking in sunlight on a paved surface felt like a luxury I had not earned. The warmth of it on my face and hands was specific and immediate, in the way that warmth is specific and immediate when you have been genuinely cold. Not comfortable warmth, but instructive warmth, the kind that reminds you what temperature your body is supposed to be. Patty walked beside me with her hands in her jacket pockets and her eyes on the road ahead. I had been thinking, as we walked, about Roy at the gas station. The thought had been present since the moment I understood in the canyon that the ambush had been arranged rather than opportunistic, but I had not been in a condition to examine it with the attention it deserved until now, when the immediate crisis had passed into the aftermath and the mind had room to move. Roy had known our route. Roy had known our departure time. Roy had suggested we change our route, which I had now reframed from a friendly warning into its actual function, not to protect us from danger, but to determine whether we would take the alternate road, which presumably did not serve the men in the canyon, or stay on Highway 84, which did. When I told him we were staying on our planned route, he had said only to be careful. He had said it the way you say something when you are saying goodbye to people you do not expect to see again. I told Patty what I had been thinking. She was quiet for a long moment, walking with her eyes on the road, and then she said she had been thinking the same thing since the canyon. She said she had not said it the night before because there was nothing to be done with the information in the forest, and she had not wanted to add it to what we were already carrying. This is who Patty is. This is who she has always been. The woman who assesses what is useful and what is not, in real time under any conditions, and allocates her energy accordingly. 41 years, and I am still occasionally astonished by her. The truck that stopped for us appeared from the east at approximately 11 in the morning. It was a flatbed carrying lumber, moving at a deliberate pace, and it slowed when the driver saw us on the shoulder and pulled over perhaps 30 yards ahead. The driver was a large man named Glenn Barker, mid-50s, with a sun-weathered face and the immediate practical assessment of someone accustomed to encountering unexpected situations on isolated roads and addressing them without delay. He looked at us for perhaps 2 seconds. Our torn clothing, the mud on our shoes and our knees, the particular quality that a night in the forest leaves on a person's face and bearing, and said to get in without asking any questions. He drove us to the sheriff's station in Hadley. The station was a modest building on the main street, and the deputy on duty was a young woman named Carver, who had the focused attentiveness of someone who understood her job in a place where the distances were large and the resources were limited, which meant every call mattered and was treated accordingly. She sat us down with coffee and a box of crackers that appeared from somewhere behind the counter, and she took out a notepad and asked us to start from the beginning. We started from the beginning. I told it in sequence. The gas station, Roy, the route, the white pickup in the mirror, the overlook, the blocked road, the 4 men. I described the bald man's pale eyes and his position in front of the truck. I described the 2 men from the tree line and the older man with the rifle behind us. I described the impact with the sedan and the crowbar against the rear panel and the damaged steering and the temperature gauge and the dirt track and the overhang and the smoke against the sky. Deputy Carver wrote it all down in the careful hand of someone who was already thinking ahead of the writing, asking clarifying questions at precise intervals, asking me to describe specific details more fully when the details mattered for purposes I understood even as she was asking. When I finished, she asked if we were injured. I said we were not, that we were cold and tired and my back ached from the overhang, but that nothing required medical attention. She said she was glad, and her gladness was real rather than procedural. Then she asked me to describe Roy. I described him as precisely as I could. The height, the build, the deep facial lines, the faded denim jacket despite the warmth, the name tag. She wrote it down and her expression did not change. But something in the quality of her attention shifted in the way that attention shifts when a description arrives that has arrived before. I asked if she knew who he was. She said she could not discuss an active investigation. I asked if there had been other incidents on Highway 84. She said she could not discuss that either, in the same tone and with the same careful neutrality, and I understood from both non-answers taken together that the answer to both questions was yes, and that the yes was something she was managing with the specific caution of someone who understood the weight of what she was managing. Craig arrived at 11:30 that night, having driven through the previous evening and all of that day from Arizona after our call from the station. He walked into the small waiting room where Patty and I had been resting on plastic chairs under a wool blanket that Deputy Carver had produced from the back of the station with the same practical efficiency she brought to everything, and he looked at his mother and then at me. And his face did the thing that adult children's faces do when they have been afraid for their parents, and their parents are still there. Patty stood up and held him for a long time. I sat in my chair and watched them and held my coffee, which had gone cold an hour earlier, and which I was still holding because the holding of it was itself a comfort. The simple weight of a cup in both hands, the residual warmth of a thing that had been hot. Outside the window of the sheriff's station, the main street of Hadley was quiet in the late evening, lit by the practical lights of a small town going about its last business of the day. A pickup passing, a light going off in the hardware store across the street. The slow, ordinary motion of a place that had no knowledge of what had happened 45 minutes up Highway 84, and would not have recognized it as possible. I thought about Patty choosing the curtains, pale blue with small white flowers, because a home away from home should still feel like a home. The fabric she had deliberated over in the store on the west side of Cedar Falls, the Saturday morning installation. The way she had stepped back and said they were exactly right. All of it ash snowed a ditch off a dirt track in a pine forest. gone as completely as if it had never existed except in a specific and permanent way that things you have loved exist in the memory of the person who loved them. I thought about that for a while, sitting in the plastic chair with a cold coffee. Then Craig brought his truck around to the front of the station, and I helped Patty with her jacket, and we walked out into the cool Hadley night and got in, and he drove us south toward Arizona. The stars of the Colorado Plateau in the early hours of that morning were the same stars that had been above the forest when we were under the overhang, the same stars that had given us just enough light to tell treetop from sky, and seeing them through the windshield from the warmth of Craig's truck. Moving south through the open country, away from the canyon, I understood that the same world that contained the men in the forest also contained Glenn Barker and Deputy Carver and a son who drove through the night without being asked, and that holding both of those truths at the same time was not a resolution, but it was something, and something was what I had. The stars through Craig's windshield had carried us south through the night, and by the time the Colorado Plateau gave way to the red desert of northern Arizona, the sky had gone from black to the particular deep blue that arrives just before any other color commits, and Patty had fallen asleep against the passenger window with Craig's jacket folded under her cheek. I watched her sleep for a long time from the back seat, not with the attention of someone watching for distress. Her breathing was slow, and her face had the specific quality of a person genuinely unconscious rather than performing rest, the muscles releasing their held shapes, the expressions of the waking hours giving way to the simpler geography of a face that has finally stopped managing itself. I'd watched her sleep thousands of times in 41 years, and I knew every version of it. And what I was seeing now was the sleep of profound exhaustion, rather than the sleep of peace. But it was sleep, and she was warm, and we were moving south, and Craig was behind the wheel with his jaw set in a particular configuration he had inherited from me, and which I recognized as the expression of a man who was doing the only useful thing available to him and doing it with his full attention. I did not sleep. I want to tell you what the insomnia of that first night was like, because it was different in kind from the insomnia I had known before, which had been the insomnia of ordinary worry, the financial kind, the health kind, the ambient uncertainty of a life that still had its full set of variables in play. That kind of insomnia has an object and a resolution, even if the resolution is only the dawn making the worry small again by restoring the world to its familiar scale. What I was experiencing in the back of Craig's truck was something else. It was not worry. Worry implies a future outcome that has not yet been determined. What I was experiencing was the aftermath of a thing that had already been determined, and the mind's refusal to accept that determination as complete. A recursive loop in which the sequence of the previous 24 hours replayed itself with slight variations, testing each decision point for the alternate outcomes that might have existed if I had made a different choice, stopped at a different place, taken the alternate route Roy had suggested. That last one was the loop I kept returning to. Roy at the pump with his careful friendliness and his eyes moving over the Winnebago and the Subaru with an attention I had registered and filed away and chosen not to act on. His suggestion of the alternate route. My response. The polite decline of a man who had planned his trip carefully and did not want to add 2 hours and lose the canyon views for the sake of a vague warning from a gas station attendant. The way he had said to be careful, handing me the receipt in the tone of a farewell rather than a caution. I had driven away from that station and pointed us directly at what was waiting on Highway 84. I know, in the reasonable part of my mind, that this framing is both accurate and insufficient. It is accurate because the choices were real and the consequences were real. It is insufficient because the choice to trust a marked route and dismiss a stranger's vague warning is not a failure of judgment. It is what a reasonable person does, and I was a reasonable person in possession of incomplete information, and the incompleteness of the information was not my responsibility to anticipate. I know this. The knowing of it has not fully resolved the loop, which is still running in some part of me 3 years later, slower now and less frequent, but present in the way that a structural change to a building is present. not visible in normal light, but discoverable under the right conditions. We arrived at Craig's house in Arizona at shortly after 7 in the morning. His wife, Diane, had been awake since his call the previous afternoon and had the guest room made up and a full breakfast on the table that neither Patty nor I were capable of eating in any meaningful quantity, but which we sat down to anyway because the gesture of it. The table set, the eggs made, the orange juice in glasses, the ordinary domestic abundance of a house that had been arranged to receive us, was its own form of care that required participation rather than simply acknowledgement. Ellie was 5 years old and did not fully understand what had happened, which was exactly right. She climbed into Patty's lap at the breakfast table and began explaining a drawing she had made the previous day with the complete absorption of a child who considers her current project the most important thing in any room, and Patty listened with her arms around Ellie and her chin resting lightly on the top of Ellie's head. And the expression on Patty's face was something I had to look away from because it contained too much at once. I excused myself and went outside. Craig's house had a back porch that looked out over a yard where a large saguaro stood at the far edge, its arms lifted in the posture that always suggested to me either surrender or celebration, depending on what I brought to the looking. The morning was already warm, the Arizona sun making its early claim on the day with the directness that Midwestern sun never quite achieves, and I sat in one of the porch chairs with my coffee and let the warmth work on the cold that was still somewhere in my back and shoulders, deep in the muscle in a way that surface heat could only address gradually. The sheriff's department called at 9 that morning, not Deputy Carver, a detective named Aldrich, who introduced himself with the measured efficiency of someone who had learned to deliver information in a specific order for specific reasons. He said they had dispatched units to Highway 84 the previous morning and located the dirt track from our description. He said they had found the camper. He said it had been burned to the frame, which I already knew from the glow against the sky, and that the Subaru had been recovered approximately 6 miles down a logging road with its plates removed and its interior stripped. He said forensic units were working the scene. He asked if I felt able to answer some additional questions. I said yes. He asked about Roy in greater detail than Deputy Carver had, not just the physical description, but the specifics of the interaction, the exact language Roy had used, the precise nature of his suggestion about the alternate route, whether he had asked any questions beyond where we were headed, whether he had touched the Winnebago or the Subaru during the fueling. I answered each question as precisely as I could, and as I answered, I understood from the specificity of what he was asking that he was building something, that my answers were pieces being fitted into a structure that already had a shape, and that the shape was not new to him. I asked him directly whether Roy was known to the department. There was a pause of perhaps 3 seconds. He said he could not comment on an active investigation, which was the same non-answer Deputy Carver had given me, and which confirmed, for the second time, the same thing. I asked whether there had been other incidents involving travelers on that route. Another pause. Then, he said that the department was aware of previous reports from that corridor, and that they were being reviewed in connection with our case, and that he appreciated our cooperation, and that someone would be in touch. We spoke for another 15 minutes, and then he thanked me and ended the call. And I sat on Craig's porch with the phone in my hand and the saguaro at the far end of the yard lifting its arms in their ambiguous posture, and I thought about the phrase previous reports with the particular attention you give to a phrase that is doing more work than its surface suggests. Previous reports, plural, from the same corridor. Patty came out onto the porch while I was still sitting with the phone, and sat in the chair beside me without asking what the call had been. She had always known when to ask and when to simply be present, which is a rarer skill than it sounds, and she exercised it now. We sat together in the Arizona morning, looking at the saguaro for a while, before either of us spoke. She said she had been thinking about the curtains. I said I had been thinking about them too. She said she was not going to be sad about them, that they were a thing and things were replaceable. and that she was going to be sad about exactly what she was actually sad about, rather than allowing it to transfer onto objects, because objects were easier to mourn than the actual subject of the stuff, mourning. I asked what the actual subject of the mourning was. She thought about it for a moment with a seriousness she brought to anything that deserved a precise answer. She said it was the feeling of safety, not physical safety. She was clear about that distinction, clear that she understood the night had been survived and we were here, and that she was grateful for both of those facts in a way that was real and not performative, but a different kind of safety. The kind that is less about locks and roads and more about the general operating assumption of the world, encountered carefully and with reasonable judgment, tends toward the tolerable. The assumption that careful people in ordinary circumstances can trust their own assessment of a situation, that a scenic route is a scenic route, that a gas station attendant is a gas station attendant, that a warning vague enough to be dismissed is in fact probably safe to dismiss. She said that assumption had been the ground she walked on for 61 years, and that she was now aware of it in the way you become aware of a floor only when it has proven capable of giving way, and that this awareness was what she was mourning rather than the curtains. I sat with that for a long time. Then I said I thought she had identified it exactly, and that I was mourning the same thing, and that I did not know yet what replaced a lost assumption of that kind. What you built your weight on when the original floor had shown its limits, but that I thought the figuring out of it was going to take longer than either of us wanted, and that we should be patient with ourselves about the timeline. Patty turned and looked at me in the way she had looked at me across 41 years of kitchen tables and car interiors, and the quiet dark of shared bedrooms, the direct, clear, fully present look of a woman who has decided to be with a person and continues deciding it every day, which is what love actually is, rather than what it is often described as. She said she thought that was the right approach. She reached over and took my hand, and we sat there together in the Arizona sun, with the saguaro at the far end of the yard, and the smell of Diane's coffee drifting through the screen door, and the distant sound of Ellie explaining something to someone inside with the inexhaustible narrative energy of a 5-year-old who has not yet encountered the concept of an audience that might not be fully engaged. It was, in its specific and modest way, enough. That evening, I sat at Craig's kitchen table after everyone else had gone to bed and wrote down everything I could remember from the previous 48 hours while the sequence was still complete, undistorted by time, not for any official purpose. The detective would handle the official purpose. But because I had the instinct, sitting there with Craig's notepad and one of Diane's pens, that the writing of it was a form of witness, and that the night deserved a witness who had been there and was willing to name what they had seen, I wrote for 2 hours. At the end, I put the pen down and looked at what I had written and understood that the account was accurate and incomplete in the way all accounts of extreme experience are accurate and incomplete, capturing the sequence without fully capturing the texture, describing the events without fully describing what the events did to the interior of the person they happened to. I folded the pages and put them in my jacket pocket. Outside Craig's window, the Arizona night was enormous and full of stars. The same stars that had been above the Colorado forest, and above the plateau, and above every mile of the drive south. And sitting at that kitchen table in the quiet house, I thought about the 41 years of nights Patty and I had spent under those same stars without knowing they were the same ones, going about our ordinary Cedar Falls life under a sky we had never thought to look at carefully. And I understood that the looking carefully was going to be different now, that this was one of the things the night on the Canyon Road had permanently changed, and that not all permanent changes are losses, even when they arrive in the company of loss. The Arizona stars had been enormous and indifferent, and I had sat under them at Craig's kitchen table with my handwritten account in my jacket pocket. And in the morning the world had resumed its ordinary motion without asking whether I was ready for it to do so. We stayed in Arizona for 11 days. I want to be clear about what those 11 days were and were not. They were not a recovery, because recovery implies a process with a direction and a destination. And what was happening during those 11 days was something less linear than that, more like the way a disturbed body of water eventually settles, not through any deliberate action but through the gradual exhaustion of the forces that had disturbed it. We were present in Craig's house. We were present at Ellie's birthday, which happened on the 4th day, and which Patty attended with a completeness of attention that I recognized as both genuine and chosen. Genuine because Ellie was real and present, and 5 years old, and incandescent with the specific joy of a child whose birthday has arrived, and chosen because Patty had made a decision that the night on the canyon road was not going to reach forward and diminish this. I watched her, watching Ellie blow out the candles on the cake Diane had made, and something in my chest did a complicated thing that I did not try to name. The detective called twice during those 11 days. His name was Aldrich, and his calls followed the same structure each time. A brief courteous opening, a specific question or set of questions about details from our account, a careful non-answer to any question I put to him, and a closing that thanked us for our cooperation without revealing the direction of the investigation. I answered everything he asked, and asked my own questions with the understanding that the asking was more for my own purposes than for the information it would return, because the information was not going to come from Aldrich. On the 8th day, I drove Craig's truck to a hardware store and sat in the parking lot for 20 minutes before going in. Not because I needed anything from the hardware store specifically. I'd invented a reason, a particular type of weather strip that I told Craig I wanted to look at. But the real reason was simpler and harder to explain. I needed to drive somewhere alone. I needed to navigate a road without anyone else in the vehicle, to be the only person whose safety depended on the decisions I was making behind the wheel, and to discover what that felt like now. What it felt like was manageable, not comfortable, not the unreflective ease of a man who has been driving for 45 years and stopped consciously registering the act. Something more deliberate than that, more effortful, a heightened awareness of every other vehicle and every intersection and every junction where a decision was required. But manageable. I drove to the hardware store and parked, and went in and bought the weather strip, and drove back. And my hands were steady on the wheel the entire time, which was the information I had gone to find. On the 10th day, Patty and I sat on Craig's back porch in the early evening and talked about going home, not the logistics of it. Craig had already arranged flights, and the insurance process on the Winnebago and the Subaru was underway, and the practical infrastructure of returning to ordinary life was in motion. What we talked about was the interior question of it. What home meant now? Whether Cedar Falls was still the right answer to that question. Whether the house on the street with Harold and Deb Winslow on the porch next door was the place we wanted to return to, or simply the place we had been. Patty said she wanted to go home. She said it without qualification and without apparent ambivalence, and I looked at her and asked if she was certain. She said she was certain, and then she said something that has remained with me clearly in the 3 years since, in the specific way that the things people say at important moments remain, not fading the way ordinary conversation fades, but fixing themselves in memory with the permanence of things that mattered. She said that the house in Cedar Falls was the place where 41 years had happened, and that those years were not going to be relocated to a different address because a night in a Colorado canyon had been terrible, and that if we chose a different place to live because of that night, we would be allowing the men on that road to determine the geography of the rest of our lives, and she was not willing to give them that. I said I thought that was exactly right. She said she thought so too, and the firmness in her voice was not performed firmness, it was the genuine article, the tone of a woman who had examined the question and arrived at an answer she was prepared to stand in. We flew home to Cedar Falls on the 12th day. The house was exactly as we had left it. Harold and Deb Winslow were not on their porch. It was a Tuesday morning and Harold would have been at his woodworking shop and Deb at the library where she volunteered on weekday mornings. But the street was familiar and the house was familiar, and the particular quality of Iowa autumn light on the front walk was familiar in the specific way that familiar things become significant when you have been away from them under difficult circumstances, and were not entirely certain you would return to them. I carried our bags inside. Patty went directly to the kitchen and made coffee, because making coffee in the kitchen was the most fundamental act of being home that was available to her, and she performed it with the deliberateness of someone conducting a small ceremony of return rather than simply making a beverage. I sat at the kitchen table and watched her and thought about the months ahead. It was during the first 2 weeks at home that I began to understand the specific shape of what the canyon road had left behind. Not the dramatic shape, the nightmares which were real and which I will describe shortly, or the driving difficulty which was real and which took longer to address than I had expected. The specific shape I mean is subtler than either of those things. It was the way the world had been reclassified at a level below conscious thought, so that certain categories of experience that had previously registered as neutral now registered as information requiring assessment. A stranger approaching the car at a gas station. A road that became less traveled than anticipated. The silence that follows when cell service drops. A person whose eyes moved over us with slightly more attention than the situation required. Each of these had always been possible features of ordinary travel. They remained possible features of ordinary travel. What had changed was not their frequency or their objective character, but the speed and intensity with which my nervous system responded to them, as if something had been recalibrated in the night and not returned to its original settings. I described this to our family doctor, who referred me to a therapist named Dr. Paula Shen, who worked out of an office in a medical building near the university, and who had a particular expertise in what she called acute stress response in survivors of violent crime. I want to say something about the phrase violent crime, because sitting across from Dr. Shen in her office and hearing it applied to our experience was the first time I had encountered that language in relation to what had happened, and the encounter was unexpectedly significant. We had been the targets of a violent crime. I had been moving through the preceding weeks with an account of the events that was accurate in its sequence and somehow insufficient in its framing. An account that described what had happened, without fully naming what it was. The naming of it as a violent crime was not dramatic. It did not change the sequence or the facts. What had changed was the frame, and the frame turned out to matter more than I had understood, because without it I had been attempting to process an extreme event through the instruments of ordinary experience, which are not calibrated for that purpose. Dr. Shen was patient and precise, and our sessions had the quality of careful work, not easy, not fast, but directional. Each session covering ground that stayed covered rather than ground that had to be reclaimed the following week. The nightmares require description because they are part of the honest account and because their specific characters surprised me. I had expected to dream about the canyon road, about the white pickup blocking lanes, the pale eyes above the crossed arms, the sound of the crowbar against the rear panel, about the forest in the dark and the smoke against the sky. Those dreams came, and they were as difficult as expected, and they diminished over time in the way Dr. Shen had suggested they would, the imagery becoming less vivid and the waking distress becoming less acute. What I had not expected were the other dreams, the ones that were not about the men or the canyon but about Roy. In those dreams I was always at the gas pump in Elwood Springs receiving my receipt from Roy's hand. And the dream had the quality of a scene that is about to end differently than it ended before. I was always on the verge of saying something different, of asking the right question, of reading the too long attention correctly and responding to it with an action that would have changed everything that followed. And I always failed to say it or do it. And the dream always ended with us pulling away from the station and Roy watching us go in the side mirror. And I would wake from that specific image with my heart working hard and the certainty that I had missed something I had been given the chance to catch. I described these dreams to Dr. Shen. She said they were a form of the mind's attempt to establish control over an event in which control had been absent, and that the revision of the departure from the gas station was the mind choosing the earliest available intervention point, the moment where, in retrospect, the sequence might have been altered. She said this was normal and was not evidence that I had actually failed at anything, and that the normalcy of it did not make it less distressing but might make it more manageable once I understood what it was. Understanding what something is. I was learning. does not make it stop. But it changes the relationship to it, which turns out to be sufficient for most practical purposes. 3 weeks after we returned to Cedar Falls, Detective Aldrich called with the first concrete development. They had arrested a man named Wesley Grubb, the bald one, the pale-eyed one, the one who had stood in front of the white pickup with his arms crossed, and watched us approach with the patience of someone who had arranged things to his satisfaction. He had attempted the same scheme on another couple traveling through the same canyon corridor, and the attempt had gone wrong in ways that left him exposed, and he had been taken into custody without resistance. He had a record going back 20 years. Armed robbery, assault, vehicle theft. He was linked by physical evidence and location data to at least 2 other incidents in the corridor, involving travelers who had disappeared and never been found. Cases that had been open for years, without resolution, without bodies, without answers for the families of people who had simply failed to arrive at their destinations. Aldrich said this with a flatness that was not indifference, but the trained neutrality of someone who has spent years delivering information that has weight and has learned to deliver it without adding the weight of their own response. I sat at the kitchen table with the phone and processed what he had said about the 2 cases without resolution. 2 couples, or 2 individuals, or some combination. People who had driven Highway 84 and encountered what we encountered and had not reached a gap in the blocked road at the right angle, had not had 41 years of a shared secondary nervous system, had not made the specific sequence of decisions that got us to that dirt track, and that overhang, and that granite shelf in the forest. I thought about them for a long time after Aldrich ended the call. Patty was in the garden when I went to tell her, on her knees in the October soil, planting the bulbs she ordered every year from a catalog that arrived in September, doing the work of putting things in the ground that would not emerge until spring, which had always seemed to me one of the more quietly optimistic acts available to a person, and which seemed, on that particular afternoon, to be an act whose full weight I was only now beginning to understand. Patty's hands had been in the October soil when I told her, and she had stayed on her knees for a moment after I finished speaking, looking at the bulb she was holding as if it required her full consideration, and then she had pressed it into the ground with the deliberateness of someone completing a task that mattered regardless of what had just been said around it. I want to tell you about the trial. Wesley Grubb was arraigned in a Colorado district court in January, 14 months after the Canyon Road. The charges were extensive: armed robbery, assault, kidnapping, and 2 counts of murder in the first degree for the cases Aldrich had described as unresolved. The murder charges were built on physical evidence and location data rather than bodies, which the prosecutor's office explained was increasingly viable in cases where forensic technology had advanced beyond what the original investigators had available. The other men, the 2 from the tree line and the older one with the rifle, were named as co-defendants in the robbery and assault charges, but had not been located, which Aldrich delivered as a fact rather than an apology, the way law enforcement professionals learn to deliver the facts they cannot change. I want to be honest about what the unlocated co-defendants meant to me in practical terms. It meant that 3 of the 4 men who had been on that canyon road were still somewhere in the world, going about whatever they went about, with full knowledge that we existed and had survived and had given descriptions to law enforcement. I had understood this intellectually since the arrest, but the arraignment made it concrete in a way that intellectual understanding had not. Concrete in the specific way of a thing that operates on the nervous system rather than the mind. Not a thought I had, but a condition I was in, a background frequency that Dr. Shin and I spent several sessions addressing directly. She said the most useful frame was the distinction between actual risk and perceived risk, and that the 2 were genuinely different things even when they felt identical, and that the work was not to eliminate the perception, but to develop the ability to assess which one was operating at any given moment. I found this useful and insufficient in approximately equal measure, which Dr. Shen said was the expected relationship to useful frameworks in the early stages of applying them. Patty and I drove to Colorado for the trial in March. I had been driving again since December, carefully, with attention, with the heightened assessment of other vehicles and road conditions that had become my new baseline, The long highway drive from Iowa to Colorado was the most significant test of the new baseline I had yet attempted, and I want to describe it honestly rather than with the retrospective smoothing that memory sometimes applies to difficult things. The first 2 hours were effortful in a way that ordinary driving is not effortful. The effort was not about the mechanics. My hands were capable and my reactions were sound, but about the continuous and conscious management of the nervous system's responses to triggers that the drive generated reliably and without announcement. A vehicle that approached too fast in the rearview mirror. A stretch of highway where the traffic thinned and the landscape opened into the particular emptiness of the American interior. A road sign indicating that the next services were 40 miles ahead. Each of these produced a physical response, a tightening, a heightened alertness, a brief acceleration of the heart that I had learned to observe rather than act on, to note as information about my nervous system rather than information about the road. Patty rode beside me with the same quality of presence she had brought to the drive south on that September night, attentive without hovering, available without pressing, her hand on the console between us in a position that was not quite touching mine, but close enough that the option was always there. By the 4th hour, the effortfulness had reduced to something I can only describe as a lower register of the same thing, still present, still requiring management, but no longer requiring my full allocation. I began to notice the landscape, the flatness of western Iowa giving way to the low hills of Nebraska, the sky enormous in the way it is enormous in the middle of the country, the light in the late afternoon taking the specific angle of March in the Great Plains, low and lateral and the color of old brass. I told Patty it was a good light. She said it was, and turned to look at it out her window. And for perhaps 10 minutes we drove in the comfortable silence of two people sharing something they both found worth sharing, which was such an ordinary thing that I noticed it with a gratitude that surprised me. The trial took place in a county courthouse in a town called Mill Haven, 40 miles from the canyon corridor. The building was functional and unremarkable, with the specific institutional quality of public buildings that have been maintained without being renovated. Carpet worn in the traffic patterns, fluorescent lighting that added a slight green cast to every complexion, the smell of decades of public business conducted in enclosed spaces. We sat in the gallery behind the prosecution table. Wesley Grubb was brought in through a side door each morning by 2 corrections officers and seated at the defense table with the contained, unhurried manner of a man who had been through this procedure before and understood its rhythms. He was wearing a suit that did not fit him correctly, too large in the shoulders, the sleeves too long, and his pale eyes moved over the gallery each morning when he entered with the same systematic attention they had shown in the canyon, cataloging and assessing without any visible emotional content. He looked at us twice that I registered, once on the second day and once on the last day of the prosecution's case. Not a stare, not a performance. A brief, direct look of the kind that acknowledges a thing without commenting on it. The second time, I held his gaze for a moment before he looked away. I want to describe what I felt in that moment as clearly as I can, because it was not what I expected to feel, and the unexpectedness of it has stayed with me. I had expected something in the range of fear or anger, the emotions that the situation seemed most obviously designed to produce. What I felt instead was something quieter and more structural than either of those things, a kind of recognition. The specific recognition of a person who has been through something and is now in the same room as the thing they went through, and who finds that being in the same room with it has not destroyed them, not triumph. Nothing so active as triumph. More like the quiet discovery of one's own dimensions. The way you discover what a room contains by walking to each of its walls and finding where they are. I was still here. He was in handcuffs and would remain in handcuffs, and I was sitting beside Patty in a gallery seat with a cup of vending machine coffee going cold on the bench beside me, and I was still here. The testimony portion of the trial took 4 days. Patty and I testified on the second day in sequence, beginning with me and then Patty. The prosecutor was a methodical woman named Hargrove, who asked her questions in the precise order required to build the account for the jury without confusion. And I answered in the same sequential way I had answered Aldrich and Deputy Carver and Dr. Chen. The gas station, Roy, the route, the mirror, the overlook, the blocked road, the four positions, the impact, the forest, the overhang, the smoke. When Patty testified, I sat in the gallery and listened to her describe the night in her own voice and in her own sequence, and the experience of hearing the account from outside myself, in her words rather than mine, was one of the more disorienting experiences of the entire process. Not because her account differed from mine in any significant particular, it did not, which was its own form of confirmation, but because hearing her describe the moment she pressed her face against my shoulder while we watched the Winnebago burn was an encounter with something I'd experienced from the inside and had never heard described from the outside. And the outside description had a weight that the inside experience had not fully conveyed. She testified for 50 minutes. She did not cry, she did not perform composure. She answered each question in the measured, precise voice of a woman who had decided to be a witness to her own experience, rather than a victim of it. And the distinction was visible in the gallery, and visible on the jury's faces, which I watched carefully throughout. The defense attorney was a careful man who asked careful questions and achieved nothing with any of them, because the evidence was what it was, and the account was what it was, and the jury was 12 people who had listened for 4 days and understood what they had heard. They deliberated for 6 hours. Guilty on all counts, including both murder charges. When the verdict was read, I felt Patty's hand find mine on the bench between us, and I held it. And outside the courthouse windows, the March sky over Colorado was the flat gray of a sky that has not decided what it intends to do yet, neither threatening nor promising, simply present above the ordinary geography of a town going about its Tuesday afternoon. The sentencing was 3 weeks later, delivered by a judge who had the manner of someone who had sat in that chair for a long time and still brought full attention to it. Life without the possibility of parole on both murder counts. Concurrent sentences on the remaining charges. As they brought Grubb out after the sentencing, he turned once more toward the gallery. He did not look at me this time. He looked at Patty. She met his gaze without expression, without movement, with the complete stillness she had maintained on the cold granite in the dark forest, and she held it for the full moment of his looking, and then the corrections officers moved him through the door, and the door closed behind him and he was gone. In the parking lot afterward, Patty and I stood beside Craig's truck. He had driven out for the verdict. In the gray March afternoon, Craig was on his phone giving Diane the news, his voice low and careful, and Patty and I stood side by side, looking at the courthouse building with its institutional brick and its American flag moving without urgency in the cold air. She said it was finished. I said the other 3 were still out there. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said that was true, and that it was also true that Wesley Grubb was not, and as she was going to choose to let this be a completion, even if it was an incomplete one, because waiting for a complete completion was another way of allowing the Canyon Road to determine the structure of the days that followed it. I thought about that. Then I said she was right, and she said she knew, and Craig ended his call and said Diane sent her love, and we got in the truck and drove toward the highway. The drive east from Millhaven took us briefly through the outer edges of the canyon country, not near the road itself, not near any geography I recognized from the approach or the exit, but through the general territory of high desert and pine forest, where the light in the late afternoon was the same amber light that had been falling on the canyon walls on that September afternoon, the same light in which I had first seen the white pickup holding its deliberate distance in the mirror, and I watched it touch the rock formations as we passed, and I let it be light, just light, falling on stone the way it had been falling on stone since long before any of us were here to have opinions about it. The amber light had touched the canyon country, and I had let it be light, and Craig had driven us east toward the flat horizon of home, and somewhere in the long miles between the Colorado border and the Iowa line, The particular quality of the air had changed from the dry mineral clarity of the high desert to the softer, more inhabited atmosphere of the Midwest, and I had felt my shoulders release a tension I had not fully registered as tension until it left. We arrived back in Cedar Falls on a Thursday evening in late March. Harold Winslow was in his front yard when we pulled in, raking the dead material from his lawn with the patient thoroughness he brought to all outdoor tasks, and he raised one hand in the uncomplicated greeting of a neighbor who is glad to see you without needing to perform the gladness. I raised my hand back. The exchange lasted perhaps 3 seconds and contained, in its brevity and its normalcy, something I found I needed without having known I needed it. The confirmation that ordinary life was still operating in ordinary ways in the place where I lived, that the world had continued its business during the weeks I had been sitting in a Colorado courthouse watching a man in a too large suit be held accountable for what he had done. Patty made dinner that night. Not the perfunctory dinner of a person re-entering a kitchen after a long absence and going through motions for memory, but a real dinner, chosen and prepared with the specific attention she brought to cooking when cooking was a form of care rather than a necessity. She made a chicken and vegetable soup that she started at 4 in the afternoon and let go until 6. The smell of it filling the house in a way that reached the back rooms and the upstairs and came through the walls of my study, where I was sitting at the desk trying to read and finding instead that I was simply listening to the house be inhabited again. I want to tell you about the months that followed the trial, because they are the part of this account that I have been most uncertain how to describe, and the uncertainty itself is instructive. The months after the trial had a quality that I did not have language for until Dr. Shen gave me language for it, which she did in a session about 6 weeks after the verdict. She called it the post-resolution plateau, which she described as the specific psychological territory that opens up after a major external event. A trial, a verdict, a sentencing, has concluded and removed the forward-facing urgency that the anticipation of that event had been providing. The urgency, she explained, had been a form of structure, waiting for justice, preparing testimony, attending proceedings. These things had given the grief and the stress a direction, a destination, a sense that the processing had somewhere to go. When the destination arrived, the processing continued, but the direction was less clear. I recognized this description immediately, and with a relief that surprised me, because I had been experiencing the plateau for 6 weeks without understanding what it was. And understanding what something is changes the relationship to it in the specific way that naming a sound changes the sound, not eliminating it, but removing the additional layer of distress that comes from encountering something unidentified. The plateau was not depression. I want to be precise about that, because depression is a clinical state with specific characteristics, and what I was experiencing was different in kind, even when it resembled depression in texture. It was more like the aftermath of sustained effort, the specific flatness of a body and mind that have been operating at high intensity for an extended period and have now been asked to return to baseline, and are discovering that baseline has shifted during the absence. My baseline had shifted. This is the most accurate way I can describe what the Canyon Road had done to the permanent structure of my daily experience. Not destroyed it, not corrupted it, but altered it at a level deep enough to be called structural. The way a building that has survived an earthquake may still stand fully functional, but has a different relationship to the ground it stands on. A revised understanding of what the ground is capable of. I described this to Dr. Durr. Shen and she said it was an accurate description, and that the work now was not to restore the original baseline, which was not possible and would not be desirable even if it were, because the original baseline had included the assumption that Roy was simply a gas station attendant, but to establish a new one that incorporated what I now knew without being defined by it. The incorporating was the work, and the work took time. In April, I went back to the garden, not because gardening had ever been my particular province. That was Patty's territory, and she maintained it with a clarity of ownership that I had always respected. But because she had asked me, the previous autumn, whether I wanted to learn what she was doing with the bulb beds along the south fence, and I had said yes with the half attention of a person who intends something without fully committing to it. Now I committed to it. She taught me slowly and with the patience she had brought to teaching 4th grade for 30 years, explaining the reasoning behind each decision rather than just the decision itself, so that I was building a framework rather than following instructions. What soil condition meant for what variety of bulb. Why certain things needed to go in before the last frost and others after. The specific difference between planting for next spring and planting for the spring after that. The practice of doing work whose reward was not immediate but was certain, given the right conditions and sufficient patience. I found this profoundly useful in ways that extended beyond the garden. In May, Aldrich called with a development that I had not expected and that I want to describe carefully. One of the unlocated co-defendants, the stocky one in the camouflage jacket who had carried the crowbar, had been apprehended in Wyoming in connection with an unrelated robbery. In the course of that investigation, evidence linking him to the Canyon Road had emerged, and he had been charged in Colorado as a fugitive. He was awaiting extradition. Aldrich gave me this information in his usual flat, careful manner, and I received it in the usual way, with gratitude for the concrete development and the complicated awareness that concrete developments in this particular case arrived alongside the reminder that the case was still open, that the older man with the rifle and the tall one with the long hair were still unaccounted for. I thanked Aldrich and asked if there was any progress on the other two. He said the investigation was ongoing. I said I understood, and I did understand. And I also understood that ongoing meant uncertain, and that uncertain meant the work Dr. Shen and I had been doing, the work of distinguishing actual risk from perceived risk. The work of building a new baseline was work that did not have the luxury of waiting for certainty before it proceeded. I called Patty into the study when I hung up and told her. She sat across from me in the armchair. She had moved into the study the previous winter because she said the light in the study was better for reading in the afternoons, which I had agreed with because the light was genuinely better, and also because I liked having her in the room. She said she was glad they had found him. I said I was too. She said what was she thinking about the other two, and I said what I had been thinking, which was that their being unlocated was a fact I was learning to carry at a lower register. Present, but not dominant, information rather than emergency. She said she thought that was the right approach. Then she said she wanted to tell me something she had been thinking about since the trial, which she had been holding until the timing was right, and which she believed the timing was now right for. She said she wanted to take another trip. Not a camping trip, not a remote highway through canyon country, but a trip. A real one. With a destination and a route, and the ordinary business of two people deciding to be somewhere other than where they usually were. She said she had been thinking about the Pacific coast, which neither of us had seen. She said she thought going somewhere new, somewhere that had no relationship to the September road, would be a useful thing. Not as a statement or recovery milestone, or any of the frameworks that therapists and well-meaning people applied to survivor decisions, but simply as two people who had always meant to see the Pacific, and who were still here and therefore still capable of seeing it. I looked at her across the study in the good afternoon light. She was 62 years old, and she had spent a night on cold granite in a dark forest, and she had sat in a Colorado courtroom for 4 days, and testified without flinching, and met Wesley Grubb's gaze, across a room without looking away, and she was sitting in my study in the late May afternoon, telling me she wanted to see the Pacific Ocean. I said we should go in September. She said September sounded exactly right. I opened my laptop and we spent the following hour looking at the coast of Oregon, the towns and the headlands and the specific geography of a shoreline we had only ever seen in photographs, and the looking had the quality of something being planned rather than something being managed, which was a distinction I felt in my chest with a clarity that required no analysis. Outside the study window, the garden was in its full late spring state. The bulbs Patty had planted in October having done what bulbs do when given the right conditions and sufficient patience, emerging in the April cold and opening in the May warmth into the specific colors she had chosen from the catalog the previous September, colors she had selected before the Canyon Road, before Elwood Springs, before Highway 84, in the ordinary confidence of a woman planning a garden for the spring she intended to be present for. She had been right to plant them. She had been right about all of it. The house in Cedar Falls, the returning to it, the choice to let the verdict be a completion even in its incompleteness, the bulbs in the October soil, the Pacific in September. She had been navigating by something I was still learning to read, some internal instrument, calibrated by 62 years of being a practical woman in a world that occasionally revealed its capacity for violence and required you to decide, each time, whether the violence was the truth of the world or merely a fact about it. It was merely a fact about it. The world also contained Harold Winslow raking his lawn in the late March afternoon. It contained Glenn Barker, who told two strangers to get in without asking questions. It contained Deputy Carver with her notepad and her practical competence, and the wool blanket from the back of the station. It contained Craig driving through the night from Arizona and Diane's breakfast table, and Ellie explaining her drawing with the inexhaustible confidence of a child who has never yet encountered an audience that failed to find her interesting. It contained Patty's hands in the October soil, pressing bulbs into the ground for the spring she intended to be present for. I had been given the same spring. I closed the laptop and looked at the garden through the study window for a long time, at the colors she had chosen before any of it happened, blooming in the May warmth exactly as she had intended them to bloom, and I thought about what it meant to plant something in confidence before the ground has proven its willingness to hold it, and I thought it meant everything. That it was in fact the whole of it, the entire answer to the question the Canyon Road had asked of us. The garden had been blooming in the May warmth exactly as Patty had intended, and I had been looking at it through the study window with something that felt, for the first time in a long time, like the uncomplicated recognition of a good thing rather than the complicated grief of a person relearning how to recognize good things. September came the way September comes in the Midwest, not dramatically, not with the sudden cold of a seasonal announcement, but with a gradual shift in the quality of the light and the temperature of the evenings, the air acquiring a clarity that the humid summer months had withheld, the mornings carrying a coolness that the afternoons had not yet agreed to sustain. We drove to Oregon. I want to say that simply and let it be simple, because it was simple in the way that important things sometimes are. When you have done sufficient work to arrive at them, we packed the car, not a Winnebago, not a camper, just our own vehicle, a sensible sedan that Craig had helped me choose the previous spring, and we mapped our route on paper as well as on the phone, and we told Harold and Deb where we were going and when we expected to be back, and we pulled out of the driveway on a Tuesday morning in the second week of September, with the particular quality of autumn light that had been present on the morning we left for Arizona 3 years earlier. The same light. I noticed it. I let it be light. The drive took 3 days in each direction, which was the right pace for the distance, and for us, long enough each day to cover ground, short enough to arrive at each stopping point before the driving had become effortful. I had spent 6 months rebuilding my relationship with highways, with long open stretches, with the specific landscape of the American interior where the sky is too large and the traffic too sparse and the distances between services make a certain kind of person uncomfortable in a way they cannot entirely explain to someone who has not felt it. The relationship was functional now, not the original relationship I had accepted with Dr. Shen's assistance and Patty's patient company, that the original relationship was not available for restoration, but functional and honest, and built on accurate rather than assumed foundations, which made it more durable even if it was less easy. I watched the mirror with attention that was informed rather than anxious, which is a distinction that sounds small and is not. The Oregon coast arrived on the third afternoon. I had looked at photographs of it during the planning, studied the headlands and the offshore rocks, and the particular gray-green of the Pacific in its northern reaches, but photographs had not prepared me for the specific quality of arrival, The way the highway crests a ridge and the ocean appears below and to the west as a fact rather than a suggestion, immense and calm, and entirely indifferent to the significance of the moment for the two people in the sedan who were seeing it for the first time. Patty said, "Oh, just that." A single quiet syllable that contained a complete response to something too large for language to adequately address, which is the correct response to the Pacific Ocean encountered for the first time, and which I would not have wanted her to expand on. We found our lodging, a small inn in a coastal town that Patty had researched with the same deliberateness she had brought to choosing the Winnebago curtains, reading reviews and examining photographs and asking the specific questions of the booking site that determined whether a place was as described or merely as presented. It was as described. A room with a window facing the water, the sound of the surf audibles through the glass. A narrow porch with two wooden chairs that received the afternoon light in the particular way of west-facing things on the Oregon coast. A gray-silver warmth that was not the warmth of the Midwest, or the Southwest, but specific to this latitude, and this body of water and the quality of air that moved between them. We sat on the porch the first evening until the light was entirely gone, not talking much, looking at the water and the sky, doing what the water and sky do on the Oregon coast in September, the light failing slowly, the horizon darkening in increments, the offshore rocks becoming silhouettes and then shadows and then simply presences in the dark water, implied rather than visible. The temperature dropped as the light went, and Patty pulled her jacket tighter without moving to go inside, and I did the same, and we sat in the descending cold with the sound of the surf, and a smell of salt and kelp, and a specific mineral quality of Pacific air, which is different from Atlantic air in ways I could not have specified before this evening, and could not have forgotten after. I thought about the Winnebago curtains, not with the grief of the first year, not with the complicated weight of the trial year, but with something quieter, a recognition that Patty had chosen those curtains, with the same care she had brought to choosing this room, this coast, these wooden chairs on this porch, and that the choosing itself was continuous, regardless of what had happened to any particular object of it. She was still the woman who chose carefully and well. The canyon road had not changed that. It had, if anything, made the choosing more visible to me, more legible, in the way that things you might have taken as ambient become distinct when you understand what their absence would mean. I told her the curtains would have looked good here. She turned and looked at me. I said pale blue with small white flowers would have suited the ocean view. She was quiet for a moment, and then she said she had been thinking the same thing since we arrived, and that she had already found a fabric store in the town we were passing through on the return route, and that she thought the guest room at home could use new curtains anyway. I looked at her in the gray last light of the Oregon evening. She looked back at me with the expression that had been looking at me across kitchen tables and car interiors and the quiet dark of shared bedrooms for 44 years now. The direct, clear, fully present expression of a woman who had decided to be with a person and continued deciding it in full possession of everything she now knew about what that decision entailed. I said the guest room had perfectly good curtains. She said they were adequate, which was not the same thing as good. I said that was fair. We sat for a while longer, and then went inside, and the surf continued its business outside the window while we slept, which was the right sound for sleeping beside, steady and large, and entirely unconcerned with the small dramas of the creatures on its shore. The week on the coast had the quality of a thing that does not need to be made to be good, that arrives already good and requires only presence and attention to remain so. We walked the headland trails in the mornings, ate in the local restaurants that Patty had identified in her research as places with genuine kitchens rather than performed ones, drove the coastal highway in the afternoons to see what the next bay or headland offered. The driving was comfortable in a way that the driving had not always been comfortable, which I noted without dwelling on. On the fourth day I called Dr. Shen from the inn porch, not because anything required addressing. The week had been straightforwardly good, the kind of week that is its own evidence of progress without requiring the progress to be named. I called because I wanted to tell her we were here, that the Pacific was as large as advertised, that Patty had found a fabric store for curtains, that the driving had been comfortable. She listened to all of it without interrupting. When I finished, she said she was genuinely glad, and then she said something I wrote down in the small notebook I carried, because it was precise enough to deserve preservation. She said that the most significant marker of recovery from acute stress response was not the absence of the response, the triggers, the heightened alertness, the nervous system's revised assessment of the world, but the restoration of the capacity for uncomplicated pleasure, the ability to sit on a porch above the Pacific and be glad about the Pacific rather than primarily occupied with the analysis of whether being glad about the Pacific was permitted or premature or evidence of something being missed. She said the fact that I was calling the teller about curtains suggested the capacity had returned. I said I thought she was right. She said she thought so too, and that she looked forward to our next session, and that she hoped the drive home was easy. On the 6th day, we found the fabric store. It was in a small coastal town called Manzanita, set back from the main street in a narrow building with a green painted front and a window display of bolts, arranged by color in a progression that ran from the warm end of the spectrum to the cool. Patty went in with the purposeful attention of a person who knows what she is looking for and requires only the correct object to present itself. I waited outside on a bench that faced a small park where 2 children were conducting an elaborate game involving a stick and a set of rules that were invisible to any observer but clearly agreed upon between the 2 of them, because they never disputed anything, just played with the self-contained seriousness of children for whom the game is the entire world for its duration. I watched them for a while, not thinking about the canyon road, not thinking about Roy or the pale eyes or the overhang or the glow against the sky, just watching 2 children play a game with a stick in the gray Oregon afternoon, the sound of the surf 3 blocks away, the smell of salt in the air, the particular quality of light on this coast that I had been learning all week and was still learning. Patty came out with a paper bag and sat beside me on the bench and looked at the children too. After a while she said the fabric was not exactly the same as the original. The blue was a shade darker and the flowers were slightly smaller. But she thought it was better actually. She thought the darker blue was the right choice for a guest room rather than a camper, and that the smaller flowers suited the scale of a window differently than the larger ones had suited the camper's proportions. She said she thought it would be exactly right. I said I thought she was probably correct about that, which she was, as she had been correct about most things that mattered across 44 years. In the specific and practical and unsentimental way of a woman who trusted her own judgment because her judgment had generally proven trustworthy. We flew home 3 days later and I thought about what Dr. Shen had said about the capacity for uncomplicated pleasure, and I thought it was accurate as far as it went, and that what it did not fully capture was a specific quality of the uncomplicated pleasure available to a person who is understood at a cellular level, that the pleasure is not guaranteed, that the world contains canyon roads and pale-eyed men and gas station attendants who know which routes travelers are taking, and that none of this information is sufficient reason to refuse the porch above the Pacific, or the fabric store in Manzanita, or the 2 children with their stick and their private rules. The knowing of the risk was now part of the pleasure rather than separate from it, which was not something I had expected and was perhaps the most significant structural change the Canyon Road had made to the permanent architecture of my experience. I wrote this account over the course of 4 months in the study, where the light is good in the afternoons, and when I finished the last section, I sat for a long time at the desk without moving, and outside the window the garden held its late September quiet. The summer flowers spent, the soil preparing itself for whatever Patty had decided to plant next, patient and dark, and full of the specific readiness of ground that knows what it is for. The garden had been holding its late September quiet, and the study light had been doing what it always did in the afternoons. And I had been sitting at the desk with the finished account in front of me, and the particular stillness of a person who has set down something they have been carrying for a long time. I want to be honest about what finishing the account did and did not do. It did not close anything in the way that closure is described by people who use the word freely. The clean finality of a door pulled shut, the resolution of an open question into a settled answer. I have come to distrust that word with the specific distrust of someone who has looked for the thing it names, and found instead something more honest and less tidy. What finishing the account did was different from closure and more useful than closure, and I want to try to describe it accurately because the accuracy matters. It witnessed the thing. That is the closest I can come to it. The account existed now outside the person who had lived it, in words, in sequence, in the specific language of someone who had been there and had taken sufficient time and sufficient care to describe it honestly. Witnesses matter. They matter in courtrooms and they matter in the quieter proceedings of ordinary life, the interior trials we conduct without judges or juries or the formal apparatus of justice, in which the only thing required of a witness is that they were present and are willing to say so. I was present. I was willing to say so. The account said so. I printed it on a Tuesday morning in early October and placed it in a manila folder on the corner of the desk. And then I went downstairs and told Patty it was finished. She was at the kitchen table with her coffee and the catalog for spring bulbs, which arrived every September with the reliability of a correspondent who has never missed a deadline. She looked up at me, and then she looked at the folder in my hand, and then she looked at me again. She asked if she could read it. I said yes, and set it on the table beside her coffee and went to make my own. She read it that afternoon in the armchair in the study, while I was in the garden turning the soil in the south bed, preparing it for whatever she had decided to plant next. I could see her through the study window when I looked up. The armchair turned slightly toward the light. The folder opens on her lap. Her reading posture the same posture she had maintained through decades of mystery novels and fourth-grade essays, and the catalog copy of 100 planting guides, unhurried, present, reading as a form of attention rather than consumption. At one point I looked up and she was not reading. She was looking at the window, not through it, looking at the glass itself, or at something in the middle distance between herself and the glass. I turned back to the soil and gave her the privacy of that moment without comment. She came outside when she had finished, still carrying the folder. She stood at the edge of the south bed and looked at what I had done with the soil and said I had turned it too deep in the northeast corner, that the drainage there was already sufficient and did not require the additional aeration I had provided. I said I had suspected as much. She said I would know better next time. I said I would try to remember. This exchange was, on its surface, about drainage. It was not about drainage. She set the folder on the garden wall and said the account was accurate. She said there were things in it she had not known, I had observed or felt, and that reading them had been like finding rooms in a house she thought she had fully explored. She said she thought I had written it with care, and that the care showed, and that Nora, she meant the first story, our neighbors had read the account I had written about the first story we had heard, about the man who lost his wife on that New Mexico highway, would have recognized the care, which was the highest compliment she knew how to give to an act of writing. I stood in the south bed with the turned soil and looked at her. She looked back at me in the late October afternoon light, which was the low and lateral light of the season's serious end. Not the brass of March or the amber of September, but something cooler and more final, the light of a year that has done most of its work and is beginning to settle its accounts. She was 64 years old, and she had gray in her hair that had been arriving gradually for the past several years, and that she had declined to address because she said gray was the correct color for a person who had lived long enough to earn it. She was wearing the old jacket she kept by the back door for garden work, the green one with the frayed cuff on the left sleeve that she had been meaning to repair since the previous spring and had not repaired because the fraying was not structural and therefore not urgent. She was entirely herself. This is the thing I want to say about 44 years, which is what we had arrived at by that October afternoon in the garden. It is not that you stop seeing the person, not that familiarity has worn the edges from the image and left something generic in its place. It is the opposite of that. After 44 years, You see the person with a specificity that the early years of love, for all their intensity, do not permit. You see not just who they are, but the full accumulation of how they have arrived at who they are, the decisions and the losses and the capacities developed in response to both, and the seeing of all of that at once is not a diminishment of the original recognition, but its full development. The way a photograph taken with patience and sufficient light shows more than a photograph taken in haste. I saw Patty completely in that October light. I want to say that. 3 years and 2 months after the canyon road, standing in the turned soil of the south bed with the study window behind her, and a late-season light on her gray-streaked hair and the frayed cuff of her garden jacket, I saw her completely, and I was glad to be the person who saw her. The account went to several places after that morning. Craig received a copy in November and called after reading it to say something I will not reproduce here, because it was said in the privacy of a parent and child who have been through something. Together, and its full meaning belongs to that privacy. What I will say is that the call lasted an hour and ended with him saying he was glad we had taken the trip to Arizona, and glad Ellie had been turning 5, and glad, in the way that specific gladness is different from general gladness, that we had been in his driveway with our bags when Harold raised his hand in the late March afternoon. I sent a copy to Deputy Carver in Hadley, who had given us the wool blanket and taken our statement with the focused competence of someone who understood that what she was doing mattered. I included a brief note thanking her for the specific things she had done, named specifically because specific gratitude is the only kind worth giving. She wrote back within 2 weeks, a single paragraph in a practical hand, saying she was glad we were well, that the investigation had continued, and that our account had contributed to a larger record she hoped would eventually serve the families of the people who had not been found. She did not say more than that. It was exactly the right amount. I sent a copy to Glenn Barker at the lumber company in Hadley, where Craig had tracked down the mailing address with the persistence of someone who understood that some debts of gratitude have a specific address and need to be sent there. I did not know if the address was current or if the copy would reach him. I sent it because the sending was the thing within my control, and doing the things within my control was the practice I had developed and intended to maintain. Detective Aldrich received a copy with a note. He called to acknowledge it, which was more than I had expected, and said in his careful, flat manner that he appreciated the documentation and that the investigation was ongoing. I thanked him for 3 years of calls that delivered information I needed even when the information was incomplete. And he said he was doing his job, which was true, and was also not the whole of what he'd been doing, and I said so, and he was quiet for a moment. And then he said he was glad we were well, and ended the call in the brisk manner of someone who is more comfortable with the practical than the appreciative. I understood that completely. In November, Patty planted the south bed. She had chosen from the catalog with her usual deliberateness. 2 weeks of careful consideration. The catalog marked in pencil at the relevant pages. Several evenings of comparison and revision before the order was placed. What arrived in the brown paper packages at the end of October were the materials for a bed that would not show its full intention until the following spring. The colors she had selected existing for now only in her mind and in the catalog photographs, and in the dark soil of the south bed. Patient and implicit, I helped her plant them, not with the confidence of someone who had mastered the skill. I have been learning for 1 season, and 1 season is not mastery, but with the competence of someone who understood the reasoning behind the decisions and could execute the physical requirements without supervision. Patty directed and I planted, and we worked in the November afternoon until the bed was done and the soil was smoothed and the wooden markers she used to track what was where had been placed at their correct positions. We stood at the edge of the bed when it was finished. The light was going, the November afternoon performing its early exit, with the efficiency of a season that has concluded its negotiations and is simply executing the result. The garden was in its end-of-year state. The spent stalks cut back. The beds turned and planted with their invisible intentions. The whole of it in the specific repose of a thing that has done its work for the year and is now doing a different kind of work. The underground kind. The patient kind that asks nothing of the observer but the willingness to return in spring. We would return in spring. This was not a statement requiring courage or resolution or any of the deliberate acts of a person who has decided to continue. It was simply a fact about where we lived and who we were and what the spring would find when it arrived. Two people in a house in Cedar Falls with a south bed full of Patty's careful choices and a study with good afternoon light, and a street where Harold Winslow raised his hand when you pulled in from a long drive. Wesley Grubb was in a Colorado facility serving life without parole. 2 of the 4 men on the Canyon Road remained unlocated. I thought about this with a regularity I had come to understand as appropriate. Not daily, not with the intrusive insistence of the first year, but with the honest frequency of a fact that is part of the landscape and does not need to be resolved to be managed. Dr. Tortu, Shin and I had discussed the unlocated men many times, and the discussion had arrived over the months at a position I could stand in steadily. They were a fact about the world, as Roy was a fact about the world, as Highway 84 was a fact about the world. Facts about the world require assessment and appropriate caution and the willingness to adjust behavior accordingly. They do not require the surrender of the world itself. I had not surrendered the world. Patty had not surrendered the world. The curtains she had made from the manzanita fabric were hanging in the guest room now, the darker blue with the smaller flowers, and she had been right that they suited the scale of the room better than the original would have. The proportions correct. The light coming through them in the mornings, a different quality than the light through the old curtains. A cooler and more coastal blue that made the room feel like something it had not felt like before. Not worse, just different. The room revised rather than restored, which was the appropriate outcome for a room that had been waiting for revision without knowing it. I went to the guest room sometimes in the mornings, before the day had begun its business, and stood in the light coming through those curtains. Not to grieve the Winnebago, or the original curtains, or the trip that had become the Canyon Road, not to perform any act of remembrance or acknowledgement, or the formal markers of a person maintaining a relationship with a difficult past, simply to stand in a room in my own house in the morning light, in the specific blue of Patty's careful choosing, and to be the person who lived here, in this house, with this woman, in this ordinary and extraordinary life that the Canyon Road had not been able to take from us, because we had not allowed it to be taken. The garden waited outside in its patient November repose. In the spring, the south bed would show what Patty had put into it. The colors she had chosen in October from the catalog in the kitchen, the varieties selected with the specific knowledge of a person who had been planting this ground long enough to understand its particular requirements and particular gifts. The showing would not surprise her, because she had known what she was planting, but she would stand at the edge of the bed when it came and look at it with the expression she had shown me in the camper doorway, the one that meant exactly right, and I would stand beside H. What the dark keeps. Louisiana at 2 in the morning in late October. The air thick and warm despite the season. The highway flanked by walls of darkness where the live oaks press close. The occasional lit billboard appearing and disappearing like something that almost spoke. The rest stops set back from the road in pools of buzzing fluorescent light that attract insects and offer the specific false comfort of illumination without safety. I have been trying to write this account since February, which is when my therapist first suggested that writing it might be more useful than continuing to describe it to her in sessions that always arrived at the same place and stopped there, unable to go further because the describing and the writing are different acts and I had only been doing one of them. The place where the session stopped was always the same place. It was the moment the lights went dark in my rear view mirror, not the moment at the rest area. I will get to the rest area. And I want to get to it carefully and in the right sequence, because the sequence is the thing that has taken me 8 months to understand fully, not the moment the unmarked vehicle pulled me over on that stretch of Interstate 10 east of Baton Rouge. The moment after. The moment when the man who had been standing at my window walked back to his vehicle and the red and blue stopped flashing, and the headlights turned off entirely, and the vehicle made its U-turn across the median without any lights at all and disappeared into the dark going the wrong direction. That moment is where the session stopped, because that moment is where understanding stops, and something else begins. Something that does not have a clean clinical name and does not respond well to frameworks. I've been living in the vicinity of that moment for 8 months. My name is Claire, and I am 42 years old, and I teach high school music in Nashville, Tennessee, where I have lived for 14 years in a house that is a reasonable size for one person and that I have furnished slowly and with care, the way you furnish a life you intend to stay in. I have a piano in the front room that I bought before I bought a proper bed frame, which tells you the order of my priorities, and a small back garden where I grow tomatoes in the summer with moderate success and herbs with considerably more, and a gray cat named Ellis, who has the temperament of someone who agreed to live with me under terms he continues to find acceptable, but reserves the right to revisit. I am telling you these things because the channel requires a person before it requires a story, and because the specific person I was on the night of October 19th matters to what happened on that night, and what happened to that person afterward. On October 19th, I was driving from Nashville to Biloxi, Mississippi, alone, in the dark, in the specific condition of a person who has received a phone call and gotten into the car. My sister Dana called at 4 in the afternoon. She called from the hospice facility on the coast where our father had been for 11 days, and her voice had the quality it had acquired over the preceding weeks. Careful and factual and stripped of the editorial layer that her voice normally carried, the way voices get when their owners have been managing something difficult for long enough that they have stopped performing composure and simply achieved it. She said it was time to come. I said I would leave within the hour. What passed between those two sentences, in the approximately 4 seconds of silence that separated them, was 7 years of an estrangement that had never been formally declared and therefore could never be formally ended, only navigated around in the way you navigate around furniture in the dark, knowing it is there, knowing its general position, never quite mapping it clearly enough to stop catching your hip on the corner of it. My father and I had stopped talking properly when I was 35, not because of a single event. Those estrangements are actually easier, because the event can be named and examined and potentially addressed. Ours was the accumulated kind, the kind built from a long series of smaller failures of understanding that each seemed minor at the time and together became a wall neither of us had the specific vocabulary to dismantle. He was a man of deep silences and strong opinions held quietly, and I was a woman who had spent her adult life in a city he considered a departure from what mattered, doing work he respected in principle and could not quite value in practice, and the distance between us had grown in the gradual way of distances that no one is actively creating and no one is actively closing. He was 71 years old, and he was dying of the thing that had been diagnosed 14 months earlier, and I was getting into my car in Nashville in the October dusk, to drive the 6 hours to Biloxi to say whatever could still be said, or to arrive too late to say it, and stand at the edge of that silence permanently. I did not know which one it would be. I want to describe the drive because the drive is the container of everything that follows, and the drive itself had a texture that I need to establish before the texture changed. I left Nashville at 5:30 in the evening. The first 2 hours were the ordinary drive of a person putting distance between themselves and something they cannot affect by staying Interstate 24 south through the Tennessee hills. The light going as I crossed into Alabama. The radio cycling through stations I was not fully listening to. My hands steady on the wheel in the specific way of a person who is managing their interior by attending very carefully to the exterior. The road, the lane markings, the distance to the next exit. The fuel gauge, which I checked more frequently than necessary because checking it was something within my control. I stopped for gas outside of Mobile just after 8. At a station with good lighting in a convenience store, where a teenager behind the counter was watching something on his phone with the earbuds in, and the complete inward attention of someone who has made excellent use of a slow shift. I filled the tank and bought a coffee and a package of peanut butter crackers that I ate standing beside the car in the warm Alabama night, watching the traffic on the interstate and thinking about what I was going to say to my father if I arrived in time to say anything. I had been thinking about that for 6 hours and had not arrived at anything I was satisfied with. This is the thing about the accumulated estrangements. They do not resolve into a single sentence, a single apology, a single direct naming of the thing that went wrong, because there is no single thing. There are 100 small things, and 100 small things require 100 small conversations, and you cannot have 100 small conversations with a man in a hospice bed who may or may not have the time or the energy or the remaining capacity for that quantity of navigation. What you can do is show up. Dane had always said that. Just show up, Claire. The showing up is the sentence. Everything else comes after, or it does not come, but the showing up is the non-negotiable first word. I got back in the car and crossed in the Mississippi just after 9. The landscape changed the way it changes in that part of the country when you leave the Alabama interior and move into the coastal lowlands. The terrain flattening, the vegetation thickening and darkening, the specific quality of low country darkness arriving in a way that has nothing to do with the absence of light and everything to do with the presence of the landscape pressing close on both sides of the road. Live oaks with their low horizontal reach. The occasional flash of water in the headlights where a bayou ran close to the highway. The smell coming through the vents of something warm and organic and ancient. The specific smell of ground that has been wet for longer than memory. I crossed into Louisiana just before 10. I want to be precise about that, because people sometimes ask why I was in Louisiana when I was driving from Nashville to Biloxi, Mississippi, and the answer is that the fastest route crosses the southwestern corner of Louisiana along Interstate 10 before re-entering Mississippi near the coast. I had driven this route 3 times before, twice in my 20s for reasons I no longer recall clearly, and once 7 years earlier for my mother's funeral, which was the last time I had been to Biloxi, and the last time I had spoken to my father in a room rather than through Dana's careful intermediary reports. The Louisiana stretch of Interstate 10 at 10 in the evening in late October was the emptiest road I had been on since leaving Nashville. Not empty of traffic in an alarming way. There were vehicles, other headlights passing at intervals, the occasional semi-truck making its overnight run with its amber running lights and its steady, unhurried pace, but empty in the atmospheric sense, the way certain stretches of American highway are empty regardless of traffic, because the landscape on either side is withdrawn from any relationship with human purpose and is simply itself, dark and wet and indifferent. The rest stop appeared in my headlights at 10:47. Not a marked rest area. No interstate signage. No brown recreation symbol on a green background. A turnoff, really. An unmarked gravel pullout set back from the highway on the right shoulder, partially screened from the road by a line of overgrown vegetation that had been allowed to advance on the entrance without being checked. A single light on a pole at the far end of the gravel, buzzing with insects, throwing a circle of yellow light that reached perhaps 20 feet in each direction, and left the edges of the pullout in full dark. I had been driving for 5 hours and 20 minutes. I pulled in. The gravel crunched under my tires in the specific way of a surface that is infrequently used and is settled into itself, and I parked in the middle of the lit area and turned off the engine and sat for a moment in the sudden quiet, listening to the ticking of the cooling metal and the sound of insects and the distant pass of a semi on the highway, and the silence between those sounds was the deepest silence I had been inside since leaving Nashville, and I sat in it for a moment with my hands in my lap and thought about my father, which was the only thought available to me, which was why I had pulled over in the first place, because the driving had stopped being sufficient distraction, and I needed to be still for a moment with what I was carrying. The gravel had settled into its own silence around the car, and the single pole light had been doing its patient buzzing work at the far end of the pullout. And I had been sitting with my hands in my lap, thinking about my father in the specific way you think about someone when the thinking has nowhere useful to go and continues anyway. I want to describe what the rest stop looked like before I describe what I found in it, because the sequence of perception matters and I am committed to the sequence. It was an ordinary piece of American road infrastructure in a state of moderate neglect. The gravel surface uneven where vehicles had worn channels into it over time. A metal trash receptacle near the entrance with its lid askew. The vegetation along the perimeter grown to the height of a deliberate screen rather than casual overgrowth. The pole light at the far end was the sodium vapor type that produces a yellow rather than white illumination, which means it lit the surfaces nearest to it clearly, and turned everything beyond its radius into a dark that the eyes could not resolve. There was no restroom facility, no picnic table, no posted information of any kind, just the gravel and the light, and the vegetation and the highway noise at a remove. I got out of the car to stretch. 5 hours and 20 minutes of driving produces a specific stiffness in the lower back and the backs of the knees, and I had been in the particular tension of a person managing their interior by attending to the exterior, which adds its own muscular load on top of the ordinary load of sustained driving. I walked to the front of the car and put my hands on the warm hood and stretched the way you stretch after long sitting. Backward, forward, the vertebrae doing their inventory of the hours. The night air was warm and close, the Louisiana low country warmth that persists into October without apology, carrying its organic smell and its weight. I noticed the tire marks because I was looking at the ground. I had been looking at the ground because I was watching where I placed my feet in the uneven gravel, and the tire marks were there in the gravel and the spread of my own headlights, which I had left on. They were the kind of marks a vehicle makes when it accelerates sharply from a standing position, deep furrows where the tires had bitten into the gravel and displaced it, the edges of the furrows still sharp and clean in a way that told me they were recent. I stood looking at them for a moment with the specific attention of a person who has noticed something without yet having decided what it means. The ground beside the tire marks was disturbed in a way that was distinct from the disturbance of the marks themselves. The gravel had been moved and rearranged in an irregular pattern, mounted and depressed in a way that suggested force applied from above, rather than the gradual compression of traffic. I moved my foot carefully across the edge of one of the disturbed areas, and felt beneath the gravel surface the harder, damper resistance of soil that had been turned recently. I straightened up. I am a practical person by disposition and by the specific education of living alone for 14 years in a city, which teaches you to assess situations accurately, rather than optimistically or pessimistically. What I was looking at had several possible explanations, and I ran through them in the way a practical person runs through possible explanations, quickly, honestly, without the selective editing that fear or wishful thinking produces. An animal. Possible, but the displacement pattern was wrong for anything that would dig at the surface of a gravel pullout, and the tire marks were not consistent with an animal encounter. A mechanical issue. A vehicle that had dropped something and spun its tires attempting to retrieve it or to leave quickly. Possible, but the soil disturbance extended further from the tire marks than a mechanical issue would produce. Something else. I walked toward the far end of the pullout, away from the pole light, into the area where the sodium vapor glow gave way to the edge dark. I had my phone in my hand, and I turned on the flashlight function without fully deciding to, the hand doing the thing the mind had not yet authorized. The beam was narrow and white, a different quality of light entirely from the yellow of the pole, and in it, the ground resolved into detail that the sodium vapor had been softening. The drag marks began approximately 15 feet from the edge of the gravel. I want to be precise about what drag marks look like, because I had never seen them before, and I want anyone reading this to understand what the seeing of them was like. They were not dramatic. They were not the obvious gouges of a movie or a crime scene photograph. They were a flattening and a directional compression of the vegetation at the gravel's edge. The grass and low growth pressed down in a path approximately 2 feet wide. The individual stems bent in the same direction toward the tree line, with the specific uniformity of things that have been moved in one direction by something moving above them. The path led into the trees. I stood at the edge of the gravel for a long moment with the phone light on the drag marks, and the trees beyond them, and the warm Louisiana dark pressing in from every side. And I thought about following the path, and I thought about not following the path. And the practical person in me ran through the assessment quickly and arrived at the same answer both times. I was not going into those trees. I turned back toward the car, walking at the pace of a person who has made a decision and is implementing it, rather than retreating from something, which is a distinction that mattered to me in the moment, and matters to me still in the way that small acts of self-definition matter when the circumstances are trying to define you otherwise. That was when I saw the gloves. They were perhaps 10 feet from where I'd been standing, in the grass at the gravel's edge, visible in the sweep of the phone light as I turned. Disposable latex gloves, the kind that come in boxes of 100 and are used in medical settings and food preparation and any other context requiring the management of contact with surfaces. One of them was inside out, as if it had been removed in haste by pulling from the fingertips rather than the cuff. The other was intact but lying open, fingers extended, in the specific attitude of something discarded rather than lost. I stood looking at them. Beside the intact glove, partially obscured by the grass that had sprung back around it, was a dark mass of fabric that took my eyes a moment to resolve into a jacket. A work jacket, the heavy cotton canvas type, dark navy or black, crumpled in the way of something thrown rather than dropped. I moved the phone light across it from a distance of perhaps 4 feet, not touching it, not moving closer than 4 feet. The stain on the back of the jacket was large. I have been trying for 8 months to find the right word for the specific quality of seeing that stain in the narrow white beam of a phone flashlight at 11 in the evening in a Louisiana rest stop. And the word I keep arriving at is permanent. Not because of what the stain was, though what the stain was became immediately clear in the way that certain things become clear without requiring analysis, but because of the quality of permanence it introduced into the moment, the way certain sights change the category of an experience irreversibly, so that there is a before and an after and no route between them. I turned the phone light off. The darkness that replaced it was absolute for the 3 or 4 seconds it took my eyes to readjust to the sodium vapor of the pole light, and in those seconds I stood completely still with my heart doing something I could feel in my throat and my ears on the tips of my fingers, and I was aware of the tree line ahead of me and the highway behind me and the 40 feet of gravel between me and my car. And I walked those 40 feet at the same deliberate pace I had used before, and got into the car and locked the doors. I sat for a moment with my hands on the wheel and the engine off. The phone in my hand showed no service bars. I had noticed this entering the pullout, and had filed it as an ordinary feature of the Louisiana interior, and had not considered it further until now, when it was no longer ordinary. I started the engine. The headlights came on and illuminated the gravel ahead of me, and the disturbed ground and the edge of the vegetation screen. And I sat with the engine running and the lights on and looked at what the lights showed for a moment longer than I needed to before I put the car in drive. I pulled back onto the highway. The service bars returned approximately 3 miles east of the pullout, arriving in the incremental way of a signal finding its source, 1 bar, then 2, then the full complement, and I pulled onto the shoulder immediately and sat with the hazard lights blinking and called 911. The dispatcher was professional and patient, and asked the questions a dispatcher asks: my location, my condition, whether I had witnessed anything or anyone, whether I was in immediate danger. I answered each question accurately and in order, which required more effort than it sounds, because the accurate answers required me to maintain the sequence of what I had seen, rather than collapsing it into the general impression, and the general impression was pressing hard against the sequence. She asked me to stay on the line while she connected the state police. The trooper who came onto the line had a flat, deliberate voice, and asked me to describe the location of the pullout as precisely as I could. I told him approximately 3 miles west of my current position on Interstate 10, an unmarked gravel pullout on the right shoulder, screened by vegetation, single pole light. He asked about the gloves and the jacket and the drag marks, and I described each one in the order I had found them, and his questions became more specific as I described the jacket, asking about the size of the stain and its position on the fabric and whether I had touched anything. I told him I had not touched anything. He said units would respond, and that I should continue to my destination, and that someone would contact me for a formal statement. I asked him if he could tell me anything about that pullout. whether it was known to the department, whether there had been previous incidents. He said he could not comment on that. The quality of that non-answer was identical to the quality of every non-answer I had received in a situation where the answer was yes, and the yes carried weight. The person delivering it was not authorized to set down in a public call. I pulled back onto the highway. The drive from that point to the Louisiana-Mississippi border was 40 minutes. And I want to describe those 40 minutes honestly rather than glossing them into transition, because what happened in those 40 minutes was the interior half of what the rest stop had done to me. And the interior half is the part that stayed. I drove at a steady speed with both hands on the wheel and the radio off, because the radio had been providing a background that the pullout had rendered insufficient. Not comfort exactly, but the ambient evidence of a world operating normally, and the pullout had introduced a specific doubt about that evidence that the radio could no longer address. I drove in the silence of the car and the highway and the Louisiana dark outside the windows, and I thought about what I had seen, and I thought about my father, and the two thoughts existed in the same interior space without resolving into each other, which was the specific discomfort of the drive. I thought about the gloves. The inside-out glove had been removed in haste by someone pulling from the fingertips, which is how you remove a glove when you need your hands free quickly for something that does not permit the time for the proper cuff first removal. The intact glove had been discarded open, fingers extended, by someone who had either not bothered to pocket it or had dropped it without noticing. Both conditions were consistent with a person leaving a location quickly, under urgency, in the dark. I thought about the tire marks and the sharp edges of the furrows and what sharp edges meant about recency. I thought about the path of flattened vegetation leading into the trees. I did not let myself think about what might be at the end of that path, because there was nothing useful available in that direction. And I was still driving, and I needed the part of my mind that was capable of useful thought to remain operational. The sanctuary arrived unexpectedly, and I want to record it because it mattered. Somewhere in the middle of those 40 minutes, with the Mississippi border still 20 miles ahead, and the Louisiana dark still pressing against both sides of the highway, the heating vent on the driver's side produced a faint smell of the coffee I had bought in Mobile. Not fresh coffee, the ghost of it. The residual warmth of a cup that had been sitting in the holder for 2 hours and had given up its heat, but not entirely its smell. It was a completely ordinary smell, and it arrived at exactly the right moment, anchoring me to the physical interior of the car and the ordinary sequence of the drive and the specific reality of being a person in a vehicle on a highway, rather than a person standing at the edge of a gravel pullout in the dark. I held on to that smell for the remaining miles to the state line. I crossed into Mississippi just before midnight. Dana called at 12:17. She said our father had been asking for me since 8 in the evening, which was the first time he had been alert enough to ask for anything in 3 days. She said he was still here. She said the word still with a specific emphasis that I understood completely. Not still as in merely, but still as in yet. As in the window was open and I had not yet missed it. I told her I was 40 minutes out. She said to drive carefully. I said I would, and I meant it in a way I had not meant it when it was simply a courtesy. The Mississippi Gulf Coast at midnight in late October smelled of salt water and the particular sweetness of the longleaf pines that lined the highway as it descended toward the coast, and the air through the cracked window was cooler than the Louisiana air had been. The sea finding its way into the temperature even this far from the waterline. I had grown up breathing this air. I had left it at 22 for Nashville, and had returned to it 3 times in 20 years, and each time the smell had done the same thing, reached past the adult version of me to the child version, the one who did not yet know about estrangements or accumulated silences or the specific weight of a phone call that begins with "It is time to come." The hospice facility was a low building set back from the coast road behind a row of crepe myrtles that someone had planted with the specific intention of softening the building's institutional quality, which the crepe myrtles accomplished imperfectly but genuinely. The parking lot was half full at midnight, which told me something about hospice that I had not known before this night. Dana met me at the entrance. She held me for a moment without speaking, and I held her. And the holding was the entire necessary conversation about the 7 years and the silence and the accumulated small failures of understanding, conducted in the language that does not require words, because words are insufficient for it. She said he was awake. She said he had been saying my name. I walked down the corridor behind my sister toward the room at the end, where our father was still here, still in the window that had not yet closed, and the corridor smelled of the particular antiseptic warmth of a building that tends to people at their most reduced, and the fluorescent lights were turned down to their nighttime level, and the only sound was the soft machinery of care, and I walked through all of it toward the room at the end, with the weight of the pull-out still present in my chest, alongside the weight of the drive and the weight of the 7 years, carrying everything at once the way a person carries what they are given when they are given no choice about the carrying. The corridor had carried me toward the room at the end, and my father had still been in his window, and I had walked through the nighttime hush of that building with everything I was carrying and no hand free to set any of it down. I want to tell you what the room was like before I tell you what happened in it, because the room deserves that attention, and because I've been describing the inside of that room in my memory for 8 months, with the specific fidelity of someone who understands they were given something rare and wants to keep the description accurate. It was a small room with a single window that faced east, which meant it received the morning light rather than the afternoon light, which I understood immediately as a decision someone had made with care, the hospice staff. Or perhaps my father himself in one of the early days when he was still mobile enough to have preferences about orientation. A reclining chair had been placed beside the bed with a pillow and a folded blanket on it, which told me Dana had been sleeping there on the night she stayed. A small table held a water pitcher, a cup with a bent straw, a digital clock whose display read 12:51 in soft red numerals. On the windowsill, a paperback novel face down at a marked page. A photograph in a simple frame, a small ceramic bowl containing a collection of objects I did not examine closely until later. My father was in the bed. He was smaller than I remembered him being. This is the thing people say about parents encountered after a long absence in a context of illness, and I had always understood it as a figure of speech for the psychological experience of finding someone diminished. Sitting in that room at 12:51 in the morning, I understood it was not a figure of speech. He was physically smaller. The illness and the months of it had removed something from his frame that was not merely weight, but structure, the solid occupancy of space that I had understood as simply his physical nature for my entire life. But he was awake. His eyes were open, and they found me when I came through the door in the way that eyes find what they have been waiting for. Not searching, just arriving at the destination of a waiting that had already done its directional work. They were the same eyes. That was the thing that undid me in the doorway. Quietly and without drama. The eyes were exactly the same. The specific gray-green of them. The quality of attention in them that I had spent my childhood trying to fully earn, and my adulthood trying to stop needing. He said my name. Just my name. In the reduced voice of someone for whom speaking was now an effort allocated carefully, but the way he said it, the specific inflection of it, the weight he placed on the first syllable, was the way he had always said my name when I was a child, coming through the door of the house on Beauvoir Road after school, and hearing it in that register from a bed in a hospice facility at 12:51 in the morning after 7 years of accumulated silence, was the thing that broke the silence more completely than any of the 100 small conversations I had been rehearsing on the drive. Dana left us alone. I sat in the reclining chair beside the bed, and I took his hand, which was lighter than I expected and warmer than I expected, and entirely his hand, the specific geography of it unchanged. The knuckle of the middle finger on the right hand that had been enlarged since a carpentry accident when I was 8. The particular way the tendons moved beneath the skin when his fingers tightened. His fingers tightened. I said I was sorry it had taken me so long to get there. He said he was glad I had come. We sat in that for a moment. Those 2 sentences and the 7 years inside them, and the specific mercy of two people who have run out of time for the accumulation of further silence, choosing, in the time that remains, to say the true and simple thing rather than the complicated inadequate thing. I am not going to reproduce the full conversation of that night, because it belongs to my father and to me and to the room with the east-facing window, and its full content is not available for any purpose other than the one it was created for. What I will say is that we talked for 2 hours, and that the talking had the quality of a long sealed room being open to air. Not dramatically, not with the violence of things long compressed, but with the gradual equalization of pressure that happens when a barrier is simply removed and the air on both sides finds its level. He fell asleep at 3 a.m, his hand still loosely in mine. I sat for a while in the reclining chair after his breathing had settled into sleep, in the soft red glow of the digital clock, and the faint ambient light from the corridor under the door. The room was warm, and the blanket Dana had left on a chair was within reach, and I pulled it over my legs without fully deciding to, and I sat in the warmth of the room in the closeness of it, and thought about the drive, which had been waiting in the background to the 2 hours of talking like a piece of unfinished business that knew its turn would come. The pull-out came back in full detail. This is the specific cruelty of extreme experiences held at bay by necessity. They wait with a patience that ordinary worries do not have, understanding that the necessity will eventually conclude, and the space it was occupying will become available. The 2 hours with my father had been necessary, and had occupied the space completely, and now the space was open, and the pull-out filled it immediately and entirely. The sharp edges of the tire furrows, the disturbed soil, the inside-out glove, the open hand of the discarded one, the stain on the jacket and the narrow white beam of the phone flashlight, the drag marks going into the trees. I sat with all of it in the warm room beside my sleeping father, and I understood something that I had been keeping at a careful distance during the drive, and the 911 call and the 40 minutes across the Louisiana-Mississippi border. I understood that whatever had happened in that pullout had happened recently enough that the furrow edges were still sharp and the stain was still wet-looking in the flashlight beam, and that recently enough meant within hours of my arrival there, and that my arriving there when I did had been entirely unplanned and entirely random. A consequence of needing to stretch my legs and seeing a place to pull over and pulling over. The randomness of it was the thing, not the violence. I had been sitting with the evidence of violence for 2 hours, and had processed it into the category of terrible things that happen in the world to people who are not me. What I had not yet processed was the randomness of my proximity to it, the understanding that I had stood 20 feet from a drag path leading into a Louisiana tree line at 11 in the evening, alone, with no cell service and no other vehicles in sight, and that the only reason I was now sitting in a warm room in a Mississippi hospice facility rather than somewhere I did not want to think about was that whoever had been present in that pullout had already concluded their business there before I arrived. The timing. I thought about the timing for a long time in that warm room. Dana came in at 5 a.m. to check on our father and found me still awake in the reclining chair with the blanket over my legs and the digital clock reading 5:12 in its soft red. She looked at me with the assessing look she had been giving me since childhood and asked if I was all right. I said I had seen something on the drive that I needed to tell her about. She pulled the other chair, a straight-backed one from the corner, close to mine, and sat down. And I told her about the pullout in the same sequence I had told the 911 dispatcher, because the sequence was the honest version, and the honest version was the only one I knew how to tell. She listened without interrupting. When I finished, she was quiet for a moment, and then she asked if the police had called back. I said not yet, and that I expected they would. She asked if I was frightened. I considered the question with the seriousness it deserved, because Dana's questions always deserved seriousness, and because the answer was not as simple as yes, which would have been the obvious answer and the insufficient one. I said I was frightened in retrospect, which was a different kind of frightened from being frightened in the moment. In the moment I had been operating in the mode of a practical person, assessing a situation and taking the appropriate actions, observing, not touching, calling 911, leaving. The fear had been present but subordinate to the assessment. Now, in the stillness of the hospice room, with the assessment complete and the actions taken and nothing remaining to be done, the fear had moved into its proper position and was making itself known at full volume. Dana reached over and put her hand on my arm. She said I had done exactly the right things. I said I knew, and that knowing did not fully address the feeling. And she said she knew that too. We sat together in the soft red glow of the clock until the morning light began to show at the east-facing window. The first pale gray of it, the tentative pre-dawn that makes no promises. And our father's breathing continued its steady, effortful rhythm beside us, and outside the crepe Myrtle stood in the early dark, and the Gulf was somewhere beyond them in the distance, doing what the Gulf does at 5 in the morning in October, which is exist with a complete indifference of something that has been here long before, and will be here long after, and does not organize its behavior around human timelines or human fears. I found that indifference steadying rather than cold. The state police called at 7:43 in the morning. The officer who called identified himself as Trooper Devereaux, a different voice from the one on the 911 call the previous night. He was methodical and unhurried, and asked me to walk through the account again from the beginning, which I did. And he asked specific questions at specific points that told me he had information about the location that he was cross-referencing against my account, rather than building from scratch. I asked him if units had responded to the pullout. He said they had. I asked if they had found anything. He said the investigation was active and he could not comment on specific findings. I recognized the quality of that non-answer, and I asked the question behind the question. I asked whether the location was known to the department, whether there had been previous incidents reported from that specific pullout or that stretch of highway. A pause of perhaps 4 seconds. He said that the department was aware of previous activity in that corridor, and that my report had been added to an existing file, and that a detective would be in contact for a formal statement within 48 hours. Previous activity in that corridor. I wrote those exact words on the notepad on the hospice room table after he ended the call, in the margin below a list of medication times Dana had been keeping. I wrote them because they were the specific language of someone describing something they were managing rather than discovering. And the managing rather than discovering was the information the language was trying not to convey, and was conveying anyway. I told Dana what he had said. She looked at the words on the notepad for a moment. She said she thought I should not drive that route home. I said I had been thinking the same thing. Our father woke at 9 in the morning and was alert in the specific way of people in the late stages of a terminal illness, who have occasional windows of clarity that arrive without warning and close without warning. And in that window he asked Dana to leave us alone again, which she did with the grace of a woman who has been managing the needs of 2 people who love each other badly for 7 years, and understands that the management sometimes requires removing herself from the room. He asked me about Nashville, not as an accusation. The old edge of that question was gone. The implicit judgment of a man who had wanted his daughter closer to the coast, closer to the family geography, closer to the specific version of a life he had understood as the right one. He asked about Nashville, the way a person asks about a country they have never visited, and are now, for the first time, genuinely curious about, with the open interest of someone who has set down a position they have been holding for a long time and found their hands surprisingly free. I told him about the piano in the front room that I had bought before the bed frame. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh, but was in the neighborhood of one, and his fingers tightened briefly on mine, and I understood that the sound meant he recognized me, not just as his daughter, but as a specific person with a specific set of priorities that were genuinely mine rather than a departure from his, and that the recognition was arriving late and was arriving completely. He died 4 days later, on a Thursday morning, with Dana and me on either side of him, and the east-facing window filling with the specific gold of a Gulf Coast October morning. The light he had been given every day of his 11 days in that room, warm and lateral, and carrying the salt smell of the water that was somewhere beyond the crepe myrtles. I held his hand until it was no longer warm. I want to say that plainly and without elaboration, because plainness is the only register adequate to it. Then I sat for a while in the reclining chair with the blanket over my legs in the morning light, and Dana sat in the straight-back chair from the corner, and we were two women in a room that had just changed its nature completely, and the digital clock read 8:44 in its soft red, and outside the Gulf Coast morning was doing what Gulf Coast mornings do in October, which was be luminous and indifferent and entirely beautiful, and I let it be, all three things without argument. The detective called on the second day after my father's death, while I was sitting in the backyard of the childhood home on Beauvoir Road, going through a box of his things that Dana had asked me to look through, and I sat in the October sun with the box on my lap and the phone in my hand, and told the detective everything I had seen at the pullout in the specific sequence that had occurred, and when I finished I looked at the photograph I had taken from his bedside table, and understood that whatever happened next with the investigation would happen without my being able to affect it, which was the condition of most of the things that mattered. The October sun had been warm on the backyard of the childhood home, and the box of my father's things had been on my lap, and the detective's questions had been careful and specific in the way of someone building something from materials that had been accumulating for longer than my single report. I want to tell you about the photograph. I had taken it from the windowsill of the hospice room on the morning after my father died, not because anyone had told me to take it, but because it was the object on that windowsill that belonged most clearly to the question of who he had been rather than what he had needed, and I had understood instinctively that the question of who he had been was the one I was going to be working on for a long time, and that evidence was useful. It was a photograph of the two of us at the beach. I was perhaps 7 years old in it, standing at the waterline with my feet in the Gulf, wearing a red swimsuit and squinting into the camera with the specific expression of a child who has been asked to hold still for a photograph and is complying under protest. My father was crouched beside me with one hand on my shoulder, and he was not looking at the camera. He was looking at me, with an expression that I had never seen on his face in any context I could remember from adult life. An expression of uncomplicated and unguarded delight that made him look younger and more open than I had understood him to be capable of. I did not remember the photograph being taken. I did not remember that day at the beach, or that red swimsuit, or that particular quality of his attention. The evidence of it in the photograph was both confirmation and grief. Confirmation that the thing I had spent my adult life uncertain of had existed, and grief that the uncertainty had been permitted to persist for so long when the evidence had been sitting on a windowsill the whole time, face forward, available to anyone who looked. I placed the photograph on top of the items in the box and sat with it in the backyard sun while the detective asked his questions. His name was Fontenot, and he was out of the Louisiana State Police Major Crimes Unit, which told me something about how the pullout had been classified that the careful non-answers of the previous calls had not told me. Major crimes units do not send detectives to take formal statements about disturbed gravel and discarded work gloves. They send them when the disturbed gravel and the discarded work gloves have been connected to something larger and more serious that requires the careful documentation of every point of contact. I told him everything in sequence. The turnoff from the highway, the gravel, the tire marks, the disturbed soil, the gloves, the jacket, the drag marks, the tree line. He asked detailed questions about the jacket, the specific position of the stain, whether it had appeared wet or dried, how much of the fabric it covered, whether there had been any other markings or objects near it. He asked about the drag marks with a precision that told me the drag marks were the most significant detail in my account, asking whether the path had been wide enough to suggest a single person or multiple people moving through it, whether the vegetation on either side of the path had been disturbed or only the ground cover itself, whether I had seen anything at the point where the path entered the tree line. I answered each question with the same care with which it was asked. When I had finished the full account, he asked me one final question that was different in character from the others, not a detailed question, not a clarifying question, but A broader question that felt like the question he had been building toward through all the specific ones. He asked whether I had noticed anything else at the rest stop, or on the highway in the period immediately before or after stopping, that had struck me as unusual or out of place. I said I had not. That the pullout had appeared ordinary when I entered it, and that the highway had been emptied in both directions in the minutes before I stopped. I said that the only unusual thing had been what I found after getting out of the car, and that I had not seen any other vehicles at the pullout or on the shoulder nearby. He thanked me and said I would be contacted if further information was needed. I asked him the question I had been holding since the first non-answer the night before. I asked him what they had found in the trees. The pause before his response was longer than the pauses of Trooper Devereux, perhaps 6 or 7 seconds, which is a long time in a telephone conversation, long enough to be its own kind of answer. He said the investigation was active and ongoing and that he could not discuss specific findings, but that he wanted me to know that my report had been of significant value to the investigation and that the department appreciated my cooperation. The specific value language was the tell. Specific value in the language of law enforcement means the report contributed something concrete that advanced the investigation rather than simply adding to the existing record. Specific value means what I described was consistent with what they found, which means what they found was there to be found, which means something had happened in that pullout and in those trees in the hours before I stopped there, and the department now had a witness account of the site in close temporal proximity to the event. I sat in the backyard sun with the photograph in the box on my lap and the phone in my hand after Fontenot ended the call, and I looked at the Gulf Coast sky above my father's yard. The same sky that had been above that pullout, above the live oaks and the Spanish moss and the flat Louisiana dark, the sky that connected the hospice room and the childhood home and the gravel pullout and the tree line into a single geography I had been moving through for 4 days without fully understanding how the pieces of it were arranged. I had stopped at that pullout at 10:47 in the evening. The tire marks had been fresh. The furrow edges had been sharp. Whoever had been there had left in haste within an hour, perhaps less, before I arrived. Dana came into the backyard with 2 cups of coffee and sat in the other garden chair. The white plastic ones that had been in this yard since our childhood and that my father had painted every few years to keep the sun from finishing them. The most recent paint job, perhaps 3 years old, and showing its age at the armrests. She handed me a cup and looked at the box on my lap and the photograph on top. She picked up the photograph. She looked at it for a long time without speaking, and I watched her look at it and understood that she was having the same experience I had had in the hospice room when I first saw it. The confirmation and the grief arriving simultaneously. The evidence of a thing you had always needed to know arriving at the exact point in time when knowing it required the most of you. She said she had never seen that photograph before. I said I had not either. She said she did not know where he had gotten it, that she had not seen it among his things when she set up the room, that it must have been something he had with him when he arrived at the hospice facility, something he had chosen to bring. We sat with that for a while. The Gulf Coast morning was moving toward noon, the sun now overhead and direct rather than lateral, the backyard losing its shadow cover and warming in the specific way of a coastal October day that has decided to be generous. The old sycamore at the back fence that my father had planted the year I was born was in its full autumn state, its large leaves beginning their seasonal loosening, one falling as we sat there in a slow spiral that took longer to reach the ground than seemed consistent with its weight. I told Dana about Fontenot's call, about the major crimes unit, the specific value language, the longer pause before the response about what had been found. She listened with the same focused attention she had brought to the account the night before, and when I finished, she was quiet for a moment in the way she was quiet when she was thinking rather than processing, the 2 silences having a different quality that I had learned to read over a lifetime of being her sister. She said she thought I should not be alone on the drive home. I said I had already decided to take the northern route, Interstate 20 through Jackson, Mississippi, up through Memphis and home to Nashville, well clear of the Louisiana corridor entirely. The drive would add 2 hours, and would require navigating through Memphis at whatever hour I reached it, but the 2 hours and the Memphis traffic were acceptable costs for the avoidance of a route I was not ready to drive again. She said she thought that was right, and then she said she thought the route was not the whole of what she meant. She meant the alone part. I said I was all right. She looked at me with the same expression she had used in the hospice room at 5 in the morning, the assessing look of a woman who has been paying attention to her sister for 42 years and does not require the sister's self-report to form her own opinion. She said that what I had seen on that road was a serious thing, and that the drive home was going to be long, and that she did not think I should be managing both the grief and the drive alone. She said she had a colleague who could cover her classes for a week. She said Biloxi to Nashville was a drive she had made before and would make again. I said I would think about it. She said she would pack a bag in the meantime. I did not argue, partly because arguing with Dana has always been a poor use of energy, and partly because the thought of the drive home alone, 8 hours of highway with the box of my father's things in the back seat and the October dark closing in at the edges of the afternoon in a Louisiana corridor, not on my route but adjacent to my awareness. A parallel darkness running alongside the drive like a thing pacing a fence was a thought I had been holding at a careful distance since the morning, and which Dana's offer made suddenly, specifically heavier. I looked at the photograph in the box on my lap, my father looking at 7-year-old me with that unguarded delight. The gulf behind us, the light, the specific warm silver of a Gulf Coast morning rather than the harsh overhead light of midday, a light I had been breathing the air of for 4 days, and was going to be leaving in 2 more. I thought about what he had said on the last morning of the window of clarity, when I had told him about the piano bought before the bed frame, the sound he had made that was not quite a laugh, the fingers tightening on mine, the recognition arriving late and completely. I thought about the 7 years and the 100 small conversations that had never happened, and the 2 hours that had, and I understood that the 2 hours were not a resolution of the 7 years. They were not sufficient to that task and would not pretend to be, but they were a beginning of a different kind of carrying. The way the account I was writing 8 months later was a different kind of carrying from the silence I had maintained for the months before I began it. The beginning was what was available. The beginning was what I had been given, in the east-facing room, in the soft red light of the clock, with his hand in mine and the morning coming through the window. It was enough. It was more than enough. It was the specific mercy of an imperfect world that still, occasionally, permits the window to be open when you arrive. Dana came back outside with her overnight bag before I had finished my coffee. I looked at the bag and then at her, and she shrugged with the particular shrug of a woman who has already made a decision and is now simply waiting for the other party to catch up to it. I said I was glad she was coming. She said she knew. We sat in the backyard of the childhood home until the afternoon light began its lateral shift, and the sycamore released another leaf in its slow spiral, and the gulf somewhere beyond the neighborhood sent its salt smell over the rooftops and into the yard in the unhurried way of something that has been doing this for longer than the neighborhood has existed and intends to continue after it is gone. I thought about the pullout. I thought about Fontenot and the Major Crimes Unit, and the specific value of my account, and the long pause before the non-answer about what had been found in the trees. I thought about the timing, the sharp edges of the furrow, the wet-looking stain, the pullout empty of vehicles when I arrived, and the understanding that the gap between the event and my arrival had been narrow enough that sharp edges were still sharp. And I thought, with the specific clarity of a person who has been sitting in the sun with a box of her father's things and a cup of coffee going cold, and the particular mercy of a window that had still been open, when she arrived. I thought about how close the two things had been to each other on that drive, how the drive had contained both of them, the grief and the dark, moving through the same October night toward the same coast, and how the only reason I was sitting in this backyard in the sun was a combination of timing and the decision to call 911 from the shoulder rather than continuing to drive, and a locked car door, and the particular fortune of a pullout that had been empty of its recent occupants when I turned into it. Fortune is not a comfortable thing to depend on, but it was what I had, and I was holding it carefully. The way you hold something that arrived without warning and could depart the same way, with the full attention of a person who understands that the holding is the only part within their control. The afternoon light had been doing its lateral shift across the backyard of the childhood home, and Dana had been sitting with her overnight bag already packed, and I had been holding the thing that had arrived without warning with the full attention of someone who understood that the holding was the only part within her control. I want to tell you about the drive home. Not immediately. The drive home happened on the 6th day, 2 days after the funeral. And there is the funeral to describe first, and the night before the drive, and a specific conversation with Dana that I had been working toward in this account without fully knowing it until I arrived at its edge and understood that it was the center of everything. The place where the pullout in the hospice room, and the 7 years, and the photograph, and the 2 hours of talking in the soft red light, all converged into a single interior fact that I had been carrying separately until that conversation arranged them into their actual relationship. The funeral was on a Saturday, at the Episcopal Church on Howard Avenue, where my father had attended for 30 years. With the specific fidelity of a man who found in liturgy the kind of order and continuity that life in its ordinary operation did not reliably provide. The church was full in the way of a small coastal community saying goodbye to someone who had been part of its texture for a long time. Faces I recognized from childhood and faces I did not recognize. That all. The full cross-section of a life that had been lived in one place across many decades, which is a kind of life I had not chosen, and which I regarded in that church with a respect I had not always been capable of. Dana spoke. She spoke with the specific quality of someone who has been preparing something for weeks, and is now delivering it in the full knowledge that preparation and delivery are different acts, and that the full set, delivery will require something that preparation could not fully account for. She spoke about our father's particular way of paying attention to things, the careful observation he brought to any task he undertook, the seriousness with which he regarded the small obligations of a life, the way he had taught her, without using the word, that reliability was a form of love. I sat in the front pew and listened and understood that she was also describing what had been difficult about him, the seriousness that had sometimes shaded into rigidity, the reliability that had sometimes shaded into a particular kind of inflexibility about the right way for things to be, but that she was describing it from the position of someone who had made peace with the whole of him rather than the parts, and that the making of that peace was something she had done over the 7 years while I had been in Nashville, maintaining the accumulated silence. I felt the gap of those years acutely in that church, sitting in the front pew with his photograph in the program in my lap. The same photograph Dana had selected, not the one from the hospice windowsill, but a more recent one. My father in his backyard with the sycamore behind him, squinting slightly into the sun, his expression, the settled expression of a man whose where he intends to be. After the service there was the gathering at the house, the specific domestic ritual of people bringing food to a place where a loss has occurred, as if the feeding of the living is the appropriate response to the departure of one of them, which it is, which has always been, which requires no explanation and repays no analysis. People moved through the rooms of the childhood home with plates of fruit and careful conversation, and Dana managed the movement with the competence of a woman who had been managing the practical dimensions of the family for 7 years while I was in Nashville. And I moved through the rooms beside her and received the condolences and said the right things and felt, underneath all of it, the specific fatigue of a person who has been present at the full intensity required for several consecutive days and is approaching the edge of the capacity for that intensity. The house emptied by 8 in the evening. Dana and I washed the dishes together in the childhood kitchen, the same kitchen where our father had made his coffee every morning for 30 years. On the same countertop with the same slightly loose tile at the corner that no one had ever fixed. And I washed, and she dried in a comfortable silence of 2 people who have been doing this together since childhood, and have never needed to discuss the division of the task. She asked how I was. I said tired. I said the true and simple thing rather than the adequate thing, which was what the 2 hours in the hospice room had been teaching me to do. She said she thought there was something I needed to say about the pullout that I had not yet said. I looked at her. She said she had been watching me for 4 days, and that I had been carrying the pullout in a specific way. Not the way you carry a frightening thing that has been processed and filed, but the way you carry a frightening thing that has not yet been fully examined, that is still in the category of things you are circling rather than things you have walked directly up to and looked at straight. I put the dish I was washing back in the soapy water and looked at the loose tile at the corner of the countertop. She was right. I had been circling it, what I had not yet said, what I had been saying around rather than saying directly, in the account to the dispatcher and to Trooper Deperoux and to Fontenot and to Dana herself on the night of my arrival, was the interior version of the pullout rather than the exterior version. The exterior version was the one I had been telling. The tire marks, the gloves, the jacket, the drag marks, the tree line. Accurate, complete, the honest sequence of what I had observed. The interior version was different. The interior version was this. I had pulled into that rest stop because I needed to be still for a moment with what I was carrying. Those had been my own words to myself as I turned off the highway. I need to be still for a moment with what I am carrying, and what I had been carrying was the 7 years and the accumulated silence, and the specific fear of a woman driving toward a dying father she did not know how to reach. And the pullout had appeared, and I had pulled in not because it was the right rest stop or the safe rest stop. But because it was the available rest stop, the one that was there when the need was present. And I had gotten out of the car alone in the dark in rural Louisiana at 10:47 in the evening because I was in the condition that the 7 years and the silence had produced, a condition of interior preoccupation so complete that the exterior assessment I was normally capable of had been partially offline. I said this to Dana at the kitchen sink. I said it in the plain language of someone who has been working up to a thing and has arrived at it and understands that the arriving is the point, not the approach. She dried the glass she was holding and set it on the counter and looked at me. She said she understood. Then she said something that I want to record here with the precision it deserves, because it was the sentence that changed the shape of what I understood about that night, and about the 7 years, and about the relationship between the two things. She said that grief makes us porous, not vulnerable in the obvious way, not incautious or reckless or careless with the ordinary business of self-preservation. Porous. She said that when we are in the proximity of a loss or moving toward one, the usual membranes between the interior life and the exterior world become thinner, and things that would normally register as information requiring assessment instead pass through directly into the interior, and things that the interior is full of pass outward into the exterior assessment and alter it. She said that pulling into an unlit rest stop alone at 11 in the evening on a Louisiana highway was not a failure of judgment. It was a decision made by a person whose judgment was operating under conditions that judgment is not fully calibrated for. She said the porousness was not a flaw. It was a consequence of caring about something. I stood at the kitchen sink with my hands in the soapy water and the loose tile at the corner of the counter and the darkness outside the window that faced the backyard where the sycamore stood in the October night, and I felt something shift in the specific way that things shift when a true sentence arrives and finds the place it was made for. The pullout had not been a failure of judgment. It had been the intersection of grief and geography, the specific meeting of an interior condition and an exterior location, and the exterior location had contained something terrible that had nothing to do with me and that I had been fortunate enough to arrive at in its immediate aftermath rather than during its occurrence. The fortune was not comfortable. It was real. I dried my hands on the dish towel and looked at the darkness outside the window. I thought about the person whose jacket had been in the grass at the edge of the pullout, and about what Fontenot's specific value language implied about what had been found in the trees. I had been thinking about that person at intervals since the night of the pullout, in the way you think about something that has no resolution and therefore no resting place, circling back to it, not because you expect the thinking to produce anything, but because the mind does not have a mechanism for releasing what it has not finished with. I had not finished with it. I said this to Dana, standing in the kitchen with the dish towel in my hands. She said she did not think I was supposed to finish with it. She said that some things were not designed for finishing, that they were designed for carrying, and that the carrying was the relationship available, and that the work was to find a way to carry it that did not require it to be finished. I thought about my father saying my name in the specific inflection of a child arriving through the door after school. I thought about his hand in mine in the soft red light of the clock. I thought about the photograph on the hospice windowsill, the unguarded delight on his face, the evidence of a thing I had needed to know arriving late and completely. None of those things were finished either. They were all carried. They were all part of the same interior load that the porousness Dana had described had allowed to become a single weight, rather than a series of separate ones. And the single weight was heavier than any of the parts alone. And also, in some way, I was still working to understand, more manageable than the parts had been when they were separate. Because the carrying of a single true weight is a different act from the carrying of multiple avoided ones. We finished the dishes. We made tea. The same chamomile tea our mother had kept in the cabinet above the stove, which Dana had found in our father's cabinet in the same position, as if location had been determined by the house, rather than by any individual who lived in it. We took the tea to the back porch and sat in the plastic white chairs in the October night, and the Gulf sent its salt smell over the rooftops in the dark, and the sycamore stood at the back fence with its loosening leaves, and the conversation had found its natural resting place, and we let it rest there. The night was warm and close, the coastal warmth that persists into the late evenings of October, and above us the Gulf Coast sky was the specific deep black of a sky without cloud cover over a flat landscape, the stars more numerous and more present than the national sky ever permitted them to be. I have forgotten that quality of the sky here, the specific abundance of it, the way the flatness of the terrain and the absence of ambient light allowed the full depth of it to be visible rather than suggested. I had grown up under that sky. I had left it at 22 and had returned to it 4 times in 20 years, and each time the returning had been under conditions that prevented the simple act of looking up and finding it. The mother's funeral, the difficult visits, the accumulated weight of the silences making every sensory experience secondary to the navigation of the interior ones. I looked up now. I sat in the white plastic chair on my father's back porch under the Gulf Coast October sky, and I looked at it for a long time without any agenda except the looking, which was the first time in 4 days I had done anything without an agenda except the thing itself, and it felt like the first full breath after a long time of breathing carefully. Dana looked up too. We sat in the warm dark under the stars, 2 daughters at the end of the week of their father's death, and the Gulf sent its smell over the rooftops, and a sycamore stood its patient ground at the fence. And somewhere in Louisiana, a detective with a major crimes unit was building something from the materials of an active investigation that I had contributed to and could not affect and would not hear. The conclusion of, and all of that was true simultaneously, and I held all of it under that sky and let it be what it was, a collection of carried things, a life in its actual weight rather than its managed approximation. In the morning we would pack the car and drive north toward Nashville on the route that kept clear of the Louisiana corridor, and the box of my father's things would be in the back seat, and the photograph would be on top of the box, and the drive would be long and full of everything that long drives are full of when you're moving away from something you've just finished and towards something you are still becoming. And I was not yet certain what that something was, but I was, for the first time in a long time, genuinely curious about it. The morning had come with the Gulf Coast gold of an October sunrise through the east-facing window of my childhood bedroom, and Dana had already been in the kitchen when I came downstairs, and the smell of coffee had been filling the house in the specific way of a smell that has been filling that house for longer than either of us could accurately remember. I want to tell you about the drive home before I tell you what happened on it, because the before is part of the what happened, and the what happened cannot be understood without the before. We left Biloxi at 8 in the morning on a Monday, the car loaded with my bag and Dana's overnight bag, and the box of our father's things that I had gone through the previous afternoon with the careful attention of someone inventorying both objects and their meanings. The photograph was on top, as I had said it would be. Beneath it were the objects from the ceramic bowl on the hospice windowsill, a collection I had not examined closely until the afternoon before the drive, and which I want to describe now because the describing of it belongs here, in this part of the account, where the interior and the exterior are beginning to find their actual relationship. The bowl had contained 7 objects. A small smooth stone, gray-green, the kind of stone that comes from a river rather than a beach. A folded piece of paper that turned out to be a tide table from the previous summer, the kind the bait shops on the coast gave away for free. A guitar pick, orange, medium gauge. I play guitar not well but genuinely, and had been playing since college, and he had known this and had kept a guitar pick in a bowl on his hospice windowsill, and I did not know where it had come from or how long he had had it. A small folded note in his handwriting that said only the names of 4 people. Mine, Dana's, and 2 others I recognized as old friends from the neighborhood who had died in the preceding decade. A photograph of my mother, young, laughing at something off camera. A brass button from a jacket I did not recognize. A sand dollar, complete and unbroken, which is rare enough that the keeping of it made a specific kind of sense. I held the guitar pick for a long time, then I put it in my jacket pocket, where it remained for the drive and where it is still now, 8 months later, transferred from jacket to jacket as the season changed, never placed anywhere permanent, never lost. Dana drove the first shift. This had been her suggestion, and I had accepted it without the false protest of someone who feels they should offer resistance to an offer of help. The 7 years in the accumulated silences and the 2 hours in the soft red light had been doing their work on me, and one of the things they had done was reduce my tolerance for the performance of self-sufficiency in situations where self-sufficiency was neither required nor useful. Dana driving the first shift was the right arrangement, and I sat in the passenger seat with the Gulf Coast receding behind us and the morning light moving through the window onto my hands in my lap, and I let myself be the passenger. The Mississippi interior is a different landscape from the coast. The flatness replaced by a gentle roll of pine-covered hills. The salt smell replaced by the green and resinous smell of longleaf pine forest. The sky closing from the enormous coastal openness to something more enclosed and dappled. The light coming through the canopy in the specific way of light that has been interrupted and reroute before reaching the ground. I had driven through this landscape many times without attending to it fully, and I attended to it now with the heightened noticing that the preceding week had installed. The porousness Dana had described operating not just as a vulnerability to what was frightening, as an openness to what was present, the membranes thin in both directions. We stopped for gas outside of Hattiesburg at 10 in the morning. The station was well lit and busy with the Monday morning traffic of a mid-sized Mississippi city going about its ordinary business, and I got out of the car into the bright October air and stretched and felt the specific aliveness of a body that has slept in its own childhood bedroom and eaten its sister's cooking and is now standing in sunlight with a guitar pick in its jacket pocket. I bought coffee for both of us, and a package of the peanut butter crackers I had been buying at gas stations on long drives since college, and I stood beside the car while Dana filled the tank, and I thought about the route. We were on Interstate 59 north toward Meridian, where we would pick up Interstate 20 west toward Jackson and then north toward Memphis and home. The route kept us well east of the Louisiana border. The corridor where the pullout sat in its unmarked gravel existence was more than 100 miles west of where we were standing. I had looked at the map the previous evening with the specific attention of someone determining that a distance was sufficient, and 100 miles it seemed sufficient, and standing in the Hattiesburg gas station in the October sunlight it still seemed sufficient. I was not going to see that corridor again. This was a decision I had made without formally making it. The way certain decisions make themselves in the aftermath of extreme experience. Not through deliberation, but through the simple understanding that the body has already reached a conclusion and the mind is receiving rather than producing it. I was not going to drive that stretch of Louisiana highway again, not the pull-out stretch, and not the broader corridor. Not for any reason that was not equivalent in weight to what had taken me there the first time, which was a dying father. The dying father was gone now. There was no equivalent weight on the horizon. Dana took the coffee I held out to her, and leaned against the car and looked at the Mississippi morning, and I looked at it beside her, and we drank our coffee in the comfortable silence of two women who have been through a week together that has changed something between them permanently and are now standing in the ordinary world on the other side of it. She asked how I was sleeping. I said not well. I said it without qualification, the plain answer rather than the managed one. She asked about the pull-out specifically, whether it was coming into the sleep or staying in the waking hours. I said both. I said that in the waking hours, it arrived in the form of the specific details I had described to the detectives. The gloves, the jacket, the drag marks, replaying with the fidelity of things that have been stored at high intensity and retrieve themselves at that intensity. And in the sleep, it arrived differently, less literally, in the way that waking experiences transform in sleep into something adjacent to themselves. Not the pull-out exactly, but the quality of the pull-out, the specific darkness of it, the aloneness of it, the understanding of what had been in those trees and what the timing had meant. Dana listened to all of this and then said she thought I should talk to someone when I got back to Nashville, not as a prescription. She was careful about that, and I would have resisted a prescription from her with the reflexive resistance of a sibling who has spent a lifetime maintaining the boundary between accepted and unsolicited guidance. She said it as an observation, in the way she had said things to me in the kitchen the previous evening. The plain and caring language of someone who has been paying attention is reporting what she has found. I said I had been thinking the same thing. She said she was glad. We got back in the car, and she drove north toward Meridian, and the pine forest moved steadily past the windows, and the October light came through it in its interrupted and reroute way, and I held my coffee with both hands and thought about what talking to someone would mean, what shape it would take, what it would require of me to sit in a room with a person whose professional purpose was to receive accounts of difficult things and help the person carrying them find a way to carry them differently. I had never been to therapy. This is not a statement of pride. I had simply never arrived at the circumstances that made it feel necessary rather than optional. And optional had always resolved in favor of not going. The way optional things resolve in the life around them is sufficiently functional to make the optional feel like an additional demand rather than a useful one. The life around this was not going to be sufficiently functional. I understood that clearly, sitting in the passenger seat of my own car on Interstate 59 in Mississippi, with a guitar pick in my jacket pocket and a box of my father's things in the back seat, and the Louisiana corridor 100 miles west, and the pull-out and the drag marks and the tree line, and the 8 months of Thursday evenings checking the Louisiana State Police database still ahead of me, all of it still ahead of me. The full weight of what the October drive had deposited in my interior life waiting to be carried in whatever way I was going to learn to carry it. The finding of the therapist happened the week after I returned to Nashville, which I am going to describe briefly because it belongs to the sequence and because the specific way it happened is the kind of detail that feels small and is not. I asked my school's counselor. This is the practical solution that practical people arrive at when they need a referral and do not know where to begin. Find the person in your existing landscape whose professional purpose is adjacent to the thing you need and ask them. The school counselor was a man named Robert Tate, who had been at the school for 11 years and who had the specific quality of attention that good counselors develop. the quality of being fully present in a conversation without making their presence felt as weight. He gave me 3 names. The one I chose was a woman named Dr. Patricia Voss, who worked out of an office in a building near Vanderbilt, whose specialty was listed as trauma and grief, and whose photograph on the practice website showed a woman in her late 50s, with reading glasses pushed up on her head, and an expression of complete and uncomplicated attention that I found immediately credible. I called her office on a Wednesday morning before school, standing in my kitchen with the coffee maker running, and Ellis the cat on the counter observing the proceedings with the tolerant skepticism he brought to all human activities he had not been specifically invited to participate in. Her receptionist answered on the second ring. I said I needed to make an appointment, and that I had experienced a traumatic event in addition to a recent bereavement, and that I thought I needed help carrying both of them. The receptionist said Dr. Voss had an opening the following Tuesday. I said I would take it. I stood in the kitchen after the call with the coffee maker, completing its cycle, and Ellis regarding me from the counter with his yellow eyes. And I thought about Dana in the childhood kitchen saying that grief makes us porous. And I thought about Dr. Voss's photograph and the quality of attention in it. And I thought about the guitar pick in my jacket pocket, and my father's fingers tightening on mine in the soft red light. And I understood that the appointment on Tuesday was the beginning of a different kind of carrying, not lighter, not resolved, but structured. The way a load becomes more manageable when it is properly distributed rather than simply held. The Tuesday appointment was the first of what became weekly appointments across the following 8 months, and I am not going to describe those sessions in detail, because they belong to the privacy of the therapeutic relationship, and because their content is not the subject of this account. What I will say is that Dr. Voss was as credible in person as her photograph had suggested, and that the work was what good work always is, slow, honest, and productive in ways that were not always immediately visible, but accumulated over time into something I could feel in the structure of the days. The pullout came up in the second session, not because I'd been avoiding it in the first. I described it in the first session as part of the full account of the October drive, the context establishing what had happened and when and in what sequence. In the second session, Dr. Voss returned to it specifically, with the focused attention of someone who has heard a full account and has identified the piece that requires the most careful handling. She asked me what I had been most afraid of at the pullout, not what I had seen. What I had been most afraid of. I thought about it with the seriousness the question deserved, because Dr. Shun Voss's questions always deserve seriousness, and because the answer was not the obvious one, not simply the stain on the jacket or the drag marks or the tree line, though those were real and present in the fear. I said the most frightening thing had been the aloneness of it. Not being alone in the dangerous location, that was frightening, but it was a concrete and accessible fear with a concrete and accessible response, which was to leave, which I had done. The aloneness I meant was different. It was the understanding, standing at the edge of that gravel pullout in Louisiana at 11 in the evening, that I was the only person who knew exactly where I was, and that the only reason I was there at all was a private interior need, the need to be still for a moment with what I was carrying, that I had not communicated to anyone, and that no one would have thought to look for me there. The loneness of being somewhere no one knew to find you. Dr. Voss listened to this with her reading glasses pushed up on her head and her complete and uncomplicated attention on me. And then she said something that I wrote down in a small notebook I had started keeping for the things that deserved preservation. She said that the aloneness I was describing was not a permanent condition. It was the condition of that specific night, produced by the specific combination of grief and distance, and the 7 years of accumulated silence that had made the drive a solitary one, when it might otherwise have been shared. She said the work was not to eliminate the porousness, which was, as Dana had said, a consequence of caring, but to ensure that the porousness was not the only operating condition, that alongside the openness to what was difficult there was also the structural support of people who knew where I was and would notice if I did not arrive. She said the antidote to the aloneness of that pullout was not caution, It was connection. I sat in Dr. Voss's office with the notebook open in my lap, and the Nashville afternoon coming through the window behind her and the guitar pick in my jacket pocket. And I thought about the antidote. And I thought about the 7 years of accumulated silence that had made me the person who pulled into an unlit rest stop alone on a Louisiana highway, without telling anyone exactly where I was, and I understood that the October drive had not merely given me something frightening to carry. It had shown me, with a precision that gentler circumstances might never have achieved, the exact shape of what I needed to build. The Nashville afternoon had been coming through Dr. Voss's window, and the notebook had been open in my lap, and I had been sitting with the understanding that the October drive had shown me the exact shape of what I needed to build. I want to tell you about the fake traffic stop. I have been approaching it across 6 parts of this account, the way you approach something you have been circling, getting closer with each pass, establishing the context and the interior landscape and the specific condition I was in, because the fake traffic stop cannot be understood without all of that, and I have learned, in 8 months of Thursday evenings and Tuesday sessions with Dr. Purley Voss, that the understanding of it is the point, not the event itself, which lasted perhaps 12 minutes and ended with a U-turn across a median and a vehicle disappearing into the dark going the wrong direction. The understanding of it, the understanding of what those 12 minutes revealed about the world and about the specific vulnerability of a person moving through the world in a condition of grief and aloneness and interior preoccupation. I crossed back into Louisiana on the night of October 19th because the fastest route from Nashville to the Mississippi Gulf Coast crosses the southwestern corner of that state. I want to clarify the sequence for anyone reading this who is keeping track of the geography, because the sequence matters for what I am about to describe. The pullout was on the Louisiana stretch of Interstate 10 going east toward Mississippi, approximately 45 minutes into the Louisiana portion of the drive. I discovered what I discovered at the pullout, called 911, and continued east. The fake traffic stop happened approximately 90 minutes after I left the pullout, on a stretch of the same interstate perhaps 60 miles east of the pullout, and the final Louisiana miles before the Mississippi border, the same drive. Both events on the same drive, 90 minutes apart on the same highway. I had not fully assembled that geography in the sessions with Dr. Voss until the 4th session, when she asked me to draw the route on a piece of paper, not a map, just a line with the events marked on it in sequence. And I drew it, and looked at it and sat, with the specific quality of understanding that arrives when a spatial arrangement reveals a relationship that the sequential telling had kept separate. The pullout and the fake traffic stop were not separate events that happened to occur on the same night. They were the same event, experienced in 2 movements. I will explain what I mean by that after I describe the stop itself. The lights appeared at my rear view mirror at approximately 12:30 in the morning. I have been driving for 90 minutes since the pullout, in the specific condition of a person who has reported something disturbing to the authorities and been told to continue to their destination and is doing exactly that, covering the miles between the event and the destination, with the focused deliberateness of a person who has reduced her driving to its pure mechanical requirements and is not available for any additional input. The lights were red and blue, alternating in the pattern of emergency vehicle lighting. I did not feel immediate relief when I saw them. I want to be honest about that, because the expected response to red and blue lights in a rearview mirror. When you are a lone woman driving alone at 12:30 in the morning 90 minutes after standing at the edge of a gravel pullout with a phone flashlight illuminating a stain on a canvas jacket, is not uncomplicated. I felt the lights before I categorized them, felt them as a change in the environment requiring assessment rather than immediately as safety. I assessed. The vehicle behind the lights was a dark SUV, not a marked cruiser, not the white or black and white of a state trooper vehicle with the departmental livery on the door and the roof-mounted light bar in its standard position. A dark SUV, civilian in profile, with a light bar on the roof that sat at a slight angle to the roofline in the specific way of something mounted by someone rather than manufactured into the vehicle's design. I was aware of this assessment as I was making it. I was aware that I was making it because of the pullout. Because the pullout had altered the calibration of my assessment apparatus in the 90 minutes since I had left it, and I was aware that an altered calibration could produce errors in both directions, toward excessive threat perception and toward the dismissal of genuine signals as artifacts of a heightened state. I pulled onto the shoulder. The SUV pulled in behind me and sat for longer than a standard traffic stop interval before the driver's door opened. I was watching in the mirror with both hands still on the wheel, the engine running because I had not turned it off, and the not turning off of the engine was a decision I had made without consciously making it, the body again preceding the mind in the way it had at the pullout, when my hand had turned on the phone flashlight before my mind had authorized the action. The man who got out was not in a standard uniform, dark clothing, black or very dark navy, without the specific identifying features of a law enforcement uniform. No badge visible, no department patch, no name tag, no the particular cut and structure of a professionally manufactured uniform shirt. He had a belt with items attached, but in the darkness and the mixed light of his own rear flashers, I could not identify the items. He was carrying a flashlight pointed at the ground rather than at my vehicle, which was the opposite of standard traffic stop procedure. The light is supposed to illuminate the stopped vehicle and its occupants, not the ground beside the officer's feet. He walked too quickly. This was the detail that my body registered first, before any of the visual assessments had fully resolved. He walked with an eagerness that had nothing to do with the professional efficiency of a law enforcement officer conducting a standard stop. He covered the distance from his vehicle to my window with a forward momentum that felt acquisitive rather than procedural, and he leaned toward my window before I had fully lowered it. Close, immediately close, in the specific way of someone who is comfortable with a proximity that the situation does not require. I lowered the window 3 inches. He asked for my license and registration in a voice that was too casual, the friendly neighbor register that I had heard described in the account I had read about a similar stop on this same highway, in a forum post I had found during one of my Thursday evening searches. A post that had been written by someone who had experienced something similar and had described the man's voice as wrong in exactly this way. Too casual. The register of someone performing normalcy rather than operating from it. I handed my license through the 3-inch gap without opening the window further. He took it without looking at it. That was the moment. He took my license and held it loosely in his hand and did not look at it. And his eyes moved into the gap in the window and across the interior of the car, the back seat, the box of my father's things, the passenger seat, where nothing was because I was alone, the absence of a companion registering in his gaze with a quality I recognized immediately, and which I am going to describe as recognition rather than surprise, because it did not look like surprise. It looked like confirmation. He asked where I was headed. I said visiting family on the coast. He asked how long I planned to stay. I said I was heading home tonight. He asked if anyone was expecting me, whether someone was waiting up, whether my arrival was on anyone's schedule for the night. The question hung in the air of the car with its full weight. I want to be clear about what that question was. It was not the question of a law enforcement officer establishing context for a traffic stop. It was a specific inquiry into the structure of accountability around my movements. Whether my absence would be noticed, whether my non-arrival would generate a response, whether I was the kind of traveler whose disappearance would be immediately reported, or the kind whose disappearance would take time to register. I was alone. I was driving at 12:30 in the morning. My father had just died, and I had been at his bedside for 4 days, and the person I had been calling most frequently was Dana, who was in Biloxi, and who knew I was on the road but did not know my exact position. And the Nashville house I was driving toward had a cat in it who would notice my absence only in relation to his feeding schedule. I was the answer to his question. I said my sister was tracking my location and expected me to check in at the Mississippi border. This was not true. I had thought about it for the fraction of a second available between the question and the required response, and I had arrived at the most useful lie available. Not an elaborate lie, not a lie that required maintenance, but a single specific lie that introduced into the exchange the element that the question had been designed to establish the absence of: a person who was being tracked, a person whose non-arrival would generate an immediate and specific response. He processed that for a moment. His eyes moved to the passenger seat again, the empty passenger seat, the absence of a companion, and then to the road ahead, and then back to me. He said he would need me to step out of the vehicle. The request arrived with a flatness that the preceding casual register had not contained. Not hostile, nothing so legible as hostile. Flat in the specific way of someone who has shifted from one mode to another, and the shift is audible in the voice even when the words are ordinary. I said I preferred to remain in the vehicle and asked what I had been stopped for. He said it was a routine check and repeated the request. I said I was going to call 911 to verify the stop. I had my phone in my hand before I finished the sentence. The change in him was immediate and complete. Not violent, nothing I could have pointed to as a specific aggressive action, but the body language shifted in the specific way that body language shifts when a calculation has been disrupted and a new calculation is being performed under time pressure. He straightened from the window. His eyes moved to the road ahead and to the road behind and to his own vehicle, in the sequence of a person assessing available options against available time. He said that would not be necessary. I kept the phone in my hand with my thumb over the 9 on the screen. He said I was free to go. He stepped back from the window. I held the phone where it was visible and watched him walk back to the SUV, and I kept my eyes on the mirror as he got in, and I watched the red and blue stop flashing, and I watched the headlights turn off, and I watched the vehicle make its U-turn across the median. Not a legal turn, not a procedure available to any law enforcement officer conducting a legitimate stop, and disappear into the westbound dark without any lights at all. Westbound. Back in the direction of the pullout, I sat on the shoulder for perhaps 30 seconds with the engine running, and both hands on the wheel and my phone still in my hand, and I breathed in and out in the specific, deliberate way of a person who is choosing the next action rather than reacting to the preceding one, and then I put the car in drive and accelerated onto the highway. I did not stop again until I crossed the Mississippi border, where a rest area, with fluorescent lights and 3 other vehicles and a vending machine humming its steady commercial note, appeared on the right shoulder, and I pulled in and sat in the brightness of it for 10 minutes without getting out, just breathing, just being in the light, just being on the Mississippi side of the border, with the Louisiana dark behind me, and the road ahead going northeast toward Biloxi, and my sister in a hospice facility where my father was still in his window. I called Dana. She answered on the second ring with the alert voice of someone who had not been asleep, and I told her what had happened, and she listened without interrupting, and when I finished she said she was going to stay on the phone with me for the rest of the drive. I said I would like that. She stayed on the phone for the hour and 40 minutes between the Mississippi rest area and the hospice facility, talking about ordinary things, her colleagues, a book she had been reading, a repair the house needed that she had been putting off, the ordinary texture of a life continuing alongside the extraordinary weight of the week. I drove and I listened and I spoke when I had something to say, and her voice was the thing that filled the car for those 90 minutes, and the filling of it with her voice was exactly the antidote Dr. Voss would later name the connection rather than the caution, the being known rather than the being careful. I arrived at the hospice facility at 2:40 in the morning. My father was still in his window. I walked down that corridor again, with Dana's voice still in my ear from the phone call, carrying the pullout and the fake stop and the empty passenger seat and the specific lie that had been the right lie, carrying all of it into the room with the east-facing window and the soft red clock and my father's hand in mine, and I understood that the drive had given me 2 things in one night. Something I could not change, and something I could, and that knowing the difference between those two categories was the beginning of the building Dr. Voss would later help me name. My father's hand had been in mine in the soft red light of the clock, and Dana's voice had been still present at my ear from the phone call that had carried me through the final miles, and I had arrived at the room with the east-facing window carrying everything the drive had given me and had set none of it down, because the room required my full presence and I gave it that. I have already described what happened in that room across the 4 days that followed. What I have not yet described is what happened to the account of the fake traffic stop in the days and weeks after. The official version of it, the documented version, the version that exists in the files of the Louisiana State Police, and that I have thought about with the specific frequency of someone who contributed to a record that they cannot access, and cannot affect, and cannot stop wondering about. I called 911 from the Mississippi rest area, not from the shoulder where the stop had occurred. I had been too focused on the driving, uncovering the distance between the SUV's U-turn and the state border, to stop on the Louisiana shoulder and make the call. But, from the rest area in Mississippi, sitting in the fluorescent light with 3 other vehicles and the vending machine, I called, and I described what had happened in the same sequential way I had been describing things to dispatchers and troopers all night, and the Mississippi dispatcher transferred me to the Louisiana State Police, and a different trooper from Devereaux took the report with the same methodical attention. He asked for a description of the vehicle. I described the dark SUV, the approximate size and profile, the crooked light bar on the roof. He asked for a description of the man. I described the dark clothing without departmental markings, the flashlight pointed at the ground, the forward momentum of the approach, the questions about whether anyone was tracking my location. He asked what I had been stopped for. I said I had never been told. That, when I asked, the man had said it was a routine check, and that when I indicated I was going to call 911 to verify the stop, he had told me I was free to go and return to his vehicle. The trooper was quiet for a moment after that. Then he asked me to repeat the part about the 911 call, specifically what I had said and what the man's response had been. I repeated it. Another pause. He said he was logging the report and that someone would be in contact. And then he said something that was not part of the standard close of a report-taking call, something he added after the official close in a slightly different register, as if he was speaking beside the official record rather than into it. He said I had done the right thing, not done the right things, plural, the standard affirmation, done the right thing, singular, specific. The one thing that I had done in those 12 minutes that had determined the outcome. The 911 call, or more precisely, the statement of the 911 call, the phone raised where it was visible, the thumb over the 9, the words said aloud in the hearing of the man at the window. I thanked him and ended the call. I sat in the Mississippi rest area for a few more minutes with a phone in my hand and the fluorescent lights buzzing and the vending machine humming its steady note. And I thought about what the trooper had said and what it implied about the calls he received from this corridor and what the people who made those calls had or had not done at the equivalent moment. Then I drove to Biloxi. The formal statement happened on the 3rd day after my father's death, conducted by phone with a detective from the same major crimes unit as Fontenot, a woman named Arsino, who had a precise and unhurried manner and who asked her questions with the specific attention of someone cross-referencing rather than collecting. She asked about the physical description of the SUV with a focus that told me the vehicle was known. She asked about the crooked light bar with a specificity that told me the crooked light bar had been described before. She asked about the questions regarding my tracking and my expected arrival with a quality of attention that told me those specific questions had been asked of other people on that corridor, and that the asking of them was a signature rather than an improvisation. She asked whether I had seen any identifying markings on the vehicle, partial plates, any reflective tape, any damage or distinctive feature. I said the light bar was the most distinctive feature, the slight rightward lean of it, the way it sat on the roofline like something placed in a hurry. She wrote that down. I could hear the writing. She asked whether the man had touched my vehicle at any point. I said he had not. that I had passed my license through the 3-inch window gap, and he had held it without looking at it and returned it in the same way, and that at no point had his hands made contact with the car itself. She said that was useful. Useful in the specific sense of evidence-related utility rather than general appreciation. The same useful that Fontenot had used about my pull-out account. The language of a person whose professional purpose is the assembly of a case, and who is telling me that what I have provided fits into an existing structure. I asked her directly whether the pull-out report and the traffic stop report were being considered in connection with each other. She paused for a moment. Not the long pause of Fontenot before his non-answer about the trees, but a shorter pause, more like the pause of someone deciding how much the answer is within what they are authorized to share. She said the investigation was comprehensive, and that all reports from the corridor were being reviewed in relation to each other. All reports from the corridor. Not your 2 reports, all reports. I wrote that down in the notebook after the call, beside the words previous activity in that corridor that I had written from Fontenot's call. The 2 phrases sat on the same page 3 lines apart, and I looked at them together and understood what they were describing. Not an isolated event, not even 2 events, but a pattern. A corridor with a pattern. A corridor where the Louisiana State Police Major Crimes Unit was conducting a comprehensive investigation of all reports. Where previous activity was an established category rather than a new one. Where a crooked light bar on a dark SUV and specific questions about tracking and accountability were recognizable signatures rather than novel details. People had been on that corridor before me. Some of them had reported what happened. Some of them had not. Some of them, based on what Fontenot's pause had implied about the trees behind the pullout, had not been in a position to report anything. I was in a position to report, because I had lowered the window 3 inches rather than fully. Because I had not turned off the engine. Because I had reached a specific lie at the right moment and delivered it without hesitation. Because I had raised the phone where it was visible with my thumb over the 9. A series of small decisions made in 12 minutes by a person operating on instinct and on the altered calibration of a nervous system that had been recalibrated 90 minutes earlier and an unmarked pull-out by the sight of drag marks going into a tree line. The pull-out had prepared me for the stop. This was the understanding I had been approaching across the 6 parts of this account and had not yet named directly. The relationship between the 2 events that the line drawing in Dr. Zara Voss's office had revealed spatially. The pull-out had not been a separate event that preceded the stop. It had been the first movement of a single event, the movement that recalibrated my assessment, that returned me to the attentiveness I had been operating below when I turned off the highway into the gravel dark, that reminded me in the most concrete possible terms that the world contained things that required the full attention of a practical person, and that grief was not a sufficient reason to suspend that attention. I had arrived at the fake stop with a heightened inaccurate calibration because of the pull-out. The window stayed 3 inches open because of the pull-out. The engine stayed running because of the pull-out. The lie about the tracking arrived quickly and delivered itself cleanly, because the pull-out had already moved my mind into the register of a person assessing rather than experiencing. I described this to Dr. Voss in the 5th session, and she was quiet for a long moment with her reading glasses pushed up on her head and her complete attention on me. And then she said it was one of the most precise pieces of self-observation she had encountered in her practice, and that the precision of it was itself evidence of the work I had been doing. I said I was not sure it felt like work from the inside. It felt like the account finally assembling itself into its true shape. She said that was what the work felt like when it was going well. Dana came home with me on the Monday drive, as she had said she would, and we talked through the full account of both events during the drive, in the way that the drive permitted, the long uninterrupted hours of highway providing a container for the kind of conversation that requires sustained time and the specific quality of attention available when 2 people are both looking at the same road and not required to manage the social dynamics of a face-to-face exchange. I told her about the window staying 3 inches open. I told her about the engine staying running. I told her about the lie, and how it had arrived and how it had been delivered, and what had happened in the man's body language in the moment after it landed. She listened to all of it with the complete attention she had been giving me all week, and when I finished she was quiet for a moment, and then she said the thing she had been building toward through the whole of the conversation. She said that the lie had been possible because I was not the person I had been at the start of the drive. I asked what she meant. She said that the person who had turned into the pullout at 10:47 had been in the full porousness of grief, interior, preoccupied, operating below the assessment threshold, alone in the specific way of someone who had not told anyone exactly where she was. Because the drive was a private reckoning, and private reckonings do not file itineraries. That person had gotten out of the car in the dark, because the dark had seemed like the appropriate container for what she was carrying. She said the person at the fake stop 90 minutes later was different. She said the pullout had done something to that person, not healed her, not resolved the porousness, not addressed the grief in any way that grief is actually addressed, but it had returned her to the exterior world with a force that the interior preoccupation could not continue to muffle. It had made the assessment apparatus operational again by giving it something concrete and immediate to assess. She said the grief had made me porous, and the pullout had made me present, and the presence had kept me in the car. I drove the Memphis stretch in silence after she said that. Not the silence of someone who has nothing to say, but the silence of someone who has received something true and needs to sit with it before doing anything else with it. The Memphis skyline appeared in the distance, and then the bridge over the Mississippi, and then the Tennessee side of the river and the highway curving south toward Nashville. And the October afternoon was warm and clear, and the box of my father's things was in the back seat with the photograph on top, and the guitar pick was in my jacket pocket. And Dana was beside me reading a paperback she had brought for the drive, and I drove the final 2 hours home in the specific and genuine peace of a person who has arrived at an understanding that is true and will continue to be true, regardless of what comes next. I pulled into my driveway in Nashville at 6 in the evening. Ellis was visible through the front window, on the back of the couch. Regarding our arrival with the yellow-white assessment, he brought to all developments that had not been previously scheduled. Dana stayed for 3 days. We ate dinner at the kitchen table each evening and talked about our father with the specific freedom of people who have recently been in the presence of a loss and have not yet retreated from its immediate geography, talking about him plainly and fully, the difficult parts alongside the good ones, the 7 years alongside the 2 hours, the loose tile in the kitchen and the photograph from the windowsill and the guitar pick he had kept in a ceramic bowl beside his bed in a hospice facility on the Mississippi coast. On her last evening, Dana asked if she could see the guitar pick. I took it out of my jacket pocket and held it out to her on my palm. She looked at it for a moment without touching it. Then she said she thought it meant he had been paying attention even when the silence suggested otherwise. I said I thought she was right. She said she thought a lot of things meant that, now that she was looking. I put the guitar pick back in my pocket and looked at the kitchen table and thought about the 7 years and the 2 hours and the drive and the pull-out and the 12 minutes on the Louisiana shoulder and a specific lie that had arrived at the right moment from a person who had been recalibrated by the dark. And I understood that the October drive had not been a series of events that happened to me. It had been the shape of something I had needed to move through to arrive at what was on the other side of it. And what was on the other side of it was this kitchen, this table, this sister across from me, this guitar pick in my pocket, this life in its actual and unmanaged weight, which was more than I had been carrying before the drive, and also, in every way that mattered, better. The kitchen table had held the weight of the last evening with Dana, and the guitar pick had been back in my pocket, and the understanding of what the October drive had given me had been settling into its permanent position in the structure of my interior life, the way true things settle, not dramatically, not with announcement, but with the quiet finality of something finding the place it was made for. Dana left on a Wednesday morning. I drove her to the Nashville airport in the clear October light, the last days of the month delivering the specific quality of Tennessee autumn that I had been living inside for 14 years without always attending to it. The maples along the boulevard going, their full deep red. The light at the angle that makes the red appear to generate its own warmth, rather than reflect the sun's. The air carrying the particular crispness of a season that has made its decision and is implementing it without apology. She hugged me at the departure's curb with the completeness of someone who has been present for the full weight of a week and is leaving with the knowledge that the leaving is appropriate, that the person she is leaving is equipped for the next portion of the carrying in a way they were not equipped before the week began. She did not say this. She did not need to say it. The hug said it in the language that had been operating between us since the kitchen dishes and the chamomile tea on the back porch and the long Monday drive through Tennessee. I watched her go through the automatic doors. Then I drove home through the red maples and the angled light and the crisp air, and I walked into the house where Ellis was on the back of the couch in his usual position, and I put my keys on the hook by the door and stood in the front room for a moment, in the specific quiet of a house returning to its ordinary configuration after having been inhabited at a different density for 3 days. The piano was there, the back garden through the kitchen window, the ordinary Nashville morning doing its ordinary business outside every window. I made coffee and sat at the kitchen table with a box of my father's things, which I had not yet decided where to put, and I looked at the photograph on top. The Gulf Beach, the red swimsuit, the 7-year-old squinting into the camera, the father looking at her with the unguarded delight that no one had shown me before the hospice windowsill. And I understood that the deciding of where to put the box was not urgent and could wait until I knew the right answer, and that knowing the right answer would come from time and attention rather than from decision-making applied prematurely. I placed the box on the shelf in the study next to the books I returned to most frequently, which was an answer of a kind, a provisional placement that acknowledged the box as something belonging to the category of things I needed near rather than things I needed stored. The guitar pick stayed in my pocket. I went to school on Thursday. This was the first day back after the bereavement leave the school had given me, and I want to describe it briefly because the returning to ordinary function after a significant loss has a specific texture that I had not experienced before, and that surprised me in its particularity. It was not difficult in the way I had anticipated. I had expected the ordinary school day to feel insufficient against the weight of the preceding week. Too small, too routine, too unconcerned with what had just happened in my life to provide anything other than distraction. What it provided instead was something I had not anticipated, which was the specific comfort of being needed in a way that required the full deployment of a skill I possessed and loved. Third period was freshman music theory, which is the class I find most demanding and most rewarding in roughly equal measure. Demanding because 14-year-olds encountering music theory for the first time have a relationship to abstraction that requires constant creative translation. Rewarding because the moment when the abstraction resolves into comprehension is one of the more visible transformations available in a school building. I walked into that classroom on Thursday morning, and the 31 students who had not seen me for 9 days were briefly and collectively curious about where I had been, and then immediately and collectively interested in whether we were finally going to get to the section on chord progressions that I had promised the previous week. We were. I taught chord progressions for 50 minutes with the full attention of a person who is doing something she knows how to do and loves doing. And at some point in the middle of the lesson, I was aware of the guitar pick in my pocket. And I was aware of my father, and I was aware that the two things were not in conflict. That the teaching and the grief occupied the same interior space without displacing each other. That the morning was large enough for both, in the specific way that mornings are large enough for everything they are asked to hold, when the holding is honest rather than managed. After school, I went to the practice room and played guitar for an hour. Not well, not with any performance intention, just playing the way I had been playing since college. The instrument as a form of thinking rather than producing. The hands finding their own path through the chords while the mind did what it needed to do in the space that the playing opened. I played through some things I knew and some things I was finding as I played. And at some point, I was playing something slow and open in a minor key that I had not played before, and that seemed to be assembling itself from the specific materials of the preceding weeks. And I let it assemble without trying to remember it or record it, because the assembly was the point and not the product. I thought about my father's guitar pick in my pocket, and I thought about whether he had played, and I realized I did not know. I had never known. It had never come up in any conversation across my entire life, and it had not come up in the 2 hours in the hospice room, and it was a piece of information I was not going to be able to obtain now, and the not being able to obtain it was its own specific form of the grief. The permanent incompleteness of what we know about the people we love, the questions that outlast the person they were addressed to. I would carry the not knowing alongside the knowing. The first Thursday evening search happened 2 weeks after I returned from Biloxi. I want to be precise about how it started, because the precision is part of the honesty. I was not searching with intent. I was not sitting down at the laptop with a specific investigative purpose. I was doing what I had been doing several evenings a week since returning, which was managing the residue of the night online the way people manage unresolved things online when the unresolved thing does not have a direct action available to it, searching adjacent to the thing, reading about similar things, moving around the edges of the corridor and the information landscape the way I had decided not to move around it in the geographic one. I typed Louisiana Interstate 10 and the word incident into a search bar and read for 2 hours. What I found was not traumatic. Not a single article with a headline that named what I had been part of. What I found was the accumulated texture of a corridor with a history, the forum posts of travelers who had experienced wrong traffic stops and had posted about them in the specific register of people who are not certain what they encountered and are looking for the confirmation or the dismissal of other people's pattern recognition. The local news items that were too small for regional pickup. The kind that mentioned a person reported missing on the interstate corridor and then had no follow-up because no follow-up had been available to report. The absence of arrests. The absence of named suspects. The continued openness of the file that Arseno had described as comprehensive. I searched for Wesley Grubb, which was the name of the man convicted in the Colorado Canyon case. A different corridor, a different state, a different predator, but the same architecture of a coordinated highway operation targeting isolated travelers. I read the case details with the attention of someone who is reading not for information but for structural understanding, trying to comprehend the shape of the thing rather than the specific facts of one instance of it. The shape was consistent. Isolated road, solitary traveler, or small group. Coordinated positions. Questions designed to establish the absence of accountability, the efficiency of an operation that had been run before and had developed its method through iteration. I closed the laptop at midnight and sat at the kitchen table in the Nashville quiet and thought about Arseno saying all reports from the corridor. All reports. Every person who had stopped on that stretch of Interstate 10 and encountered something wrong and had managed to reach a phone and it called. And the people who had not. And the people who had called but had not described the right details. And the people who had not known they were being assessed until the assessment was complete. And the option of the phone was no longer available. I thought about the inside-out glove, removed in haste from the fingertips by someone who needed their hands free quickly for something that did not permit the proper removal. I thought about the drag marks. I thought about the specific value of my account. Then I made tea and put Ellis off the counter and went to bed. And I did not sleep easily. But I slept, which was what was available. The Thursday evening searches became a habit over the following months. Not every Thursday, not with the compulsive regularity of someone who cannot stop, but with the specific frequency of someone who checks on a thing they cannot affect because the checking is the only relationship available with it. Dr. Voss and I discussed this in several sessions, and she did not tell me to stop, which I had expected, but instead asked me to describe what the searching gave me and what it cost me, and to hold both of those assessments simultaneously when deciding whether to search on any given Thursday. What it gave me the feeling of being a participant rather than a bystander in the ongoing record of what that corridor contained, the sense that my two reports were not isolated data points but contributions to a larger assembly, the way individual tiles contribute to a mosaic that only becomes visible at a sufficient remove. What it cost me, the Thursday evenings themselves, which I spent in a specific activation of the nervous system that the corridor material produced, arriving at bedtime with a heightened alertness that the ordinary natural night could not immediately resolve. I held both assessments and continued searching, less frequently as the months passed, the frequency declining, not because the interest declined but because the material stopped arriving, the searches returning the same items they had returned before, no new arrests, no named suspects. The investigation ongoing in the comprehensive manner that ongoing investigations maintain when they are building rather than concluding. The call from Fontenot came in February, 4 months after the October drive. On a Tuesday afternoon, when I was in the practice room between classes running scales with the specific meditative attention that scales provide when you have been playing long enough to play them, without thinking. My phone was on the piano bench and it buzzed with the Louisiana area code and I picked it up. He said he was calling to inform me that the investigation into the Highway 10 corridor incidents had resulted in the identification of a primary suspect and that an arrest warrant had been issued, and that the department appreciated my cooperation throughout the investigation. I asked if an arrest had been made. He said the warrant had been issued and the suspect was being sought. I asked if he could tell me whether the incidents at the pullout and the traffic stop had been connected in the investigation's findings. A pause. Then he said that the investigation had established connections between multiple incidents in the corridor and that my reports had contributed to the establishment of those connections. I said thank you. He said he would contact me if further information or testimony was required and that he hoped I was well, and he ended the call. I sat on the piano bench in the practice room with the phone in my hand and the scales still present in my fingers and the October dark present in my memory and the February Nashville afternoon coming through the practice room window in the weak winter light that is the least convincing season of Tennessee's argument for itself. A warrant had been issued, not an arrest, a warrant. The suspect was being sought, which meant the suspect was not yet in custody, which meant the corridor was not yet closed, which meant the Thursday evening searches had not yet run out of material to find, which meant the investigation was ongoing in the comprehensive manner and would continue to be ongoing until the warrant produced what warrants were designed to produce. I placed the phone back on the piano bench and put my hands on the keys and played. Not scales, something slow, in the minor key I had found in the practice room 2 weeks after returning from Biloxi, the thing that had assembled itself from the specific materials of the preceding weeks. I had not been able to remember it after that first playing, and had assumed it was gone, lost in the way of improvised things that do not get written down. But my hands remembered it. They found it in the way hands find things they have done before, not through deliberate retrieval but through the body's own memory, which is more patient and more accurate than the mind's, and does not require the mind's cooperation to operate. I played it through twice, and then I wrote it down on the notepad I kept on the piano for exactly this purpose. The pencil moving quickly across the staff paper in the February light, capturing what the hands had kept. I did not know what to call it yet, and I was not in a hurry to name it, understanding that some things need to be played for a while before their name arrives, and that the arriving of the name is not the point, that the playing is the point, that the carrying is the point, that the continuing is the point, which is the same thing my father had known about reliability and which I was learning in my own register, in the only language that had always been available to me.